all our speakers for the session. Please take your seats. Kristen, you. So connecting climate change and health is what we are going to do for these 2 days. It's not an easy task, but somehow all of us in the room have taken the challenge that we connect and only then we reconnect on what makes sense to us. To all of you present here, we are probably not 200 yet, but we will be 200 participants over the day. And please remember, we have off-site people who are connected to us digitally. So this is a kind of double show that we do. Some things would be very apparent here. Some things will be seen differently to people when they are off screen from here. So we are going to try our best to make sure each of you gets the time what you want to do. I'll introduce myself first because no one will introduce me because I'll introduce the special esteemed guests. So I am Raman Preet. I am attached with the Department of Epidemiology and Global Health at Umeå University, Sweden. That's one of the, as you can see, leading organizing committee members for this conference. I'm a public health professional and a global public health person as well, and I've been trained as a dentist over years. It's almost 2 decades since I've been living in Sweden. It makes sense. My connection to climate change is from gender perspective, because I think climate change does affect men and women differently, and probably that's something which will also come around in these discussions. So I don't think I need to take more time of you. My task is to make sure we have a scheme for the day, and probably if you have something to be announced, you can come to me, and we will make sure that things are happening in the right direction. So to start the conference, I would like to first invite upon Professor Hans Soru, who's from University of Tartu, who's going to give us some of the insights that you will hear for today and for the rest of the coming days. Professor Hans.
So, thank you, Raman, for the introduction. And dear guests, colleagues, dear friends, it's my honor here to welcome you to this conference connecting on climate change and health. We are gathered here because we understand that climate change is affecting our health already now. It's not something that will happen in the future. So it's a real threat at the moment already, affecting planet as well as our well-being. Okay, I have to start slides myself, seems. So it's not working. You know, it happens. So they also need a bit to start the things. Yeah, that's mine. So let's start again. Welcome to the conference. So, but I have another view here and another view there. But it doesn't matter. Let's go back then. And it doesn't show also special effects, so it doesn't matter. So let's continue. So why climate change and health should be connected? You know, they are not separate, and we have to cover different things. We have to work with people in environmental science, but at the same time, we also have to work with people on health science. Because we need first, if we think about health science, we need better knowledge on the health effects. That's why we're doing the science. That's why I gathered here to show the others what we are doing. Then, to kind of put things in practice, we need health adaptation, because climate change is affecting health, and to reduce effects, we need adaptation. And then the system also must support that we need more resilient health systems. last week I had a chat with my colleague in a coffee room and talked about our conference. And then she's working with non-communicable diseases, and she said, like, the first time she could see that climate change was among the priorities of the WHO. And then I went to the WHO documents, to the webpage, but it wasn't there. I was a bit disappointed. And then I made an experiment. We have nowadays technologies. We have a ChatGPT, AI tool. And then I asked this AI tool, what are the most important risk factors for non-communicable diseases? And I got the answer with 12 of them, but unfortunately, climate change was not there. So, and later, and then I said why climate change is not there? And, I got very polite question and answer. So, and later I tried it again. And, it still wasn't there. So if I compare ChatGPT with my children, it's very polite, says sorry, but very low learning abilities. Unfortunately, that's a place where people find information. So we have to work to get it there. In order to change something, we need good policies. And one of the key policies is European Green Deal. And often that's much on technologies and economy. And lately, even Green Deal industrial plan was announced. Personally, we have had some research on that and also different policies, and health is not really represented there. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen is physician. She also has masters in public health. So in theory, she should know, but politics is never that easy. So to get things there, you need really things happening. So what we need here is really this kind of environment, health, and well-being nexus. So the things has to be connected. And to achieve a better environment, to achieve a better health, and also to improve our well-being. Over the next 2 days, you will have an opportunity to engage insightful discussions, hear from the experts in the field. We have a lot of them here, and share your own experience with your friends, colleagues, new friends, and research findings. So I encourage you participate, talk with each other in sessions, ask questions, networking. So that's the thing we are here, to network. So I have sometimes said, like, you can see people on the screen, but you cannot touch people on the screen. So that's why shaking hands, getting friends, that we have to do during the next days. So thank you.
Thank you, Hans, for your very insightful way of thinking. And I think, as we said, we want to connect health in climate change. But I also would say from public health, we've been wanting to put health in policy since Almaty Declaration. So it's not new what we want to do. But for me, as a health professional, I think it's beautiful to see we have so many other disciplines coming together to think about human health and One Health and planetary health. So it's your health, my health, all of us together that we are here for. With that, may I invite you, Henrik, to please come on stage and have your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Raman. Okay, hi everyone. It is so nice to see so many of us here finally in Stockholm together. It has been a long journey, but a very exciting journey. I'm also very happy to know that we also have people online, although I'm not seeing them here, but this is also very nice. So on behalf of the organizing committee for this conference, I would like to wish you a very warm welcome. And in the organizing committee, we have well, myself, and we have Yunwen Gu and Dr. Ramanpreet from Umeå University. We also have Professor Hans Ure from Tartu University. We have Kristin Aunan, Gunnel Sadanger, Miriam Stackpole-Dahl from Cicero. And please do not hesitate at any point to reach out to us during the conference should you have any questions. It's not working now, but it's working there. So, as has already been said, I mean, this is really important subjects we are dealing with these 2 days. And health and climate change are truly global issues. So therefore, we are very encouraged to inform you that we are more than 300 participants from 35 countries joined here on site and online for this conference. And this is really nice. The information that you will need for the conference, you will find at this website, nbel2023.se. Most of it, at least, right? And there you also have seen that we have a quite exciting program for these 2 days. I will not go through them here in detail, but just to give an overview and an outline. So for this first day, we are soon looking forward to the first keynote panel, followed by an NBEL symposium, where NBEL going to present things from NBEL. So in the afternoon, we're going to have a parallel afternoon, one can say. So we'll start with the first parallel session with talks. We'll have 4 parallel sessions and 4 different topics. Then we also will have in parallel a workshop and poster sessions, where poster presenters will say something about their posters. Later, we also will get some demonstration and good information from Lancet journals. At the same time, it's also going to demonstrate a documentary. And then there is a little bit of mingle and so on. And later in the evening, we'd like to welcome you also to the conference dinner. The conference dinner is served at 8, but I advise maybe we want to be there at 7 or at least 7:30, where we serve a welcome drink. For the second day, it's similar. So we start with a keynote panel, but then we go over to a Belmont symposium, where the Belmont project is going to demonstrate their work. In the afternoon, we have the second day parallel sessions, once again with 4 parallel sessions and 4 topics, followed by the Climate, Health and Cluster Symposium. So this is a new EU cluster of health and climate projects that's going to give us a little bit of outlook where we're going in this in the theme. And then at 16:45, this conference closing, and after that we would, of course, wish you safe travels from the conference. So a little bit finally, we just also want to remind you that this is a hybrid conference today. So all the talks and will of course be streamed live to the online delegates, and we want to also document this conference. So we're also going to have some people going around with cameras and taking a little bit of pictures and so on. So if you have any questions on that, just don't hesitate letting us know. Right, and so with that, I also want to say that I hope you're going to enjoy these 2 days. I hope they're going to be exciting. And we also have Raman to help us navigate through these 2 days. So that's going to be great. So with that, again, I wish you a very warm welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Henrik. It has been, I think, a fun journey and privilege, but also a bit frustrating when you're preparing for a conference for more than a year. But I think here we are, and I think having you all here makes it like worth it when a lot of work has gone behind. Now I have the privilege of introducing you all to Dr. Anders Nordström, who is former ambassador of global health and currently advisor to many different institutions for the work he's done around global health. I'd like to give a little insight from my side as well. I met him 2013 when he was very profoundly talking about global health beyond 2015. We were thinking around things in Sweden. Sweden has gone through an interesting journey in global health. So I open the floor to you, Anders. Please educate us a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I was warned about the technology, so I do not have any slides. And Hans, you also gave me a very good entry point to speak about NCDs and what you actually can find on the WHO webpage, and also some work that I'm doing now in my role of work that I'm doing now beyond having been the Swedish ambassador for 13 years. The world was paralyzed because of the COVID pandemic. The world should be paralyzed because of climate change. The world is in some way today faced with a multiple different crises. The question is how the world, and especially people, private sector, and most importantly, perhaps politicians and researchers, can deal with multiple crises at the same time. I'm going to give you a couple of entry points for how one can do this in a strategic and smart way by recognizing, which this conference is about, the nexus in between two major challenges and important opportunities for the world. Because it's not just that we have health problems and we have climate problems, but we also have opportunities with more healthy people and a more healthy planet. And I'll give you a couple of perspectives from my side on this. Very often when we speak about the nexus in between health and climate, it's about adaptation. What is happening in terms of our climate today? And that was what you were looking at the WHO webpage, to see whether the negative impact of what we see today in terms of global warming, floods, extreme weather, have an impact on people's health when it comes to NCDs. That was wrong. And I'll prove why. Because one should look in a different direction to find the connection. That means in the direction of mitigation. And in some way, we are still, even in between health and climate, have difficulties to bring health and climate together, but also sometimes within the climate community to bring the adaptation and mitigation agenda together. Why am I saying this from a global health perspective? I'm going to illustrate this both with a couple of figures and then a concrete example. For many years, and as you were saying here, that when we did the work moving from the old development agenda, the MDGs, we had 3 MDGs relating to health: maternal health, child health, and AIDS, TB, and malaria. When we began that work, 20 million people died every year. Today, it's down to less than 8 million. So in some way, big success, still an unfinished agenda. But what is happening simultaneously is the number of people dying from NCDs is now grown to 17 million people dying premature before the age of 70. Most people will think that NCDs, strokes, diabetes, cancers are only for rich people. Of course, you as researchers knows that that's absolutely not true. It's not true for Sweden, it's not true for the US, it's not true for South Africa, and it's not true for many low-income countries either. 85% out of those 17 million people dying prematurely each year are dying in low and middle-income countries. So why are they dying? It's not because of the heat waves, but they are dying mainly for a number of key risk factors. And the 2 most important ones are how we are using energy, the energy transition systems that we have now affected the world with. So air pollution, bad air, killing 7 million people each year. But the second one is food, the way that we produce, consume, and waste food. 1/3 of the negative climate impact, but also 1/3 in terms of the negative impact on people's health. And is that because of food shortages? Let me give then the concrete example. 820 million people, mainly children, are not getting enough food in the world today. Food insecurity, killing 1 million people, mainly children, each year. 800 million, 1 million dying. Overweight and obesities, more than 2 billion people, killing 4 million people, 4 times as many. Will I hear some climate colleagues saying that what you are doing, what we are doing for mitigation, will actually reduce the level of obesities in the world? I've never heard a climate person saying that. But that is exactly what we are doing. By the right actions for food, For sustainable food systems, we will be able to deal both with undernutrition and overnutrition, because it's the same food systems that we need, that are more resilient, more sustainable, and also allowing people to have access to the right kind of food that is good both for climate and for people's health. But we have difficulties here, at least from my perspective, to think and to talk and to bring in two perspectives at the same time. And to talk about obesities, when we speak about the world is now burning, doesn't work from a communication point of view. But that's the fact, and that is what is killing people. I mentioned COVID at the beginning. The most important risk factor that caused the overmortality in the US was people living with obesities. That was the most important risk factors. Where you saw, I mean, when we saw the data from Europe, we saw that Sweden actually did quite well. We did not have an excess mortality here. If you compare years, US had huge. The major risk factor was obesities. Again, what we're doing from a climate perspective can have a huge impact on that. So my passion today are the positive co-benefits from what we're doing on the mitigation agenda. If you should trust WHO's figures here, there are 250,000 people dying from the negative impact of climate change today. I think that's a gross underestimation. But 250,000. There are 12 million people dying from the way that we are using energy, fossil fuel, and food, and a bit of negative lack of physical activity, 50 times as many. But still, when we speak about health and climate, it's about those 250,000, the negative impact from and what we need to do from an adaptation point of view. So my asks, and what I would really like in some way to get out of this meeting, there are three things that would be extremely helpful, I think. One is that we're clear about what are the goals. What is it that we would like to achieve? And on the climate side, it's very clear. We have a global warming, we have a target, we need to reduce global warming. On the health side, it's less clear. But you were mentioning it again, what we did in 2013 and the present SDG we have. I wrote that, SDG 3. So that is about maximizing healthy life expectancy. If we begin to measure how many healthy lives you get, then you get the health agenda right. And in the world during the last 20 years, we have increased life expectancy with 5 years, but healthy life expectancy only with 4 years. And what we need to do to maximize that, we can't stop people from dying, but we can maximize the number of healthy years we get. So if we're clear about the goal, global warming and maximizing healthy life expectancy, if we see those two agendas coming together, then my next ask is then to make sure that we have the right tools to see how we can maximize the impact from climate and health. What analytical tools do we have to maximize the policy impact from different policies that we put in place? To see how we can have some sort of lens analytical tools here. To see, by looking at both health and climate policy, how can we maximize the impact on the goals? And the last one, and this is the third T, the tipping points. More research understanding what are the tipping points. The tipping point for you as an individual to make a different choice. The tipping points for industry, and we see industry today are moving, at least on the energy side, into a more green practice. Are they also seeing that this is important for health? Less. But the tipping points for people, private sector, and for politicians to spend a little bit more research time on political economy and behavior science. I think there's a lot that we can do together, the climate and health community, but we are still two communities. And again, part of my passion now, moving into a different role, is to try to bridge that. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Anders. I think we got some of the health data very, very, very vividly in front of us. And I also want to, thank you for keeping some of these things moving around health in climate change. And he's played a big role in kind of inspiring lots of people around us in Sweden and beyond. So thank you again. Now I invite Professor Kristin Önön, who has been behind this Anvil project for all these years. And the stage is yours, please.
Thank you, Raman. As you say, I'm the coordinator of this NBEL project, which is the project behind this conference. So me too, I would like to wish you a warm welcome to this two-day conference here in Stockholm. I'm really happy to see the room is so full. And we are really overwhelmed by the positive response from the science community and the great number of people that have signed up. I wasn't even aware we are 300 now. I thought it was 200. So the idea of arranging an international science conference specifically addressing climate change and health was conceived at the very beginning of the NBEL project. This was based on our observation that there are actually very few arenas where climate scientists and health researchers could get together and present findings and discuss climate change impacts relevant for health and opportunities for climate resilient development. For those of you who are not familiar with the NBEL project, just a few words. It's a coordination and support action funded by EU's Horizon 2020 program. And in this project, we have gathered partners from 12 different international projects on climate change and health. And a primary goal for us has been to strengthen collaboration and long-term partnerships among research groups working on different parts of the climate system and those working to understand the impact of climate change on human health and well-being. Through various networking activities and outreach activities, the NBEL project aims to enhance the impact on the individual projects addressing climate change and health links. In NBEL, we are also very conscious that the research findings need to reach the table and the mind of policymakers in order to have an impact. So in addition to making policy briefs and easy-to-read fact sheets, we have arranged a series of workshops and meetings to convey messages from the projects. Last month, in September, we arranged a policy conference in Brussels, for instance, and there we had the chance to speak directly to EU Commission representatives dealing with climate change, with health policies and research programs, as well as national and regional government representatives and non-governmental health advocacy groups as well. Of course, the NBEL project would never have happened hadn't it been for the hard work of researchers across the globe. And again, we are excited to see the broad range of topics in the abstract submitted to our conference. We have a fantastic program, I think, and I believe that this conference will inspire closer collaboration between climate scientists and the health research communities. Such collaboration is much needed to enable the development of effective and equitable climate policies. So with this, I again wish you very welcome to this conference, and we will now move directly over to the first keynote panel. So thank you and welcome. We need to switch the mics. So I invite Catherine and Vladimir and Jan to put on their mics, and you can come up to the... So I think while you're putting on the mics, I'll just very briefly introduce this panel. So we have we're very happy to welcome 3 prominent speakers in our opening keynote this morning. And in the same way as the NBEL project, the speakers represent different parts of the climate change and health impact landscape. Welcome to the podium. So Jan Fuglesvedt, I think we can say you have got both feet in climate science. He's a climate science person. And Catherine Tan, you're studying the links between climate change, air pollution, and health. So you're health climate, mostly health, I think. And then we have Vladimir Kedrovsky, from the World Health Organization, who is providing guidance to national and regional decision makers on public health issues, including climate adaptation policies. So Jan, you are the first one out. And Jan, he is a research director, special advisor at CICERO, Center for Climate Research. And Jan's research has centered around atmospheric chemistry and climate interactions. and modeling of atmospheric and climate impacts of different human activities.
Okay.
He has also actively contributed to research on the effects of short-lived climate forcers and their potential role in mitigation strategies. Jan has been very engaged in different policy-relevant topics, such as the 1.5-degree target and the Paris Agreement, the concept of net zero emissions, the use of scenarios in climate change research. And he has, for many years, been heavily involved in IPCC assessment reports. In the fifth cycle, he was very active, and he was in the working group 1 on the physical science basis. And for the assessment report 6, he was elected vice chair of this working group 1. And he has been very active in the preparation and writing of the IPCC reports in the 6th cycle. Jan was re-elected as a vice chair for the 7th cycle of IPCC, and this time for working group 3 on mitigation. So he will really cover quite broad. So Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kristin. Can you hear me? No. Then I'll try. Can you hear me now? Yes. Very good. Okay, and the pointer is working. So thank you very much, Kristin. I will talk about some of the main findings from the 6th assessment report, and also show you some examples of how we link climate change science to health issues. And the 6th cycle of IPCC that started in 2015 and ended this summer has been a really, really busy cycle for IPCC. We had 3 special reports, and then the 3 working group reports on the physical science, impacts, adaptation, vulnerability, and the 3rd one on mitigation. And all this was brought together in the synthesis report that was released in March this year. So in 2021, when the Working Group 1 report was published, we showed that how much the temperature, the global temperature, had increased. Here you see a graph showing the last 2,000 years and this very steep increase towards the end. We used 1850 to 1900 as an approximation for pre-industrial times, and then we calculate the average warming over the last 10 years, and we found 109 degrees warming at that point. Fortunately, we could update this in the synthesis report, and then it increased to 1.15. And as you know, recent observations have shown further increase in the temperature after this. The report also shows that we have seen increase in extreme heat. They have become more frequent and more intense. Heavy rainfall, again, more frequent and more intense. And drought, we see increase in some regions. And then we have this new concept, fire weather, which has become more frequent. Windy, it's hot and dry. And then the oceans show warming, and they are getting more acidic, and we're losing oxygen. And synthesizing and assessing the knowledge is a really challenging task when you talk about what's happening with temperature, extremes, precipitation, and so on. So we simplified the map of the world to this set of hexagons, and synthesized the information we had in each hexagon. And we used that, let me say, to inform decision or risk management and adaptation. And the Working Group 1 report had a stronger focus on regional changes. We had 3 regional chapters and also an atlas. So if you look at heat extremes, the red hexagon shows an increase, the blue a decrease, the gray shows either low agreement in the type of change or limited data. And here is the world map showing the change in heat extremes. And you can see they are almost all of them are red. And the 3 bullets indicate a high confidence in the assessment. There are 2 and 3. Usually bullets, and a few hexagons are gray, where we lack data or there is low agreement in what we see in the literature. We have also done this for precipitation and other variables that we care about and which are relevant in this community. So part of the report is backward looking, what is happening on the planet and what are the causes of that. But what about the future? Working Group 1 apply 5 main scenarios. And here we see the development in CO2 emissions over the century. So it's CO2 in the vertical and time in the horizontal. And we use this difficult terminology, SSPX-Y. The SSPX indicates what kind of background world do we have. And Y indicates what warming level or change in the balance of energy between the Earth system and the atmosphere. It's called radiative forcing. So we see 5 main scenarios, and the highest one, SSP 8.5, is now seen as less plausible because we don't believe that the emissions will follow this high emission pathway, given what we see. But it's still kept as a kind of outer case in a risk assessment. Then we also see 2 very low scenarios, and these are compatible with the Paris ambitions. But you will also see that these 2 low lines, they cross the 0 line. So that's the year of net zero CO2 emissions. And after that, net negative emissions. So these 2 blue lines are extremely challenging and ambitious. And that's what we need to follow to reach the Paris ambitions. Not exactly, there are several ways to do this, but we need to reach net zero approximately around these dates and then go net negative. So these are the emissions of CO2. We also have emissions of methane, nitrous oxide, etc. And then we calculate the temperature response to this, again over the century. And what you also can see that all these scenarios, from the very ambitious to the really less ambitious, they cross 1.5 in the near term. So that was the bad news when we released that report. But you can also see that the lowest scenario here go back below 1.5. Unfortunately, there are uncertainty ranges around these best estimates. So the future we study in the Working Group 1 report are based on these scenarios, and we study the physical changes, responses to these changes and emissions. So this was a global mean. And then we also, of course, look at the spatial pattern. And here you can see the change in the hottest day temperature for different warming levels. And this increase more rapidly than the global mean. So the general pattern is stronger warming over the continents and towards higher latitudes. And if you go to 4 degrees, that's really dramatic, but we think that is less plausible. So we are on our way to, I can show you later, but something around between 2 and 3, given what we see today. We also studied the changes in the wettest day precipitation. And this pattern is a bit more patchy. And this is given as percentage. So keep in mind, if the starting point is really low, then you will get a very high percentage change, of course. But we see also significant changes in precipitation. We furthermore study extreme events. And as an example, I show you how we present the findings for heat event, a 50-year event, and we calculate that they become more frequent. An event that occurred once in 50 years occurs almost 5 times in 50 years at 1 degree, and it increases to almost 40 times at 4 degrees. So we think this is a useful way to increase how the frequency of extreme events, in this case a heat event, increase with warming level. But not only the frequency, also the intensity will increase with warming level. We have also done this for all the variables that you will find in the summary for policymakers. So, what can be done? Where are we? And this statement and graph is unfortunately very relevant. Working Group 3 says, unless there are immediate and deep emission reductions across all sectors, 1.5 is beyond reach. And this was said by IPCC April-March 2022. And this graph is important. Here we see CO2 equivalent emissions in the vertical and the time axis here throughout the century. And this is what we expect based on implemented policies. This this red cloud here. Of course, very uncertain towards the end of the century. This is what we have promised under the Paris Agreement, and here is what is needed to achieve 2 degrees or 1.5 degree. And as you can see, it's a really, really big gap between where we are and what is needed. So to summarize this part of the talk, I will use the famous stripes by Ed Hawkins, going from blue to red. I'm sure you've seen this in various forms in social media and so on. And we are here, approximately 1.15 degrees. We expect to cross 1.5 next 10 years in the 2030s. And the Paris ambitions is this interval. It says well below 2 degrees. And if we meet the Paris pledges, 2.5, and with what we have implemented so far, it's around 3. The arrow should be a bit closer to 3. And here are the different scenarios that I showed. So a person born in 2050 experienced much less warming than a person born in 1980. And indeed, if you're born in 2020, you can expect much more warming over the lifespan. But that really depends on which scenario we follow. So this was a short summary of some of the main findings in AR6 with some focus on Working Group 1, the physical basis. So what about health? Where and how is health addressed in AR6? In Working Group 1, we introduced climate impact drivers. These are physical conditions, maximum temperature or average temperature or changes in the climate system that affects parts of the society or ecosystem. And we also have a chapter on short-lived climate forces, and we address air quality there. And in Working Group 2, there's a separate chapter on health. It has a long title, Health, Wellbeing, and the Changing Structure of Communities. And in Working Group 3, we consider mitigation and consider reduced health impacts of climate change, co-benefits, outdoor and indoor, and also consider food, diets, and nutrition, and indeed also the relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. So these are the 3 working group reports, and then it was brought together, as I said, in the synthesis report that was published in March. In Working Group 1, we introduced these climate impact drivers, as I said, physical conditions in the climate system that affects various parts of the society. And here we list sectors, and among these, we also have the health sector. So this is a handshake to Chapter 7 in Working Group 2. And here we give the relevance, as we see it, high or low and moderate for various aspects of the health issue. Working Group 1 also provides maps of changes in maximum temperatures or number of days with maximum temperature above 35 degrees for different time periods and also for the different scenarios. As I said, this 8.5 scenario is not seen as plausible anymore, but due to the lag in the literature, this scenario is very much used in the impact literature. But keep in mind, it's seen as less plausible now on the emission side. We also give similar information about the number of days with a heat index above 41, just as examples. Chapter 6 in Working Group 1 also address air quality and how it relates to health and climate, since many of the components in the atmosphere affect both issues. So actions to limit climate change, reduce these gases, give climate benefit, actions to improve air quality, give health benefits, and also in some cases a climate penalty. So this is a useful overview of the connections between the different emissions and actions and gases in the atmosphere. And this chapter also addresses all these short-lived climate forces and their given characteristics and relate them to the WHO air quality guidelines. And they also stress that many of the scenarios, even with low greenhouse gas emissions, lead to concentrations in the atmosphere that are above the air quality guidelines given by the the World Health Organization. So we tried to connect both issues, but I think we can improve that in the next cycle. And finally, from Working Group 1, I would just like to mention this interactive atlas, where you can go in and choose what warming level you are interested in, which climate impact variable you care about, and which region, and then you select a lot of variables here that can be relevant for the studies that you are undertaking. So this was a short overview of what Working Group 1 has done on health. Then Working Group 2, on the observed part, it says that climate change has adversely affected physical health of people globally and mental health of people in the assessed regions. Very high confidence. That's a strong statement. In assessed regions, some mental health challenges are associated with increasing temperatures, trauma from weather and climate extreme events, and loss of livelihoods and culture. An increased exposure of wildfire smoke, atmospheric dust, and aeroallergens have been associated with climate-sensitive cardiovascular and respiratory distress. Health services has been disrupted by extreme events such as floods. High confidence. So Working Group 2 has some really important statements and findings regarding the relation between climate and health. And this figure gives an overview of various impacts of climate change, and here we see impacts on health and well-being, high or very high confidence, and positive or increasing adverse impacts, or increasing adverse and positive impacts. And here you see global and also for different parts of the world. So health is really one of the issues addressed in Working Group 2. And regarding the future, Working Group 2 says that climate change and related extreme events will significantly increase ill health and premature deaths from the near to long term. High confidence. And globally, population exposure to heat waves will continue to increase with additional warming, with strong geographical differences in heat-related mortality without additional adaptation. So whether we adapt or not is crucial. Mental health challenges, including anxiety and stress, are expected to increase under further global warming in all assessed regions, particularly for children, adolescents, elderly, and those with underlying health conditions. Very high confidence. So health is really addressed and is based on this very huge chapter in Working Group 2. And then we have the burning embers, the reason, also called the reason for concern. And here you see, as you can expect, the redder is more critical, from not detectable, moderate to high risk. And for 3 cases, heat-related morbidity and mortality with limited adaptation, incomplete adaptation, or proactive adaptation. So we can really reduce the vulnerability if we adapt, and this shows the effect of adaptation for morbidity and mortality. We have the same for ozone-related mortality, and also for malaria and dengue and other diseases carried by mosquitoes. That was Working Group 2. Working Group 3 discuss all the interlinkages between climate mitigation and air quality mitigation. And this figure, which I guess you have seen before, really shows all the interlinkages and things to take into account when you want to address both in a holistic manner. I will not go through all this, but here we see health benefits of climate mitigation and various co-benefits of air quality mitigation. And there's an interesting statement also in Working Group 3. The economic benefits on human health from air quality improvements arising from mitigation actions can be of the same order of magnitude as mitigation costs, and potentially even larger. That only has medium confidence, because I guess it's depend on how many studies you have, but this is definitely something to look further into. But it's I find it quite an important sentence. And in Working Group 3, we also address what can be done. And this is actually from the Synthesis report. Here we see different adaptation options, and here we see different mitigation options. And again, I will not go through in detail, but just to show you that we have been mapping a lot of opportunities. And the color code shows how costly they are, and the size of the bar shows the potential for reduction. And let me just highlight one of the options here, shift to sustainable, healthy diets. Unfortunately, the bar is gray, and that is because we don't have the data. So more knowledge is needed for the next assessment on this type of mitigation action. We also highlight that enhanced health services can also be very effective. But again, we need more knowledge about this. But it's not forgotten, it's part of the picture, and I hope the next cycle can give us more information about that. And after the adoption of the SDGs, we really had to consider, when we think about what to do with climate change, how will it affect the SDGs? So in the IPCC reports, we tried to see how actions in the different sectors, energy system, urban and infrastructure, land systems, etc., affect all the SDGs here in the vertical. And if you take a broad overview, there is more blue than brown. There are more synergies in general. So if we think carefully about how to design mitigation actions, we can win on both sides. And if I highlight this SDG 3, we definitely see more blue than stripes, brown. So again, it shows that if we are clever and design the mitigation options well, we can really win on both fronts. My final figure is from the Census report, and it shows heat, humidity risks to human health, and how many days per year where combined temperature and humidity conditions pose a risk of mortality to individuals. These are given for different temperature intervals, and as you can see, and as you know, it can be really, really harmful when we reach higher temperature, especially at the lower latitudes. So this is an example of a synthesis figure in the synthesis report. So this was mainly from the reports that we have published over the last cycle, the 6th cycle. So what is next in the 7th cycle? The first thing that happened was in July, we had an election and we had a new bureau or a new leader group. And as you probably know, Jim Ski is now the new chair of IPCC. And then we have 3 working groups here, and I guess you know some of these faces and some of these names. This group of people is now working hard to prepare the products in this cycle that just started in July this year. So under preparation, we have a special report on cities and climate change. That was actually decided many years ago because we didn't have time to do it in the 6th cycle, but it will be the first report to be written in the 7th cycle. It's open what this will contain, but the scoping will take place next year, and the scoping meeting is where we decide which topics to address there. There will also be a report on short-lived climate forces and inventories. So there will be a plenary meeting in January where we will decide the work program, which reports to write, and the timelines. And this is important for this community because when we write the report, there are so many connection points. And for IPCC, it's really important to get involvement from the scientific communities that we need. So I really hope that you will take a close look at this graph. First, it is decided to write a report. So we will meet in January to decide which reports to make. Then there will be a call for nominations to the scoping meeting. So in a few weeks, IPCC will send out a call for nominations, and the focal points in your country will nominate people to that scoping meeting. And here's a picture from the scoping meeting in 2017, and they really set up what was going to be the content, the issues, and the structure of the reports in the 6th cycle. It's a really, really important meeting, and it really sets the scene and the direction of the reports. So look out for this scoping meeting, and the first will be on the cities report. Then this outline that we produce will be presented to the member states of the UN, and perhaps with some adjustments, and then it will be approved. And then we have a long way through to publication. Then there will be a call for nomination of authors, so look out for that. The focal points will submit CVs and names and suggest people that can be authors, and then the Bureau will decide who is going to be author. And then they start producing the first order draft. It will be sent out for expert review, and that is a great opportunity to flag missing issues or to emphasize work that needs to be addressed by the IPCC. Then you can make the authors aware of literature that they should consider, for instance, your own work, if the authors have not seen or are not aware of that work. There will be a second draft and a new review here, and we base this on papers that may not be accepted but just submitted, since it's a draft. And in the end here, it's really important to have a paper accepted in time for the final draft. After this time, we cannot take into account new literature. So if you want to contribute to the IPCC process, there are many entry points: the scoping, try to be nominated as author and reviewer at 2 stages here. So finally, I just wanted to show you the magnitude of this big undertaking. Working Group 1 had 234 authors from 65 countries. We assessed 14,000 papers, and we received more than 78,000 comments, which was super useful, and we really, really need that. And every comment was responded to in written form, which are published online. So people can see how we work and take these into account. And you can see a similar pattern for the other working groups. This is really a thorough and open process, and we need contributions from your community. So just to finalize, how to get involved: contribute to the literature. We build on what is available in the literature. Look out for the various cutoff dates for literature for the different reports. As authors or review editors, you can contribute that way, or you can be expert review, as I just said. So there are many connection points, and I really hope that you will follow what IPCC is doing in the next cycle. And I think health and climate change is an issue that will receive more attention. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Jan. This was very enlightening, and thank you for encouraging this community to contribute as well. So I hope you will do so. Catherine, your next speaker. Catherine Ton. Sorry, there are 2 Catherines in this conference. Catherine Ton is professor at the Barcelona Institute of Global Health. She's an environmental epidemiologist focusing on health effects of air pollution, primarily from traffic and household sources. Catherine is the co-director of the Lancet Countdown for Health and Climate Change in Europe and leads the working group focusing on mitigation, actions, and health co-benefits. She's a member of the expert working group on climate change, air pollution, and health within the WHO Technical Advisory Group on Air Pollution and Health. Catherine is also the coordinator of Catalyze. It's a pretty new project funded by Horizon Europe, which focuses on climate change and health. And I must also mention, you were awarded the Tony McMichael Midterm Career Award from the International Society of Environmental Epidemiology in 2022 for your contribution to environmental epidemiology. So for those of us of a certain age, we of course remember Tony McMichael was a pioneer in this field. So Catherine, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you, Jan, for that excellent presentation. So we've just heard quite a lot about what IPCC is doing to track climate change trends and impacts. I was asked to speak a bit about what we're doing in the Lancet Countdown for Health and Climate Change in Europe to track in terms of the efforts to understand, monitor, and really communicate some of these intersections, particularly for health professionals. There is a sort of specific interest in energizing and motivating health professionals to focus on this intersection area between climate change and health. And this is one of the sort of motivations for the Lancet Countdown activities, which are published in a leading health journal. So it has a slightly different sort of focus here. So what I would like to talk about today is a little bit about what we're doing in the Lancet Countdown in Europe, how it works essentially, how to get involved, very importantly, and a little bit about how the research projects, for example, the Catalyze project and others in that climate and health cluster are sort of interacting with Lancet Countdown. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the Lancet Countdown for Health and Climate Change at the global level. It has an annual indicator report. There are a sort of family of Lancet Countdowns that have been established through the regional centers. So the Lancet Countdown in Europe was established a few years ago, and really what the regional centers are able to do are really prioritize specific topics that are important at the regional scale, also to engage with stakeholders in a different way. Obviously, the political context is different in different regions. The stakeholders are different. So having regional level, more detailed information about the specific countries in a region gives us a sort of richer understanding and particularly more sort of leverage, I think, when we're communicating some of these issues. So the Lancet Countdown in Europe is really trying to understand, monitor, and really the communication part is very important, what are the impacts of climate change, and also where are we in terms of ambition, in terms of adaptation and mitigation. So far, really what has been, I think, clear from our first indicator report is really that there are accelerating trends in health-related hazards, exposures, vulnerabilities, and risks from climate change, and that even in one of the world regions that is leading in many respects regarding climate change mitigation and adaptation, the ambition is still obviously insufficient. So what we've done so far since being established just a few years ago was first publish a sort of scoping report in 2021, which sort of explains the rationale for the Lancet Countdown in Europe, what we hope to achieve, and how essentially it operates. And our first indicator report was published last year in the Lancet Public Health. And it includes 33 indicators, 44 researchers from 29 institutions, and with the idea that this international and transdisciplinary collaboration continues to grow going forward. We have an indicator report that will come out in the spring of 2024. And essentially, the Lancet Countdown in Europe follows the sort of conceptual structure of the global Lancet Countdown, which is sort of summarized in this figure. So at the center of it is a focus on the health impacts of climate change. Then you see in the sort of lower left-hand corner a focus area on adaptation specific to health. So how are health systems adapting to climate change and other aspects of society really to protect health through climate change adaptation. There's also a strong focus on health and mitigation. So this covers areas around the health co-benefits of climate change mitigation in non-health sectors, but also what the health system can do to mitigate climate change. And then sort of zooming out at a broader level, we have what you see in that red circle, which is looking at the economic and finance dimensions of climate change and health and the sort of broader political and societal context. So this is essentially how the countdown is organized. It's organized in different working groups that firstly identify the indicator areas, what should we be tracking under each of those themes, and then work to develop through this sort of bottom-up collaborative structure the specific indicators that go into the indicator reports. So the first working group is focused on climate change impacts, exposures, and vulnerability. And here the indicators are really focused on things related to climate change-related hazards, population exposure to those hazards, population vulnerability, and climate change-related impacts. So you think this is where we have indicators related to heat exposure, aeroallergens, as well as infectious diseases. So I've just pulled out one indicator from our 2022 report from this working group, just to give you an example. So this is the indicator related to heat-related mortality, which is essentially shows that heat-related deaths increased almost everywhere in Europe between 2000 and 2020. So overall, there was an average increase of 15 deaths annually per million inhabitants per decade in the general population, but that this was much higher in the older age group of 65 years and older. And what you can see from the map is obviously that there's a lot of spatial heterogeneity in that trend. So particularly stronger trends in places like the Iberian Peninsula. The second working group is focused on adaptation, and here it's looking at sort of multiple levels of society in terms of adaptation, planning, and resilience for health in Europe. And the indicators are looking at things related to planning and preparedness for climate hazards at multiple scales, national, local, and the city level. Implementation of adaptation strategies for health, and the implementation of early warning systems, monitoring, and responses for health. So here is just an example of an indicator from that working group, which is looking at data from the WHO European region in terms of the number of countries that have climate-informed health surveillance systems. So about 45% had these climate-informed health surveillance systems that incorporated meteorological information for heat-related illnesses, a bit less for injury and mortality related to extreme climatic events, about 27% of countries for vector-borne disease and waterborne disease. So you can see there's still quite a lot of work to do to increase sort of the implementation of this kind of climate-informed health surveillance in the European region. The working group 3 is focused on mitigation actions and health co-benefits. We've heard from already quite a bit today about the really important topic of health co-benefits of climate change mitigation in terms of being able to balance out the discussion about the costs of mitigation, because from available evidence, we know that there are really large opportunities to improve health through health co-benefits related to air pollution, diet, for example. So we need more data on those, more data on the cost savings that can be achieved from those to really balance this discussion, which is overly focused on the costs of mitigation for the most part. So this working group is really looking at progress in mitigation in these non-health sectors, which you can see here in this figure. So energy, transportation, food systems, land use, change and forestry. We're also going forward from the indicator report we're working on now and beyond, really trying to integrate more the health system as well into this story around the importance of mitigation and health. So we track exposures linked to mitigation. There are a number of relevant exposure pathways here, which you can see in the diagram. A lot of work has obviously focused on air pollution, but it's by no means the only relevant exposure pathways. And as we heard before, food systems are incredibly important in this area. And we're also monitor attributable health burdens for these exposure pathways. So I'll spend a little bit more time going through some of the indicators in this working group, just because it's where I have focused my own sort of research efforts. So we track, firstly, the carbon intensity of the energy system in Europe. And what you can see on the left-hand side here is that the energy intensity of the energy system is going down over time in Europe, but by no means fast enough. So the observed data you see are those black dots. If you extrapolate that out, you get the black dashed line. And where we need to be is net zero in 2050 for the energy system. Essentially, we would need to increase the rate of change by 5 times to get there by 2050. So coal phase out is a really important topic for the European region. It is going down over time. There's a lot of good news here, but it's just not happening fast enough. So coal still comprised about 12% of the energy supply in 2020 in Europe. And the current rates of reduction just are not compatible with reaching net zero by 2050. But I think you can see some really interesting things by looking at this indicator at a national level, where there are some really interesting success stories. So, for example, in the UK and Spain, you can see where coal phase out has really progressed very well. They've been able to implement it, but where you can see specific countries where there's just a lot more need for focused sort of essentially advocacy for trying to accelerate the rate of change. And this is primarily in countries in Eastern Europe. We track premature mortality attributable to ambient fine particles, or PM2.5, from fossil fuel combustion. So what this indicator shows are the air pollution attributable deaths from fossil fuel combustion over time by European region and by source. So the good news is it is going down over time, but we still have a really quite large attributable burden of mortality from fossil fuel combustion related air pollution in Europe. And in most of Europe, this is really driven by the combustion of liquid fuels in the transport sector, which is really leading the way, with the exception of in Central Europe, where it's been much more dominated by coal from power plants as well as household fuel. And while we see these reductions in air pollution attributable mortality related to fossil fuel combustion, what you don't really see so well in this figure is that this is not really translating into greenhouse gas emissions. So most of these reductions have happened from improved air quality control, improved emissions control technology. So the air pollution emissions are going down, but it's not. There's really an opportunity here for capturing this sort of win-win of really getting both the greenhouse gas emissions and the air pollution emissions to go down. So in Europe, for example, the greenhouse gas emissions related to transport have continue to remain stable and have not gone down. So much, I think, more to do to highlight these sort of opportunities for win-wins in this area. This indicator tracks life cycle emissions from food demand, and essentially shows that between 2010 and 2019, there's been very little progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions associated with European food demand. And it's mostly coming from animal-sourced foods, so largely red meat and dairy. So the next working group, so working group 4, is really trying to understand and monitor what's going on with the sort of economic and financial implications of the transition to a low carbon economy. And I will just show one example indicator from that working group, which is looking at the net value of fossil fuel subsidies and carbon prices. So they're using information on where we have carbon pricing, as well as the levels of subsidies. And what this shows is that over half of countries that we had data for, there was a net negative carbon price. In other words, subsidies for fossil fuels. And these are large. So 15 countries had net subsidies that were exceeding €1 billion each year. So the median value of countries with net negative carbon pricing was about 1.2 billion. So this is still a huge barrier for really having the true social and environmental costs of fossil fuel use sort of accounted for and progressing with mitigation. The Working Group 5 really focuses on how this concept of climate change as a health topic is being engaged with by a number of different actors, including citizens, media, governments, civil society, the private sector, and the scientific community. And I'll give an example of one of the indicators from that working group, which is looking at the level of engagement with this climate change and health nexus in the scientific community. So here they've tracked the scientific production that is referring to Europe in one way in terms of the area of study, and the scientific production in this sort of overlap area of climate change and health is going up, which obviously is very positive. It's still very much dominated on the health impacts of climate change, although it's increasing, it's still quite a small proportion that is focused more on the solution side, so looking at adaptation and mitigation. I wanted to say something about a little bit more what are the main characteristics of a Lancet Countdown indicator, and then how this community can get involved in contributing new indicators. So essentially, the Lancet Countdown indicators need to be really meaningful for climate change and health. There are many issues that are extremely important for climate change or for public health, but where you don't necessarily have this sort of overlap area. So what these indicators need to be really focused on that sort of nexus. They need to be scientifically sound and reproducible. So ideally the methods underpinning the indicators are from peer-reviewed publications. Essentially, this is about tracking change over time. So indicators need to be temporally representative. So tracking a phenomena that has some sort of change over time, has regularly updated data. They need to be geographically representative. So, we're trying as much as possible to cover the WHO European region. That's not always possible in terms of data availability, but we're trying to cover as much of Europe as possible, at least at a national scale. And even better is to have subnational data. So for example, if you remember the indicator I showed with the heat-related mortality, you can really see a lot of richness when we have subnational data. So that's sort of the first priority, but it should be at least at a national level. And essentially, they need to be reliable, updatable, and ideally based on publicly available data. The indicator data go into an online repository where people can visualize these indicators. So it's important for the data sources to be in the public domain so that basically data platform they can be moved into that data platform. And just to say, if you are interested, I would encourage you very much to look at the 2022 indicator report, and not just at the main text, but really a tremendous amount of information is in the appendix, where you can really see the methods that are used to develop each indicator and the data sources that have been used. And this is essentially a call for participation from this community. We're really looking for new indicators, new collaborators. This is very much a bottom-up, transdisciplinary sort of activity. And there are particular areas where we are very interested in getting new indicators, for example, in the adaptation working group, where I know many people in this room are working. So please do think about how your own work can contribute to a Lancet Countdown indicator. And if you're interested, you can reach out to the two contacts here. So Kim Van Dalen, who's the research fellow for the Lancet Countdown for Europe, and Rachel Lowe, who's the director. Can also come and speak with me. And I think Jan Semenza should be here also at some point, who's the working group 2 lead. And then finally, I just wanted to say a little bit about how the Catalyze project, which is a Horizon Europe project that started last year, is sort of interacting with the Lancet Countdown in Europe. So Catalyze is one of the 6 projects in the climate and health cluster. We also have the ID Alert project, which is also very linked with the Lancet Countdown for Europe, and the other projects, are also contributing to the Lancet Countdown. But I just wanted to say a little bit about what I see as sort of this very nice sort of synergy between the research and the Lancet Countdown, which is this very outward-facing, policy-oriented communication tool in a way, or output. So what I think through the projects, it's been very beneficial for the projects to see how trying to develop these indicators and indicator areas really highlights where we have really important research gaps. So in a way, through this this indicator exercise, we can identify areas where we do need new methods, new evidence, new data sources. And going the other way through from the research project, from the point of view of Catalyze, what we're able to do with the sort of time and of a 5-year project and the resources of the project to really identify where there are these white spaces in the indicators. Are we really capturing all of the sort of most important aspects of climate change and health? Are there areas that we just haven't thought of yet that might need to be further explored? There are a lot of important data gaps, which we know are really the bottleneck for developing indicators on things that we know are very important, but we just active travel in the mitigation working group, where we just don't have very good data on active travel utilization across Europe that would really allow us to track that very relevant aspect of how we're progressing in terms of realizing the health co-benefits of essentially getting out of motor vehicles and into active transport. There's a lot of room to advance the methodologies in the research projects that we can then use these improved methods to develop better indicators. And these are very large interdisciplinary consortium, so they're a very sort of ideal setting to bring together these different interdisciplinary teams and their sort of combined expertise to develop sort of new novel indicators. So this is just an example from the Catalyze project, but just to say, for many of the research projects that you're involved in, think about how you can potentially link with the Lancet Countdown in Europe. So it's very much an open invitation, and please do get in touch if you have, something happened there. Oh, okay. Well, it had the contact information, but reach out if you're interested in contributing an indicator. So, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Catherine. I see that we have some technical problems. Hopefully, we can solve that for the next speaker. So the last speaker in this morning session is Dr. Vladimir Kendrovsky. He's a medical doctor and a specialist in hygiene and environmental health. He works as a technical officer for climate change and health in the Water and Climate Program in the WHO European Center for Environment and Health in Germany. So Vladimir, he provides expert input to the team's project and tasks in the area of climate change adaptation and assists member states in the WHO European region in the development and implementation of health policies. You promote there.
Yes.
We're still waiting for your slides.
Yes, I'm
that this will be solved, or will
okay, if not, I can start to talk using my slide here.
And just to say, we will run a bit
Okay.
into the break, but we were a bit late starting, so that's no problem.
Should I say?
Yeah,
Okay.
the floor is yours.
Okay, before I start, I just want to assure you that I believe that I'm old-fashioned man, and if I want, for example, to find something, I'm going step by step. In particular, when I look for WHO site, for example, I just type who.int, and then if I want to find more than 20 years is there. I appreciate artificial intelligence too, definitely, but I'm still lying to use my old-fashioned methods. So I invite all of you, if you're interested in our work, just to use these old-fashioned methods. And by the way, we just published last week the report on NCDs and climate change in WHO European region. So now I can start my presentation, and in my presentation, the first slide I'm supposed to show you is the on COP26, when they expect when they explore their expectation and call the politicians about the needs on climate justice. But usually in the life, the problem is that our expectation does not always match the reality. And in our case, the reality, and it's supposed to be the next slide, is the quote of our director, UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who referred in the last COP27 in Egypt last year that our planet is still in the emergency room. We need to drastically reduce emission now, and this is an issue that this Conference of Parties did not address. So this is the reality. We know how, we know why, but the problem is that the implementation is not follow our needs, our expectation. And probably in that regard, the role of WHO as directing and coordinating authority of international health within the United Nations system is one of the missing link, in fact, or the bridge, or for these gaps, and try to push as much as possible the international forum to feed the expectation from the people. Unfortunately, this is not always the case, because after 28 years of Conference of Parties, for the first time this December, the 3rd of December, will be organized a first health day during the COPs. So we are talking about implementation of United Nations Climate Change Convention, and the health will be present for a first time in the whole day after 28 years. After after breaking a lot of silos and barriers in WHO and other partners to bring the health finally in the agenda of this Conference of Parties, because here is the forum when the decision makers discuss about the implementation. Here is the forum when the countries take their commitments to work and implement this policy. Our role as one of the main mandate of WHO to make this possible. How? By shaping the research agenda, by using your arguments, your work, and translate into the practice, translate into the policy, and implement this policy. So we work with the countries. This is another part of our job or main work, to support countries and bridge the gaps between the countries. There are many inequalities within the region. We have 53 members in the European region, and there are many inequalities, not only between the countries, but also within countries. And not to forget that, just to see what is my next slide, and I will just keep going. Yes, my slide is just to connect the issue which is present in our work more than decades, 3 decades in European region in particular, because the climate change risk was one of the mentioned risks in the Frankfurt chapter in 1988. 1988, the climate change risk was mentioned, and many of the activities, including the development of policies in WHO, European region and globally, are based on this assessment and help of the research community. We are not a research organization, but we use you as our partners, our contributors. We use the power of academia to translate in the knowledge and the policy. And we have a lot of WHO collaborative centers who help us to do this. So this synergy is very important on this. Of course, we know, and I will not repeat, that the climate change affects the human health of myriad of ways, and it was already mentioned. And these basic things you can find everywhere, including in our publication. But what I would like also to stress, and you can find also this in the slides, is other risk to the population in our region, in particular, which are connected by climate change, not directly, but indirectly. For example, regarding the climate change, I have here a few facts. I will not read, but I echo what Jan mentioned, that in the last 50 years, almost 117 reported disasters in the region have led to economic losses and a lot of causalities, and they increased by factor of 5. So it's very similar to the 1% he mentioned. Even our region in Europe is in the warming, the average temperature since pre-industrial time go almost doubled. Here is the, yeah, thank you. So almost doubled than the global average. So only last year, it was recently published that more than 61,000 excess heat deaths were caused in the summer of 2022, which was the region hottest on record. This summer will be the hottest on the record on the global level, but 5th in the European region. So last one was even more dramatic. But other key risks are, for example, 97% of the population in our region, in our 53 member states, were exposed to PM 2.5 concentration above the WHO air quality guidelines. Or we estimate that 570,000 premature deaths can be attributed to ambient air pollution. Or one of the MDG, which was mentioned, which was not fulfilled and it's still unfinished business in our region is WASH, water and sanitation and hygiene risk, because only 7 out of 10 people use safely managed sanitation services in our region. About 77 million people lack safely managed drinking water. 4% of all pupils in our region have no access to basic drinking water, and around 350,000 people still practices open defecation. So this is something we should be aware when we are talking about the implementation, and around 77,000 Europeans on average fall sick from vector-borne diseases every year. And we see some of the projection that they are not good news for the future. What we as WHO would like to highlight is there are 3 main tasks for the health sector: to protect health from full range of rising climate risks, to make healthcare facilities climate resilient and environmentally sustainable, and reduce greenhouse gas emission from health system. What that means, we don't want to separate, even it is very well stated, the mitigation is separate than adaptation in the UNFCCC from 1993. But we want to make left and right hand to shake them and work together. And this is the only way how we can make it possible, just to not strict follow some of these activities. That's why something we would like to highlight is that there are many possibilities to work, and in particular in reducing the carbon emission to protect health. There was already mentioned that we have the common driver, this is the fossil fuels, and what was not mentioned from me when I quote Antonio Guterres, that he continued to make his sentence and call for more ambitions and people to stop to rely on the fossil fuels and invest massively in renewables. So this was the continuation, which gives us a hope. Let's see this COP, how will be reflect some of the ambition, because hope is still, to us as humans, something to drive our lives to go on. Because we know the solution. So I will not talk here, because many of you, you have already implemented many of the solutions, but not everywhere. So we will try as WHO to give to the countries which are not in the same level like others, to make a shortcut, not to go through the same problems some of you faced during some of the countries, more advanced countries faced in the past decade, to go and manage. But also, very important to explore synergies for health benefits, because we see there are no, the policymakers need to be aware that this is not the investment, this is the gains, and their cost-benefit analysis. Now, European Union did a cost-benefit analysis, which show the ratio between 7 to 1 of the investment, and they intend to implement these WHO Global Air Quality Guidelines developed by my office in Bonn, together with you as a research community, to implement in the policy and by 2030. So it will help other countries, to European Union first countries, to showcase, to lead by example, and then to be a game changer to from other countries to implement their activities. And of course, up-to-date evidence on the health effects of air pollution is crucial to support this action. For this, also, one of our main tasks is to develop the tools which we can support countries to do their national estimation, or at the level of country, of local level, whatever, just to support them during the decision-making process. We offer, in this regard, 2 tools. The one very old, which is updated regularly, the IQ+, which is tool for health risk assessment on air pollution, which can be used with some limitation for cities, countries, of region. And the newly updated, formerly Carbon H tool, now we call Climate H tool, to quantify the health and economic effects of climate change mitigation through the air quality improvement means implementation of nationally determined contribution. So we already know the countries, based on their commitments to the Paris Agreement, how much they will contribute of decreasing the emission. So we estimate we can also provide in both economical and health gains information by country, or it can be adjust for the big cities and support, again, implementation of the policy, which can bring to more ambition target in the future. Of course, we was pioneer in the heat health action planning when in 2008 we developed our heat health guideline and support countries to implement the action to prevent the heat-related deaths. So after many years, in 2021, we support again with the research community the most comprehensive study on systematic literature review on the new evidence from 2008 to date about the impacts, and we structure these findings based on the core element of the heat health action plan. And we have on the urbanization, most important about the effect of vulnerable group, and here we have a lot of evidence connected with different type of vulnerable group we have there, but also about the communication. As we see as lesson learning or research gap, that we don't have a lot of the information regarding the policy implementation, or how this policy communicate with dedicated vulnerable group. So this is also something which is very important, and one of the research gaps we notice during disparities, because we found that we have a lot of information in western part of the region compared with the eastern part, where we have a scarce information. In many countries, still statistics doesn't allow to use for example, daily mortality data. They just give you overall of monthly mortality, and they said this is a top secret. So we have to work with the countries and to inform them that the national research are crucial when it comes to the policy implementation, because how you can estimate, for example, the heat mortality without having your national data, and then how to promote, how to show to your decision maker that this is a problem in the country. So this is some of the work we do with the countries and try to break these silos on this. Another area where we are focused is on and where we want to handshake the mitigation and adaptation, calling the climate resilient and environment sustainable health system is our work to build the health system fit for the 21st century. So, for example, we develop our WHO operational framework for building climate resilient, low carbon, and sustainable health system under the 6 blocks with the 10 components. More you can find in our website. Building climate resilience, environmentally sustainable healthcare facilities for us, those who can cope with, adapt to, and they can accelerate the potential risk and while minimize the environmental pollution. So this is something which is developed out the step-by-step process in our guidelines with the questions for the health facilities, with the checklist, and support this, which is important because it's not only the health sector, but this is also important to involve other sectors, because 70% of the health sector footprint is from healthcare supply chains, for example. And we know that almost 5% of the global carbon emission is due to healthcare. So if we were a country, we will be the 5th country who contribute to the global greenhouse gas emission. It is almost more than 530 thermal plant, coal thermal plant, the whole impact of the health sector globally. So we have a lot of possibilities to decrease this, because if we go with a business as usual scenario, the healthcare system will increase and triple their emission just in 20 years from now. So we know we have to work now to manage this. For this, we have the global program. During the COP26, we established the health program together with UN presidency and our partners. It evolved in the Alliance for Transformative Action on Climate and Health. And we have more than 72 countries to date who are dedicated to develop the climate resilient health system and sustainable low carbon. Their ministers of health are committed to work together on this. At European settings, we have the 7th Ministerial Conference on Environment and Health, which bring for the first time the climate change, the triple crisis in the agenda. And it was climate change, biodiversity loss, and environment pollution. The ministers of health, all ministers of health except Russia, signed the declaration, and now this give us mandate that these topics in the coming years will be one of the main driver for the health system and the health ministries. In many ministers of health during the previous years, they were established climate change units. We have Germany, Ireland, and because of the Green Deal in European Union, for example. One of the also outcome of this conference was development of the zero regret document by the Political Working Group on Health in Climate Change. And I see here some of the people who contribute in development of this document, which is aimed to support the countries in defining their asks, but we also support them with the actions. So this is for the policymakers to lead them to implement their commitments in the coming years. Also, the new Environment Health Partnership for Health Sector Climate Action was launched during the Budapest, where we invite the countries. It is led by Ireland and few countries like UK, Netherlands, Austria, and I forgot some others, participate in this community of practice or peer-to-peer discussion on climate change and health. As a conclusion, definitely climate change is here now. Its consequences become more and more real, as we heard from my previous colleagues. Health sector needs to work to become climate smart, climate resilience, and environment sustainable. This brings health benefit and safeguards quality of care, and we need to also to handshake and listen and work together with between healthcare, health system oriented processes and climate environmental oriented processes. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Vladimir. We are running out of time. I wonder if maybe we should give the audience a chance for a couple of questions. And Gunel, are there some online questions? No, okay. So in case there are some questions, please use the opportunity. So we have been invited to, or we have learned about the IPCC process, how we can contribute, and the Lancet Countdown, where we are also encouraged the research community to contribute. And we have learned about all the World Health Organization activities to support countries in taking action. So I think this has been really...
If nobody's asking, then I have this privilege, I have a microphone. You know, things are sometimes you think things are easy, but they might be quite complicated. When I check this IPCC policymakers report, even that was a bit complicated for me. Sorry to say that, but this is you want to say so many things in just a limited 40 pages.
Yes.
But how to make things even more kind of easier? Because in Estonia, we have a lot of people that really say the Green Deal is a bad thing and climate change is not happening. How to give information for those people?
Thank you for asking that question. This is the summary for policymakers from Working Group 2. And this is a summary of underlying chapters like this. So it's a really short summary compared to the underlying material. And this summary is also approved line by policymakers. And there are many misunderstandings about that process. The underlying chapters are absolutely only written by scientists, but this is going through a line-by-line approval. And the idea is to make it relevant for the policymakers and understandable. But what you say is that we don't achieve a text that is understandable to a broader audience. So that's why Working Group 1 also made a summary for all, which is not written together with policymakers, but is taken to another level in terms of simplifying the language. So if you go to the website of Working Group 1, you will find a summary for all citizens or more general audience. So have a look at that and see if you think that is working better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
Okay, if there are no other questions in the room. Yeah, there is Shilpa.
I have a question to all three speakers because all of you mentioned the co-benefits of climate change mitigation and what impacts it has, you know, air pollution, diets, and so on. And I think also in the WHO talk, you mentioned the co-benefits. But I've recently been at a conference here in Sweden where there was talk that although co-benefits has been around for so many years, you still don't see it really happening in policy making. And you mentioned that, I think, Catherine, that the transport emissions are more or less the same. Transport, although the air quality guidelines cause the emissions to go down. And the question is, what do you do? How do you influence policymakers using this co-benefits argument, which we've been using for so long, but doesn't seem to make much difference to policymaking? Thank you. Any of you can take it up. I mean, it was brought up in all your slides. So.
It's a tricky question. Anyone would like?
Maybe I would just start. I think, personally, I think we need a sort of rebranding of the concept because I think the idea is getting used, but nobody uses that language to describe it. If you look at policymaking documents, no one is talking about the health co-benefits of climate change mitigation. It's essentially a very small research community that uses that concept. They talk about it, but they talk about it in terms of air pollution or more on the pathways, I think. And so this is something that we're working with actually through the Lancet Countdown, is trying to find, what is the engagement with this concept outside of the research community? And it's very hard to find because the words we use to describe it are not used by people outside of our small community. So I sort of think we need to find a new name. We need to, get some advertising people on board or something, because it's a great concept, but it needs a new name. It needs rebranding somehow, because I feel like it's getting lost and missed. But I think it is there. And from what we can see from some of the work we've been doing, that the engagement in society is going up, but they don't use these words to describe it.
Yeah. Actually, I have a question which is kind of following up. We speak about co-benefits, but there are also important trade-offs, which makes it really difficult, especially when we speak about reducing greenhouse gases or reducing air pollution. We know that many of these components are actually contributing to global dimming, so they keep the Earth cooler. So when we abate air pollution, temperatures might go up. So there are suggestions to target specific sources. So how is that? How do we communicate around these trade-offs? and try to promote activities or action that actually are beneficial both for reducing global warming and health damage. I don't know if any one of you... Is that something that the World Health, or how do you deal with that?
To be honest, this is something it was discussed, but the problem is that, as I mentioned, the solution are outside of the health sector. So we can, most of the solution are outside the health sector. As WHO, our partners within the country are the ministers of health, and we know that the ministries of health are not always the first rank minister within the government, so their voice is not as much as important or loud as the finance minister of the industry or others. So in this interaction, we would like to have the real good evidence which can show that that this is a case that we can promote to the decision makers, to the Minister of Finance, for example, the real data, not mortality, not morbidity data, but more cost-benefit or cost-effectiveness solutions. In this regard, we need, and this is something I highlight during my presentation, that we don't have a lot of research in this area. So we need US as a research community also to be more, not to take only the research needs, but also to take the policy decision needs. So this interaction is something we need to be, it needs to be established well, and probably in that regard, WHO is the organization we can make this synergy. I will stop here and probably give more in details to my colleagues if they want to jump. If not, so.
Yeah. Thanks. Jan, did you?
Yes, this effect of removing the cooling effects of sulfates and other air pollutants has been a headache for many years. And I think it's a matter of communication, that we should not only think about climate change, but also at the same time we say we want to improve air quality. And we just have to remember that it's not only about cooling this from these particles, but it's also about disturbance of the climate system. So there are many good reasons for removing the cooling agents anyway. And as I said, we need to see them together. And by removing the cooling agents, then we need to remove CO2 even faster. So there's no way around it. I don't think anyone would argue for keeping the air pollution just to keep the warming down.
Thanks. Are there other questions? Yeah, there's a couple of hands here.
I had a question as a corollary to the question that was asked earlier. And it also had to do with the co-benefits and the, when you said that there's a reduction in air pollution, but not a reduction in greenhouse gas emission, which then led me to think that probably that's going to lead to a decoupling of the health benefits, because the whole idea of health co-benefits is based on the fact that you're reducing both, and so you're getting health benefits from both. And so if one is being reduced but not the other one, then you kind of then now can no longer use that argument. And so I was just kind of intrigued by that, because in a lot of fossil fuel companies, Saudi Aramco, for example, they pride themselves on the kind of their scrubbers and their these types of technologies that reduce the air pollutants. And so I just was wondering if that was almost, I don't know, if that ties into greenwashing almost.
So I think this might have been related to the comments that I made. It was specific about transport, and I didn't have time to get into it, but basically because as the emissions technology is getting better, also for a CO2 per kilometer traveled, but that the travel demand has increased so much that the total emissions from the transport sector have stayed flat. So, but I think the more general point is that there are lots of things we need to do to mitigate climate change, to improve air quality. Some of them have very obvious co-benefits, but some of them are beneficial for just climate change or air quality. But I think we have a very, when it comes to air quality, we have a pretty good idea of how those map out across the solution space, which ones are delivering the health benefits, which ones are delivering the mitigation benefits, and which ones are delivering both. I think in the non-air pollution related co-benefits, we have a lot less evidence, but I think for air quality, it's very well understood. So, but the bottom line, there are things that are very good to do for improving air quality, but that won't deliver the mitigation goals or the health. It's not a co-benefit in that way. It's not a win-win. It's just it's still good for public health. So I think being very clear about where this is a good idea from an air quality point of view, from a climate point of view, and where we get both is what we need to communicate. But
thanks a lot. Time is running, but I saw one arm here. So let's have one last question, and then we go for a break.
I had a question.
Sorry.
Well, I had a question.
Okay, then you are the last one. Sorry.
Yeah, George Thurston, NYU. I have a question, but first, just a comment. I agree with the response about the dimming, that this is really sort of a red herring, because, and I think it comes from treating the global temperatures as a black box with an average number for the whole world, when the climate is far more complicated than that one number. And just as an aside, I had this conversation with Michael Mann recently about this. And I said, well, actually, if you warm at the mid-latitudes, which is what, taking the sulfates out would do, wouldn't that make, by contrast, the Arctic seem colder and therefore strengthen the jet stream, which we're worried about? And he said, yes, that's actually a silver lining of that. So it's a really complicated, I've studied meteorology at MIT. It's a complicated system. And it's just a shame we just look at it like a black box and say this average number. Now, okay, so that's I agree with the answer anyway. And it's something, I think it's something that's raised by interests, financial interests in the oil and industry, perhaps, to sort of dim the emphasis for action. But anyway, my question is, where we looked at the IPCC scenarios, and we're talking about how to transmit this information about co-benefits. Why don't they, when they look at each of the scenarios, instead of just saying, well, this is the mean temperature, that would happen, and say how many deaths would be avoided from the air pollution by going from one scenario, so we're talking about millions of deaths each year that would be reduced by going from each of the scenarios. And I think that would transmit the information. Why don't they do more of that kind of thing, of saying that meeting the benefit, the numbers, not just the temperature change, but the health changes, and have those decrements there for people to relate to? I don't see that.
Thank you. Actually, I think that is, many of the people in the room are trying to do this exactly. In some of the projects we have, for instance, at CICERO, we are doing that. We're trying to estimate the difference between the different scenarios in terms of mortality impacts. So I agree that's, so we hope that is also a way of communicating the differences between the scenarios. Jan, do you want to add?
Thank you. And of course, global mean surface temperature is not the only variable. It's one of the variables that we communicate. But of course, we give maps with different climate variables shown by regional resolution. And if we had those data that you ask for, I'm sure that would be useful. But we depend on what is in the literature. And I don't think we have these numbers for all these scenarios. But indeed, it would be very useful. And perhaps we can make some improvements in the next cycle on this, depending on what is in the scientific literature. Thanks.
Okay, I think that was the last word. So thank you all for joining this morning session. And I wish you all a good conference. Hope that it will be of interest, and I'm sure there will be a lot of great talks during the 2 next days. So thanks a lot.
Welcome, everybody. So this session is about some of the findings of the NBEL project itself, being chaired by myself, Sherry Kovacs, and Elena Mazzolai from the Rome Department of Public Health. So within the NBEL project, we're talking about the results from work packages 3 and 4, which is essentially around understanding implementation of adaptation. As Vladimir clearly said in the presentation this morning, we've got a lot of policies and clear principles and objectives in place, but there's a real question about what's being implemented on the ground and what's being implemented in both Europe and in Africa. So our session is split in 2 halves. I'm going to chair, no, Elena's going to chair, no, I'm chairing, sorry, I'm chairing the first half, where we're going to hear from Elena and Shilpa and Isabel about implementation of adaptation in Europe. And then Elena will chair the second half, which is focusing on work that we've done in Africa, principally Eastern and Southern Africa. So we're going to take questions after each of those halves, and we're trying to take questions as well from the online participants. And we are going to stick to time so we don't keep people from their lunch. So I'm going to hand over to Elena, who's got the first presentation. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Elena Mazzolai, and I'm very happy to be here today. I'm also talking on behalf of my colleague, Francesca De Donato, that is not here today. And I'm presenting you the results from a scoping review and a gap analysis we have done on the public health adaptation to heat and concomitant environmental risks in Europe. As the speakers before me explained very well, climate change is increasing the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. And as you can see in the graph here, this has been the warmest summer ever in the boreal hemisphere. So us within the NBEL project want to promote the implementation of public health responses. And in our work within the NBEL project was to summarize and provide evidence on the vulnerable groups to heat and other environmental co-exposures through a document review, to summarize the evidence on heat wave and co-exposures, and then to assess the level of implementation of adaptation and response actions. And in the end, the main aim was to identify gaps and needs for public health adaptation in Europe. So briefly, I'm gonna present you the review I've done, and the objectives of the review were to identify the risk factors and the vulnerable population to heat and other environmental co-exposures. We decided to focus on droughts, air pollution, and wildfires, to describe the preventive plans and interventions and measures aimed at a vulnerable population to these risk factors, to these environmental exposures, and then to identify the gaps in adaptation and implementation for heat in Europe. So these are a lot of words, I know, but I want you to focus on we have done 2 different search strategies. The first one was on heat, the risk factors, and the preventive measures. It was quite complex, and these are the core themes, let's say, we searched. And then we have done another search with slightly different keywords on the risk factor, vulnerability, and preventive plans and measures for the exposure to heat and other environmental co-exposures. Basically, we kept all the studies, primary studies, reviews, and guidelines that we found. And then, especially on prevention, we wanted to keep all the studies that were evaluating preventive measures aimed specifically at vulnerable groups with evidence of actual implementation. And so we excluded all the studies, for example, on warning system or vulnerability tools that had no proof of that were not associated with preventive measures or interventions that were not aimed specifically at vulnerable groups. Those studies, for example, on the body acclimatization on heat, that were mere physiological, and then all the recommendation or experimental interventions that had no evidence of implementation. Here is the flow chart regarding the exposure to heat and the preventive measures, just to give you an overview of how many records we found. And we started with more than 8,000 records and ended up with 56 that we included in the qualitative synthesis, and we added 13 documents found in the gray literature. So regarding the clinical vulnerability factors, we know that psychiatric and neurologic disorders heat is increasing mortality and morbidity for these disorders, as well as for respiratory diseases, especially the exacerbation of asthma and COPDs can have lethal effect when these people are exposed to heat or heat waves. Then we know that cardiovascular diseases are risk factors for mortality and morbidity due to heat exposure, but also heat is a risk factor for mortality and morbidity for cardiovascular diseases. Then, of course, as you can easily imagine, the heat-related dehydration can cause electrolyte imbalance and can impair renal function with the consequences of acute or chronic kidney diseases. And then there is problem with diabetes. In the literature, we have found that heat is related with bad glycemic control and reduced cardiovascular compliances. And last but not least, we know that people taking chronic pharmaceutical treatment, especially diuretic drugs, psychotropic or anticholinergic drugs, are at higher risk of severe health outcomes due to exposure to heat. Then, which are the vulnerable groups then? We have strong evidence on the vulnerability of elderly people and workers, of course, for their job exposure. Then we have growing evidence on the vulnerability of children, athletes, and pregnant women, especially for the consequences on the newborn. And then we know that there are some socio-economic conditions, let's say, that can put people at higher risk of heat-related consequences, such as economic deprivation, but also gender disparities that usually intertwine themselves with other inequalities already existing, causing an enhanced vulnerability to heat and heat waves. Regarding the co-exposures, we have found that there are evidence on the growing vulnerability to heat, the exposure to heat and air pollution, and the synergy of these two risk factors for people with respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, but also for elderly people, pregnant women, and children. And regarding the groups vulnerable to heat and wildfires, we know that always people with respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, but also with kidney diseases and neurologic and psychiatric diseases are at higher risk of severe consequences, such as firefighters, of course, for their exposure to fire. Here, just to show you where the evidence on implemented prevention measures and intervention come from. They are mainly from high-income countries and mainly from the US. So regarding the prevention measures, we have two big groups of prevention measures, let's say. The first one is the one in green, are the preparatory and long-term interventions, and the others are those implemented during heat emergencies or heat waves. Then we'll go through all of them just to show you what are we talking about. So regarding education and training, well, the ones in green are always the long-term interventions. So we have education and training. The main aim for education and training are social and healthcare workers, but of course, the target population here are the older and fragile people that these people are taking care of, these workers are taking care of. So we have, of course, healthcare workers are more focused on clinical features, for example, managing patients or recognizing health risks. And social workers are trained to increase the social cohesion and the community response to heat. And there are evidence that these kind of interventions can have an actual effect in reducing mortality and morbidity for heat in the vulnerable population I listed above. And these kinds of interventions are usually implemented with other type of interventions, such as information campaign and active outreach, and I will explain later what I mean by active outreach. Then we have all the infrastructural measures where we have renovation, refurbishment, and retrofitting of public buildings, such as schools, to protect children from heat, hospitals, of course, and also in some municipalities they implemented measures for deprived neighborhoods, providing money subsidies, for example, for building renovation or for people in economic deprivation to pay for air conditioning, and also the creation of subsidies for the creation of public cooling spaces for this fragile population to find relief from heat during heat waves. And also these are usually implemented with other preventive measures, as you can see below. Then we have passive information campaigns. They are widely used because they are quite easy to make. They spread simple messages such as simple behavior on how to protect from heat through various means of communication. It depends, of course, on the population we want to reach. Usually they are also linked to an heat health warning system. And we also have evidence that these kind of measures are more effective when implemented not as standalone measures, but with other interventions. You can see some examples below. I put here the number of studies and documents we have found on this type of intervention, and you can see here that many documents were focusing on and describing this kind of intervention, so it's widely implemented. Then we have acclimatization interventions. This kind of measures are more aimed at workers and athletes, and basically are special training to allow the body to adapt to heat, for example, at the start of the summer season, or for soldiers. Let's think about an mission in a hot region, and so of course these are aimed to athletes and firefighters and soldiers, basically. Then on the measures implemented during emergency, we have had, as I said, the active outreach or active surveillance. These measures are aimed to reach older people, fragile subjects or isolated subjects. They are usually activated during hot spells, but they are based on a previous assessment of the person needs and their social and clinical status. And then they are performed by healthcare personnel, social workers, or volunteers, all together or separated depending on the need of the person. And then they provide, of course, health monitoring, home and personal care, and help with the basic needs. For example, very simple, doing the grocery. As I said before, these kind of interventions show evidence of reducing mortality and morbidity for isolated and elderly and fragile people. Then we have the establishment of cooling centers and other facilities. These are usually public spaces, such as libraries, for example, or senior centers that are provided with air conditioning, water, and where also healthcare personnel can provide for basic health needs. And some municipalities also implemented free tickets for homeless people to movie theaters or aquatic facilities to be used during heat waves to allow these people to find a cool spot during heat emergencies. And also these interventions are implemented with other kind of interventions such as health and social services provisions, of course, and long-term urban interventions and information campaigns. Then we have just one study actually describing this, but I found it interesting. There are emergency protocols for healthcare facilities. They are made of two level measures. The first one is an institution level, so keeping the building cool and controlling the ventilation. And the other one is on the management of the patient, so reduce the clothing, pay attention to the medication, and reduce the activities, the intensity of the activities. And then the last one are the cooling strategies for workers and athletes. These are also very well investigated, as you can see, 24 studies. And they are made to protect workers and athletes when they are exposed to heat. Rescheduling the training sessions and work shifts, increase the number of breaks, or, for example, for athletes, reduce the equipment or use for workers cooling garments such as sleeveless jacket or scarves or everything, of course, wet scarves that can help maintaining the body temperature down. And then there are also some emergency protocols, like I listed here, like forearm or a whole body cold water immersion to deal with heat emergency and heat stress and heat injuries. Here is a brief summary of everything I said. I want you to focus on the last column and the last row. In the last column, you can see how much each and one of the vulnerable groups has been targeted by an intervention or a measure. And you can easily see that older people and workers are the main target group of these interventions. And on the last row, you can see that there is a lot of information on acclimatization, cooling, and hydration, and on the information campaigns, but we have a lack of evidence on the other type of interventions. So we highlighted the gaps in evidence. We have an overall limited evidence of intervention tailored for vulnerable groups. We have scarce evidence. There is scarce no, because we have no evidence of anything. So scarce evidence of the evaluation of these interventions. We have no evidence of preventive measures that are targeting the co-exposure to heat and other exposures, except for firefighters. And then we have no evidence of the update of these plans to be to account for changes in evidence and knowledge for the vulnerable groups and for the effectiveness of measures and services. Therefore, we need reporting, monitoring, and evaluation of these preventive measures. Here you have also an overview of what the European stakeholders pointed out. There is a lack of resources, not just money funding, but also a lack of personnel and capacity to work in heat adaptation. Then we have problems in governance and action, since the collaboration is usually weak and is hindering the action. We have, as I said, problem in monitoring, well, a lack of monitoring and evaluation of preventive measures. And then we know that is important, but we don't do that enough, the engagement with the public. We have also seen it with COVID-19. It's very important that recovery measures are discussed and accepted by the population. So I will leave you with the key messages. We also published a policy brief some weeks ago on this topic. You can find it on the NBEL site. And so, as I said, there is need for research on the evaluation of interventions to promote evidence-based practices. We need to promote action and prevention specifically towards the vulnerable populations, to disseminate it and to find evidence on their effectiveness. And then I would spend 2 words on equity, because we know that climate change is also an equity issue. So while writing these policies, we have to keep in mind the needs of those, the hard to reach or the deprived population, because they are often overlooked by the interventions. And I want to thank all the collaborative group, and I'm very happy to be here. And if you have any question, I'm happy to answer.
Oh, thank you. We're going to move swiftly on to the next talk, presented by Shilpa Rao and Isabel. Yeah, And we'll take questions after this. So just if you move the slides along. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so my task today is to talk about climate services for heat health adaptation. And this was one of the tasks in the NBEL project, to look at the different interventions and try to evaluate the interventions. I think the previous speaker already spoke about the lack of evaluation. You hear of many interventions, but you don't know if these interventions actually do what they're supposed to do. And we decided to evaluate heat health action plans. And the background is, of course, heat is a major problem in Europe. The European Environmental Agency has declared heat as a major cause of concern in Europe. Heat health action plans are useful in predicting. So they link the climate and the health communities together. And the usefulness is that they can predict the health impacts related to climate. There are different types of heat health warning systems. They can be short-term, medium-term, long-term. And I will not go into that, but there are various systems out there. And there has been a big move in Europe. There have been many countries which have implemented heat health warning systems. There have been a number of projects as well which have developed heat and health warning systems. So our task in here was to evaluate the costs and benefits of these kind of services from a technical, structural, and a societal point of view. So we also wanted to know, do these heat health warning systems actually target vulnerable populations in Europe? So the two aims are identify the costs and benefits of adaptation of climate services for health, and explore the equity and social implications of climate services for health in Europe. Actually, Europe and Africa. I have to be more clear. We also did some work in Africa, as Isabel will present, but not so many studies in Africa. What kind of methods did we use? We adopted two methods. We did a scoping review, and in the scoping review was a kind of global review. It was not limited to Europe and Africa. And we just looked for what is the evidence on this economic assessment of climate services for health. And what is the evidence on the evaluation or use of climate services for health in reducing health outcomes, primarily mortality and morbidity, and also healthcare services utilization due to extreme heat. So this was a standard scoping review study. And in addition to that, Isabel will present the interviews. We also did a series of interviews with European and African researchers and policymakers on how the current heat health warning systems are being implemented. So it's a kind of stakeholder engagement and we investigated funding schemes, capacity building, communication, evaluation methods, and barriers in development and implementation. So I will very quickly present the scoping review. I will not go into too much details, but feel free to contact me if you need more details. A total of about 3,707 articles were identified from the different databases that were searched during the review. But after going through all these articles, we came up with just 27 that actually look at heat health warning systems and their evaluations. You can see here that we used both the published literature in English, but we also looked at the gray literature. So we also looked across at various reports, especially from the WHO, WMO, which have very good reports recently on heat health warning systems in Europe. We also looked at the results, trying to see if we could identify any kind of vulnerable groups in here. And you can see here, maybe I should start on the right. You can see that the studies basically were mainly, again, unfortunately, from Canada, USA, and Europe, because this is where heat health warning systems have been implemented at the moment, and very few from Asia and Australia. So this is also a matter of concern that there is evidence that these heat health warning systems work, but we don't have any evaluation of such systems in many parts of the world. We also looked across it at the different vulnerable groups, but again, the evidence was very limited. We only found a few articles that targeted special vulnerable groups, looked at the elderly or looked at socioeconomic status. So to conclude on the scoping review, we found about 16 studies on mortality, about 4 studies which dealt with morbidity and health service utilization, and about 3 studies that looked at mortality and morbidity. And we had only about 4 articles that actually presented an economic assessment of heat health warning systems. So what does it cost to install a heat health warning system, and what are the benefits that you get from it? So basically, our conclusion here is that heat health warning systems are often implemented as part of larger, said to be implemented as part of larger heat action plans, but there is a lack of specific metrics on how you value these heat health warning systems in the context of heat waves. I will now pass to Isabel, who will present on the interviews.
Yeah, so we did conduct a few interviews because we wanted to have qualitative understanding of potential costs and benefits of climate services. And then we were specifically focusing on heat health warning systems. So we conducted 7 interviews with representatives from climate services in Europe, and 2 of these services were developing apps that were aiming to provide personalized information to their users. We had also, so they were working at European level, but we had also interviews with representatives from Germany, from Italy, and one from South Africa. So we primarily talked to representatives from the climate services, and we would also be interested in talking with representatives from the user side. So if you would like to have a chat with us, please let us know. We would be happy to do that. So basically, the services target various stakeholders, as was mentioned earlier. So public health services, healthcare services, civil protection, agriculture, energy, cities, policymakers, so a wide range of stakeholders. Although the services were not specifically designed to target vulnerable groups, but as the representatives explained, much of the information we provide is definitely relevant for vulnerable groups. And the services appear to be funded through various schemes that can be shorter or longer in terms of how many years of funding they get. And they explained that they do quite a lot of activities in terms of organizing training on how to use information, climate information of relevance for health. They produce a lot of material and guidelines. And this is an example of a type of information that is broadly disseminated so that people can understand how to behave, for instance, when heat waves appear. They have helplines, they have websites, they organize workshops and conferences, and so they are very active in being present in the media as well. So lots of activities are being conducted, but still the representatives were saying that it's a bit challenging to evaluate the impact of our service. We do develop models to try to validate our data and see what kind of impact it has. We try to find out the impact of our warnings in terms of, for instance, mortality, whether it reduces mortality, but it's still very difficult to evaluate, also because one said that it's not only about reducing mortality, it's also about changing behaviors and creating awareness regarding climate change and how it impacts health. So that's why there's this qualitative aspect that's difficult to evaluate. But they explained that they encounter a number of challenges in the development and implementation of the services. And one first group of challenge is connected to data collection, reliability, accessibility, sharing. You need to have fresh data, so to speak, that you can use very quickly. These data are not always available. Sometimes you don't really know the origins of these data, so it's difficult to evaluate their quality. Some data are not for free, so they're difficult to get if you don't have the funding to use them. So there are a number of challenges related to just collecting the data that you need. Then they also explained that interdisciplinary can be challenging because you try to put together 2 different professions in 2 different worlds, the climate people and the health people. And they use different jargons and we don't necessarily understand each other. As one representative said, for instance, as a climate person, for us it makes sense to have different temperatures on the ground, but for a health person, it does not necessarily mean something useful. So understanding each other could be challenging. Awareness raising is very challenging, having good communication and dissemination channels that actually work, and maintaining interest. It's much easier to maintain interest when there is a huge heat wave than otherwise, when nothing specific is happening, or at least is not mentioned in the media. And also providing user-friendly information in different languages, and that is constantly updated, is challenging. And then, of course, securing funding for the services. As I said, the sources of funding vary a lot. And some of these projects are specifically funded through EU funding, and that means only for a few years, and then you don't have the continuity that you need. To get more funding, you also need to be able to provide evidence that what you're doing actually has an impact, but it's difficult to find the time to produce this evidence, and then it's like a vicious circle, because then you don't get the funding to prove that you do something that is useful. So in conclusion, you need to have more economic assessment of how the services impact health and how they can provide useful information, and how to determine the costs linked to these services, and more efficient methods to see the different aspects of how these services can be integrated in health assessment plans. Climate services for health can be more efficient and more impactful in the future by fostering collaboration between climate service providers, researchers, decision makers. So this interdisciplinarity that was challenging, we need to work more on this. And we need to enhance the accessibility and availability of climate data and information, make it easier to have access to this data. Invest in capacity building and training programs, and of course securing long-term funding to make sure that these services, they are still in a very nascent stage, so still a lot of work needs to be done. And this is our acknowledgement. So this is part of the MBEL project, as you know, and we especially would like to thank Prayash Chaudhary and Suzanne Situla for the work they've done on this deliverable. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want just we've got time for some questions. I have a question online, and we've got two mics. Yeah, so please put your hand up if you have a question. There's a question at the back.
Hello, this is excellent. One of the questions that come to my mind in the climate change and health interactions is also maintaining climate justice. We can implement all these abilities to reduce morbidity, mortality, but if we don't have like wage compensation for outdoor workers, they're stuck with lower wages over their lifespan, lower quality of life. And I think this is something that should be incorporated into these studies as well.
Good point.
Yeah,
Elena?
I think we have a session later on which talks about just transitions. So that's basically taking into account that if you need to move forward with this challenge, you also need economically viable solutions that work for everyone.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I'm not an expert on workers and heat and but of course equity is a cross-cutting issues, and it's not just, I mean, there are some issues that even with preventive plans and adaptation plans for vulnerable population can't be solved. There are like other type of interventions that we need to do, but I would be very happy to join to the, to hear to the panel.
Okay. As some of the representatives we talked to actually worked a lot with private companies to create awareness regarding the importance of adapting working hours to upcoming heat waves and making sure that the work can still be done and that the workers are taken are taken care of. So this is also part of the way to address this, at least.
Thank you. So the question online, which is from Vinjenda Ngole, is what are the methods for evaluating these heat health warning systems at the local level, and particularly in terms of vulnerable groups?
Well, we just tried to do that through the interviews. I think we had a mandate in the interviews to try to target the vulnerable groups. I don't think we got so much information. I mean, the heat health warning systems are, of course, useful for the vulnerable groups. This we know. But we didn't get actual information on how useful they were, whether there was some evaluation, did they actually reach these groups? And I think there's a kind of lack of literature on evaluating these services. You don't quite know. You're supposed to reach, these groups, but you don't actually know how many of them pick it up, how many of them use the apps, how many of them are warned at this time, do they go out when there's a heat wave, these kind of information. And I think there's still a need to evaluate them better from the vulnerable group's point of view.
Also because evaluation was maybe not the first priority for these services, because we have limited resources. But some services do go back to the communities, including communities where you meet vulnerable groups, trying to get an understanding of how the services are being used and what's the impact. But it's not done in a very systematic manner yet.
Okay. Heard the questions. There's one at the back there.
From Germany. I have a question to the first talk. Beside the old people in the vulnerable groups, it seems for me that pregnant women are one of the largest group in it. But in your talk and in your results, pregnant people didn't really respect it. So in the final table, there was only two things, I think, information and education, which was recommendations. Is there a lack of studies, a lack of information about it? Or is it an open field? Or is there no adaptation problems or recommendations existent for that?
Thank you. You pointed out an interesting point, because yes, well, we actually have evidence, and growing and consistent evidence, of the vulnerability of pregnant women and the negative effects of heat on the newborn baby. But we don't have, remember that we were looking at implemented interventions that were specifically aimed at a vulnerable group. So we don't have any evidence. Well, the only one of the few evidence we found was, for example, information campaign distributing leaflets to pregnant women regarding the danger of heat exposure. We don't have any evidence on these, but I don't think, I mean, we have some knowledge on the risks, but there is nothing done on the topic. Thank you.
Yeah, one last question. So there is a talk tomorrow, just a plug for our own project, CHAMNA, which is on heat and maternal health. And this time tomorrow, there's a talk on heat and pregnant women. So yes, question, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kai. I have a question on climate services. So you, if I get it correctly, you did a literature review on heat health warning system, and that sounds a little bit like weather service rather than climate services. So I was wondering, have you considered or considering exploring climate services on seasonal or even decadal timescales?
Actually, we can talk about it maybe later in the break, but when we did the scoping review, we didn't limit ourselves to short-term. What you're saying is short-term. We didn't do that. We recognize that climate services are different scales, and some of these climate services, I think, that were reviewed were also medium scale. I think there were not so many that were long-term. So we didn't restrict ourselves to that. So we tried to look at all types of climate services that are out there in Europe. So but I agree, there's also this, kind of different scales means different kind of warnings that you get, because short-term is very based on data. You need the data, you need to release the warning now, whereas medium-term or long-term have a different kind of need. So we also took that into account. But yeah, we took all climate services. We didn't restrict ourselves. That's my short answer. But we can talk in the break about this.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question.
Things like this, also the potential biases with the health of athletes versus workers, knowing there's so many comorbidities. So I'm just wondering about that grouping and how that decision was made. And also if you had any reflections then therefore on the implications of the policy implementation for workers versus athletes.
Okay, so the grouping was made basically on the amount of evidence, and works on workers are really specific on workers and just workers. So the grouping comes from the literature, let's say. And regarding the implementation of prevention measures, some of them are actually really similar because, of course, there are usually, well, regarding athletes, young and healthy people exposed to heat. Of course, for outdoor workers, it's not always like that. They can have some comorbidities, but basically they are a different population from elderly people that have clinical conditions and things like that. But for example, for athletes and especially school athletes in the US, we have a lot of guidelines, but we have evidence that many times these guidelines are just not implemented or not I mean, universities do not update these guidelines. Whether, I mean, the workers' field is more heterogeneous. We have more evidence and we have more examples of preventive measures. And I think they are more, of course, I mean, they have a different role for society, let's say, so they are well investigated. I just kept separately, the group separately for this reason. I don't know if I answered your question. Otherwise, we can talk about it later.
Great. Okay, I think we're going to move on to the second half to focus more around the work that we've been doing in Africa. So I'm going to hand over to Elena to chair.
So thank you. And now I'm presenting you my colleague Julian Natukunda from the Department of Public Health, Environment and Society from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elena, and thanks everyone for being here today. So the London School is part of the ENBEL project, and we're supporting policy and engagement in East and Southern Africa. And yeah, and we went diving to look at adaptation, how it's rolling out in this region. I have my colleague Shari here, who will be also supporting, and the rest in the audience. So we have heard today that there is a chance that climate change is going to lead a high burden of diseases. Now, here we're specifically saying sub-Saharan Africa has a high burden, and this is likely to increase because climate change is going to actually create conducive conditions for this and also for emerging conditions. So most countries are doing policy and adaptation and strategies to kind of see how to move forward with the changing climate according to the UNFCCC. And the African countries are also part of those who are constructing or developing the national adaptation plans and specific health national adaptation plans, the NDCs, which is national determined contributions, and One Health strategies. And so we went into this work saying, what can we do? Where do we start? As you can see from the map, we are concentrating in those 12 countries in the region. And among our objectives was to understand how health is being addressed first in the policies, and then look at who is working in the region, who is working there, and trying to understand how they are working together, the interlinkages, as well as identify the areas for action. Much as so, we also wanted to know their needs. What are their needs in terms of evidence that could push this work forward? And lastly, then we wanted to see the key factors which are actually trying to promote the work in the region regarding adaptation. So understanding how policy, health is being addressed in policy, we looked at the policies that I've just mentioned. So we conducted a policy review and analysis in those countries. And just we're happy to say that all the countries at least have what they call a national adaptation plan or plans of action towards adaptation, which is very good. And they also recognize health as a vulnerable sector, which is also very good. Now, when we looked at the countries which have specific health national adaptation strategies or plans, only 4 out of 12 had this. And only 5 had done vulnerability and risk assessments. So we're starting to see the gaps now shaping up and how we can support. So in terms of climate health risks that are identified in the policy documents, all those policy documents that I talked about, we can see majority are targeting malnutrition and foodborne diseases, but also vector-borne and waterborne diseases in the region, among others. Then we went on to see what are the key health priorities. What are these priorities right now? As we said, climate-sensitive diseases. Well, I don't know if there is a pointer here. Yeah, there is. Yeah. So climate-sensitive disease control and prevention, as we can see, was highly looked at in the documents, followed by the alert and response systems, and then integrated health surveillance systems, and then so on. We can see research, training, and the rest. And they also go on to look at risk groups. What risk groups are being prioritized in the region? Well, they say, oh, well, I don't know where it went with that. Sorry. Yeah, the manual will do. That's it. So the women who are on the bottom are now broadly regarded as women. We don't know if they are pregnant women. We don't know what categories of women are being targeted, but they're just mentioned as women, as well as children or orphans or infants who are second in line from the bottom. And they don't say what age. Most of them don't specify, but they just say orphans or children. And then people living with disability, then the elderly come forth, and the rest. But what they're trying to advocate in the policies is social protection mechanisms, equal participation, policies that are gender sensitive to these groups, much as broad as they are and sound, and also early warning and response systems to target this. So then we looked at who is working on adaptation in the region. So that was a stakeholder mapping where we also did stakeholder interviews, and we're targeting health professionals who are currently working in the field on climate change. And so the participants led us to one another through snowballing. So we would ask, okay, who else do you think can help us identify? So we did online interviews. We got 16 stakeholders, and they were in different areas. We can see environmental public health, international agencies, NGOs, government departments, academia as well. And in terms of interest and power, we wanted to see, is there interest? Do they have the power to do this? And as you can see, everything is into the right side, and meaning that in terms of interest, there is high interest, actually, moderate to high interest. And also in terms of power, they are at the top right of the corner. And we can see that the people we interviewed have some power, moderate to high. Only one public health institute, and this is just one, it's just the outlier. Then we also looked at interest and knowledge. And then again, same story. So there is knowledge among the people that we talked about, but that is more of the moderate part. And also in international organizations, you can see very high knowledge as well, very concentrated there. And then the interest remains up high as well in the region. The interlinkages, we mostly looked at how ministries of health, because they have created different departments, are working with everyone else who is working on adaptation. And they were mainly working with Ministry of Environment, international organizations, other government ministries, and regional adaptation networks. Now, when we go down, we see that, for example, private sector was really at the bottom. So we can try to see our priorities now and where people should go. What are the key factors that are influencing adaptation and evidence needs? Well, we know that now countries have policies. They are not yet there, but that is good. The policies are leading and guiding the way. They are technical working groups, and these working groups have been a massive help in the continent because they are bringing together people from the different spheres talking about adaptation, and their partnerships and collaborations as well. So these networks are really, really helpful in pushing the agenda and also promoting the levels of awareness and knowledge in the region. So we have information and research there's some level of evidence. So this part is supposed to be both pro factors and also some barriers when you turn it around. And if you ask me questions or later, I'll explain how the barriers come into. There's high levels of awareness, but those are at the top. When we go down, they are less, low levels, really. In terms of human resources, they're starting to allocate people to work on adaptation, which is a really good story, and we're happy to know that. So how the evidence needs shaping up, what do they want to see? Disaggregated data, not yet there, by gender, by at-risk groups and everything. They want to see more of that in the region. They want to see adaptation policy being implemented at a regional analysis. How far are they into the implementation so far? Because the policies have set out what they want to do, but the evaluation, the measurements, the reports are not yet coming up. Then local research, they emphasize this. We want to see more of local research coming out, targeting what we should work on in the region. And lastly, more studies on those areas, vector-borne diseases, heat effects, mental health, air pollution. So part of my conclusions is regarding policy, this is good. Policy is shaping up, especially health sector in Africa, and the working groups, the partnerships are key. So you can look out for who is working there. You can approach us for names as well. Awareness and knowledge, well, decision makers are well aware, and they are the ones who are pushing the policy and all the other knowledge events as well. But there is less understanding on the lower levels, in the masses, on the continent. And also we saw that responses regarding heat waves and temperatures, they are almost not there. Only one country had a heat health plan. And as we can see, the region is also heating up. So there we go, more gaps. And in terms of implementation, well, there's more that we need in terms of evidence. As we can see, multiple sources of evidence will be helpful. And there's also a lack of capacity in environmental public health, but we need data to improve this evidence base. So local data that can actually help to convince the policymakers will be appreciated. And risk assessments, adaptations are also being limited by financial constraints. That goes without saying, which is everywhere. I would like to thank the team for the work we've done here, and thank you for listening. If you have questions later. Thank you.
A minute. Thank you, Julian. Oh, it's Caroline's slides.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just flick through, check my slides are there after? Oh yeah, they are. Okay, so surprise change to the order, apologies. Caroline, sorry, you're on next.
So now a bit change in the order, but we have Caroline Mutoni, right? Okay, from Aga Khan University. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here today, and I'll speak through some of the NBEL project activities we're undertaking in the African region, specifically East and Southern Africa. And as part of one of the work packages, we established a regional coordination and support mechanism called Climate and Health Africa Network for Collaboration and Engagement, which I'll refer to as CHANCE moving forward. And I'll speak about some of the activities we undertake in this regional mechanism and how we are using this network to advance the climate change and health agenda in Africa. And so this is the outline of the network CHANCE, and our aim is to harness synergies between climate and health in Africa. We have 4 main objectives. The first one is networking and synergies in East and Southern Africa. The second is to facilitate knowledge, exchange, learning, and collaboration. The third one is to support and inform policy processes. And the fourth is to provide technical support for national or regional funding applications. We have a couple of focus areas. The first one is heat and health. The second is air pollution. The third is climate-sensitive infectious diseases. The fourth is climate financing. These were some of the priority areas that we got from the members. However, we're still open to getting more input from the members on some of the focus areas that we can also work on. And our key activities include having meetings and webinars. We do workshops and annual conferences. We have these knowledge exchange sessions, and we also provide information to our members. We currently have approximately 140 registered members in the network, and these include people from academic institutions, international organizations, NGOs, policymakers, and these are not just from health, but also from other sectors like finance and environment, because we understand the need for collaborative work, and also people from the private sector and research organizations. I'll speak through some of the activities we undertake in each objective. And the first one, which is networking and synergies in East and Southern Africa, what we do is we work with other organizations that also focus on climate change and health in Africa. And we also take part in some regional dialogues that seek to advance this agenda. For example, we participated in COP27 last year. We hope to also participate in COP28. We have other talks and also sessions where we sit and we also give our input. As you've seen, we have members and also people from the steering committee who are part of doing research within the region. And we also use this network to disseminate to others what is going on in the region. We participated in the AMREF conference early this year and other activities. We work closely with people like WHO, AMREF, and other organizations in the region. And the second objective is facilitating knowledge exchange. We do this bi-monthly virtual deep dives. And here we invite the members to come and tell us about the work that they're doing. This is very important because we build knowledge, we build capacity, and we also challenge other people from the region to see what other communities are doing and also undertake this in their own regions. These are some of the topics that we've spoken about. And we also have the annual conference. We had one last year in Pretoria, South Africa. We had another one this year in August in Botswana. And those are some of the people who attended. The third objective is supporting and informing policy processes. I'll give some examples. So for example, in Botswana, we are part of contributing to the review of the Libreville Declaration. And I think they just finished a meeting last week where they came up with a SANA report. We are also part of the COP26 health program, which was being piloted in some countries, including Botswana. And we are also part of in-depth discussions on African priorities and outcomes for health at COP28. And in Kenya, we are part of the Ministry of Health Technical Working Group on Climate Change and Health. And we're also part of a task force that is developing a 5-year Kenya Climate Change and Health strategy, which is very impressive. And we are also contributing to the Ministry of Health, Climate Change and Health priorities and advancing the commitments that were made during COP26. And other areas where we've also contributed to the policy processes include South Africa, for their national heat health action guidelines. And we also took part in a workshop in Uganda with policymakers to come up with some priority actions that they were going to present during COP27. We also attended the Africa Climate Week. And it's unfortunate that despite having a lot of discussions on health, health was still not part of the commitments or the call to action that was made as an outcome of the Africa Climate Week. So there's still a lot of work that still needs to be done from the health community. And some of the key messages that came from the Africa Climate Week include the need for strong leadership and governance to integrate climate variability and change consideration in main health policies. And there's also a need for integrated data systems to analyze disease and environmental data and also develop indicators for One Health. Collaborations, again, working in silos is still one of the greatest challenges that we're facing in the region. Financing, without financing, we cannot advance some of the research needs and policy implementation needs that we have. And research, also such a great gap. There's limited local research on current impacts on climate change on health, and there's a need to share and promote and implement local solutions. So those were the key messages that came from the Africa Climate Week. And in terms of providing technical support for funding, we build knowledge on existing funding opportunities. For example, in our in-person workshops, we bring in funders who tell us about the existing opportunities, and we invite members to apply for those funding opportunities. And we connect the members to these funders, again, during these in-person meetings. And we were also part of a regional consultation that happened recently during the Africa Climate Week to inform investments to drive climate change and health research, policy and advocacy capacity in Africa. And despite doing all that, we still have some gaps that we feel we can meet as the Chance Network. Unfortunately, the project is coming to an end, and this means Chance is also ending, but we hope that we are able to get financing to continue with some of these activities that we've been doing. And these existing gaps include, there's still low capacity on and knowledge on climate change and health. In our meeting that we just had in Botswana, one of the needs that the members articulated as a higher priority, the highest priority was for us to build capacity. And there's inadequate knowledge, inadequate local or regional research, as I mentioned earlier, and there's absence of health-focused adaptation policy. As we've heard from my colleague Julian, HNAPs are still a big gap in Africa, and health is still missing in climate discussions and negotiations. However, we've seen a bit of progress, as we had earlier today. We have a health day in COP, and I think that is really good progress. And silos and lack of multicultural coordinations, as much as we're still trying to break these silos, they still exist, and we feel like we can still bring more people together and have them collaborate and work together to advance climate change and health in Africa. And there's also limited funding and limited capacity on how to access the limited available funds. I'd like to finish with one of my favorite comics and also thank the different organizations that we work with together to manage this Chance Network, including the University of Botswana, WITS, Climate Center, Cicero, London School, and others. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Okay, now I'll give the floor for the final presentation to Shari Kovacs. She's also at the Department of Public Health, Environment and Society at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And Shari, the floor is yours, and then we will take the questions at the end of Shari's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks. So I'm just going to pick up from where Julian left off, because as you could see, one of the adaptation priorities for the countries in East and Southern Africa was around improving surveillance systems to address climate risks and also early warning or kind of disease control measures. So we undertook a project, this is work done with Julian and Caroline and others, to specifically look to see where progress had been made in terms of national surveillance systems, and within that, evidence or data use, surveillance is used for early warning and health protection measures. So I'm not going to cover how climate change might affect the transmission of vector-borne and other infectious diseases. There's a huge amount of evidence on this now, but and most people know about climate change and malaria, where we really have quite a lot of evidence, and their robust understanding of malaria is very likely or is possibly already changing, or quite likely to be already changing due to observed climate change. But it's not just changes in distribution, either latitudinally or altitudinally, where there's changes in seasonality, particularly where you're focused around seasonal transmission or managing seasonal transmission. There are changes to vectors, different types of invasive vectors as well, and then of course outbreaks and what causes outbreaks, as well as the emergence of new diseases, particularly zoonoses, and there's obviously a huge amount of interest in that given the pandemic we've just had. So climate change has impacts on the burden of disease, the local burden of disease, and also on disease control measures. So we were asking about what was being done and the sort of awareness and prioritization within national disease control systems, which are often vertical programs within the ministries of health.
What we didn't look at is also new questions around how climate policies themselves, particularly around land use change, will also of themselves affect vector-borne disease transmission and other impacts. So these are the sort of the questions we were asking, particularly around, very simply, how is climate information used in current surveillance or outbreak prediction? What sorts of data they're using, because there's environmental data as well, not just temperature and rainfall. A whole range of things could be used to help, but they're very kind of disease specific as well. And the use of climate services, we've talked about climate services really. And actually there's quite a well-developed sort of program of work, particularly coming from the climate service side, about using climate service. So we looked at how health people are obviously engaging with this climate service agenda, because the climate service people want their service to be used by the health system. And then you can also monitor vectors, you can monitor people, you can monitor the environment. So there's quite a range of questions that we're going to address. And on the right is the specific statements out of the national adaptation plans that Julian was reviewing. So these are diseases, we couldn't look at all diseases, and these are sort of the priority diseases within those adaptation plans. So things you might be, candidate diseases you might be expect, particularly, again, they all mention malaria. But, and then waterborne diseases we also looked at as well, because they're a key, they're very sensitive to climate factors and very important, and a high burden of disease. And also meningitis came up, particularly around the Sahel. There's a very strong climate signal in terms of meningitis outbreaks. But, these disease transmission systems are very complex in different areas. I'm just giving you, I'm apologizing for doing a very brief and basic overview, and I'm fully aware that there's a lot of information about each of these disease transmissions, and they're very different. And if you're developing an early warning system, you have to understand the local ecology. You can't just impose a general tool and apply it. It has to be developed and it has to be usable. So we didn't review all the impacts of climate on infectious disease, and we also didn't review the tools that are available. And in fact, Wellcome's just done a very comprehensive review of that, if you are interested in that. But we were interested in what, from the policy and kind of operational point of view, how climate was being addressed. And this is in the context of there is a big push to improve disease surveillance within African countries, post-COVID changes. There's been a lot of improvement around sort of the integrated disease surveillance strategy that WHO is supporting, supporting lab work and digital health, so moving more towards digital records, which of course would be easier to use within an operational kind of early warning system as well. But none of this sort of particularly takes environment into account. And at the same time, we have the One Health strategies as well. But again, One Health it seems to be very much focused around antimicrobial resistance and zoonoses, and less of climate, although One Health should be considering the environmental determinants of infectious disease, but we don't have time to go through that. So essentially, what did we do? We reviewed the literature, the published literature, a scoping review. We didn't find very much. We're looking at strategy documents as well, just to see how climate is sort of captured. And we're also doing interviews as well. So very brief results. We didn't find what we were looking for in terms of sort of operational evaluation. Now, part of this is because we're looking in journal papers, and journal papers don't typically publish this stuff. It's kind of not a commonly researched subject, looking at sort of evaluation of surveillance systems per se. But we did find these papers, which are essentially operational tools. So these are operational early warning systems. We didn't look at pilot projects. We just looked at systems that we knew were actually being used. And essentially, there's a very good system being developed and used in Ethiopia to manage malaria. There is the meningitis system in the Sahel. So they're being implemented and they're being evaluated, and Rift Valley fever as well. And this just gives a summary of sort of the climate drivers that we know. And for a comprehensive sort of early warning system, and you can see how you have to actually have quite a lot of data, an appropriate kind of data, so not just the weather services, but some of them also use more complex land surface data as well. So essentially, there's quite a lot of barriers to understanding. So we didn't find, in the strategy documents as well, we didn't find a lot around climate. It is mentioned, but we couldn't find a lot about how it was being prioritized within surveillance systems. You know, there is a lot of, so it has to be put in context, of course, of other disease priorities. So the question is how to improve surveillance systems so that it can be more resilient to climate change without making it an extra burden. But there are still a lot of kind of practical and also technical barriers to using climate information as well. And a lot of it was also around a lack of kind of awareness. So a lot of the people we interviewed felt that there was evidence out there, but that just wasn't being communicated to the people who can make the effective decisions. So there's not enough evidence of demonstrations of the effectiveness of climate tools in managing disease control. So sort of to summarize across these findings from all those bits of research, so clearly strengthening surveillance is a priority, and that should be seen within this broader digital health agenda, and looking at also different types of diseases. So surveillance for dengue and some of the arboviruses, that clearly needs investment, as well as malaria. And then within that surveillance data, having sort of more robust integrated platforms. And of course, all these things are interlinked because you need sort of good partnerships to support those platforms, and you need training and capacity strengthening as well. But it's very important to invest. You know, clearly early warning systems are a very powerful tool, whether they're kind of the shorter term ones, or also there's more work around seasonal forecasting for infectious disease management that we were talking about earlier. So this is a huge missed opportunity here, essentially. As I've said, capacity building seems to be very key. So making the case, having better evaluations as well, but also just training about what information are available, what tools are available as well, and strengthening capacity between the national weather services. And there's obviously, you know, there is interest and tool development from the climate side as well, but there's not sufficient, it appears to be there's not sufficient engagement with the climate services and developing the climate services. So climate services are being developed, and they're also being regional. So there's kind of regional capacity as well, because, you know, climate doesn't respect borders. So there's great potential here for sort of coordinated action. And in fact, the report on climate services this year from the World Meteorological Organization is focused around health. So there will be a report coming out next month on climate services for health. And we've already talked about evaluation and assessment for heat, but the same, of course, is really true. So we need to think much clearer, much cleverer about what evidence we need for evaluation. You obviously can't do a full evaluation without implementing a system, and you can't implement a system unless you've got good evidence. So we need to think more cleverly about what evidence we can present that will persuade people. So just to conclude, so there's a lot of progress or a lot of interest in setting up maybe systems for malaria, and less so for some of these other diseases, but clearly there's kind of technical as well as sort of other barriers that are preventing the uptake of these early warning systems. And we found really little evidence around waterborne diseases. And I appreciate there are different systems, so the evidence for early warning for waterborne diseases is much less robust. But there needs to be better communication of the benefits of using climate information for disease control. And there also needs to be better communication between projects. You know, again, pilot projects, very piecemeal, linked to research funding, very short term, but all those lessons seem to be lost. There's no forum for those sorts of lessons and learning to be communicated. Thank you. Let's thank the team. Finished.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. Cool. We have, I think, from 5 to 10 minutes. Maybe we can steal 5 minutes from the lunch, since we started later, for questions. Yes, I see one hand there.
Hello, thank you very much for these comprehensive and excellent presentations. I have one question regarding the CHANCE program. I understood that there are many stakeholders involved, but I was wondering, do you have a link with the Africa One Health University network by any chance? Because I was thinking that it could help enhancing capacity, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. No, but then I think we can have a conversation about it, because you're always open to collaboration with any stakeholders that are interested in advancing Africa on matters climate change and health.
Okay, so let's meet then.
Perfect.
There is also a question from the online audience on how to connect with the CHANCE network. Yeah, because this person is working with UOG, Ghana, and AIMS in Rwanda. So I want to know how to connect with you.
I think we will share the link and the QR code to joining the network, to the online and also the in-person participants. It will be sort of projected in the different screens in the different rooms.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Yasna from UCL. Thank you very much for the brilliant presentations. So I have a question for Caroline. So you presented all the work with different people from different sectors as well. So I was wondering, what is your impression or your opinion or your comment about how policy context could influence all the work within this group, or interdisciplinary group?
Thank you for the question. So as we mentioned in CHANCE, we try to work with both stakeholders from the policy context and also researchers. And one thing that I've realized in being in this network is that there's a lot of openness to sort of embrace emerging knowledge. And during our exchange sessions, for example, in the conference that we just had this year, we had a policy session where policymakers came and told us about the work that they are undertaking in their respective countries. And we also had researchers come and say what they're doing in, again, some of the same countries. And our aim is to sort of put these people together and have them network and see how they can work together. So but I feel like that is a much we can do, and allow them to now take it up after these meetings and the workshops and the webinars we have, for them to advance any interest that they may have together. Yeah.
If there is no other question, I actually have a question for Julian. And I wanted to ask you, because you said that there is a lack of local knowledge production in Africa, in Eastern Southern Africa. And I wanted to ask you, do you think, or literature says, is it a matter of lack of resources, both human and finance resources, or is it lack of awareness or different priorities of the research field?
Yeah, thank you very much. That reminds me of a conversation I just had this morning. So it's not like work is not being done in the region, but people who are doing the work, it's buried in reports, they're buried in, unaccomplished studies. And if this thing is not making it to the limelight, then we don't know what they're doing. So when you go and search and visit the websites, there is nothing. But definitely, the resources are not enough. Basically, the human resources, let's say environmental experts, and how they can link with the public health experts. So that connection is still not yet there to produce the work that makes relevance into this climate adaptation work. So I would say it's a combination. But the most challenge we're trying to tell people is to at least try and bring out the work that they're doing in the region to the limelight, because that is still a challenge as well.
I have a question, if that's okay. Can I?
Yeah, we also
if we
have a
have
question
time
from the audience. But no.
No, but if the audience has a question.
Okay. There we have a question there.
Okay. Thank you. It's just a follow-up question because I was really amazed by this one outlier in your presentation who had no power but also no interest, and it was public health. So is that partly the reason what you answered to the previous question, or are there other challenges? I mean, power I understand, but interest is a bit weird.
Sure, yes, thank you. So sure, partly that is part of the reason, but also, like I've said, people are working in silos, and much of the work has been mainly public health without bringing in the climate side. So when we constructed the questions that were bringing this knowledge together and people were answering from this particular public health institute, yes, they were experts, but they hadn't done any work on the two intersection between health and climate change. So yes.
Shilpa, I don't know if you want to ask, or
I don't know if there's
out of
time. Yeah,
fine.
I can talk in the break.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much to our plenary speakers and to the chairs. So here we conclude our first plenary. Thank you so much to all of you and for your insightful discussions. So now we break out for lunch, and this is a special request that we try keep time. So next session would be more or less, plenary divided into now different sessions that we are going to be in parallel rooms. So we have main room here, which will continue the same way. Then you have room C1, C2, C3, which is on the upper floor. So you take the stairs from outside and you go up. So please check which session you are responsible for where you're speaking and gather there. So that will be from 13:30, and we do not want it to get late. So again, we are 5 minutes delayed, but please, you might have to make sure that you're there, you meet your chair so that we are not running too late into that. And by 15, yeah, so it's 1.5 hours. We break for lunch now, and we...
Just a few words about lunch. Lunch
and then you now feel very enriched by that. So we're going now into the parallel session phase, and so this is the first session, oral 1, climate change, health impacts and transformations of disease patterns. We're going to have 6 speakers here. And we're going to be a little bit quick and try to keep time. So there are going to be questions from the on-site audience here after each of the respective presentations, as well as we encourage also questions from the online delegates to post questions by the chat. What more? I think that's it. So we should just start. So I'll be very happy to introduce the first speaker, which is Eleni Papadopoulou. I think I got it maybe right. Papadopoulou. So please, the floor is yours. Elena is going to talk about El Nino and epidemic malaria in Ethiopia, a new climate tool to enhance malaria surveillance and response.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think, I'm Eleni. I'm not Dr. Adunya. Dr. Adunya was supposed to present today, but due to some issues with the visa, and he's now sitting at home in Ethiopia, and this is his work. And the reason why I'm stepping in is because we have a new collaboration between the Norwegian and the Ethiopian Institute of Public Health on capacity building on environmental health and climate change. So it's a bit of my honor to present this on his behalf, and I know he would like to be here. So I can also provide his email address if you have more questions about this work that he has done. But our collaboration is new, so this work was done before that. So here, to introduce the topic, we have the information about the country that is known for its heterogeneous topography, features and varying altitude. There's lowlands and highlands. There's characteristics of seasonal unstable transmission of malaria in a complex climate system. We heard a lot about this complexity from Sari this morning. And of course, climate is a driver for malaria transmission and accounts for seasonality and duration. There have been monitored several large-scale epidemics in the highlands and the highland areas. These are two publications, one from the 1958 epidemic and the one from the most recent one, 2002-2003. Of course, the wet and humid and warm conditions, they are so favorable for the different species and the malaria parasites, and for the lowland areas, the requirement for bigger spread of malaria is rainfall and humidity, while for the highlands is the temperature variation that induces the spread. So this study is looking to answer the question, how was the 2014 forecasted El Niño influence the seasonal malaria incidence in Ethiopia? And this research motivation was supported and came from a workshop, a stakeholder workshop that the EPHI, the Ethiopian Institute of Public Health, participated on. And the recommendations from the workshop participants on how to work on these issues was related to research, education, training, advocacy, key messages, services, and data, which was all of these words we heard this morning from the great presentations on capacity building and what are the needs for more research in Africa to be conducted and more information to find us, the researchers and the research community, and this kind of meetings. So the understanding of the relationship of historical malaria epidemics with the ENSO events was thought to help explaining the effects in 2015 and 2016 El Niño on malaria incidence. And the main hypothesis of this research is that widespread malaria epidemics are related to the ENSO effects, events, and therefore they are potentially predictable. And the reason, that research, training, and data is here highlighted is because this is the tools that the researchers used to go ahead and answer the research question. The aim of this project was to undertake an exploratory analysis that can inform the use of climate information for the Ethiopian malaria surveillance and response, with two main objectives. The one was to explore, of course, the impact of the ENSO events on the seasonal and spatial patterns of rainfall and temperature across Ethiopia using ENACTS. And the second one was to review the occurrence of malaria epidemics, local and widespread, across the country, as recorded in the literature. So for the first objective, the MapRoom, Ethiopia's new climate data and MapRoom was used. The researchers obtained the malaria epidemic information from 1950s to 2016, together with information from the Ethiopian Meteorological Agency, and now it's called Ethiopian National Meteorological Institution, NMI. And using the MapRoom, they were able to map the seasonal climatic stability for malaria, using models that included temperature, rainfall threshold, and various other specific administrative information regarding the administrative units of Ethiopia. And as you can see, I think in the red box over there, this is where these 4 questions could be answered using this specific MapRoom. Are there significant trends in the season that affect the regional zone or district? How is the current and recent rainfall in my area for the past 3 decades and cumulative? And is the climate suitable for malaria transmission? So you could add specific districts. And is ENSO events important in my area? Again, this is a result of partnerships with different institutions and shows how capacity building activities can support research. And here is the use of the ENACTS data. So for the 2 first pictures, I have my notes here. it shows that El Nino for the seasons, the July, August, and September seasons, where rainfall is expected to be high, El Nino is reducing the probability of rainfall and is increasing the temperatures for this area, for the areas of Ethiopia, for these specific areas of Ethiopia where these are the requirements for a widespread malaria transmission. While on the other two figures, they represent also different areas of Ethiopia, it shows that during October, November, and December, the opposite occurs. So El Nino is inducing more rainfall. And so the geography, the rainfall geography and the rainfall seasonality is changing, and this creates the requirements for transmission epidemics, local and widespread as well. While La Nina, there's a lot more information in the paper that is published. So in this case, La Nina has the opposite effect of El Nino for the same periods. So the main findings was that 14 malaria epidemic events were found to be associated with El Nino. 12 of them were 12 with La Nina, and 3 with the neutral years, and 7 with the combined ENSO periods, the ENSO events. Of the 19 total epidemic outbreak events classified as widespread, 10 were associated with years classified as El Nino, 2 with La Nina, 1 with neutral years, and 2 with the ENSO periods. And 12 widespread epidemic events were associated with drought years. Strong or very strong El Nino events were associated with drought in Ethiopia, and drought occurred in association with five of the 8 moderate El Nino events. So these methodologies, the MapRoom and the ENACTS data created and disseminated by the National Meteorological Agency, provide an important resource for climate analysis by the health community. Local and widespread epidemics can occur when the ENSO phase occurs, but there are strong indications that El Nino years pose an increased risk for malaria epidemics in the September to December seasons in the central, western, northern highlands of Ethiopia, following the main rainy season, that is July, August, and September. So the higher temperatures and the rainfall are important factors in driving the epidemics at local and regional level. So there are 2 main recommendations that are also very important for this community, that we need to, for the future analysis, as for example, the current epidemic of 2022 and 2023 that is happening, we need to be considering lower administrative units if possible, like in district level, where the epidemic monitoring is operational with high quality malaria data. And also to strengthen capacity building to health professionals and researchers in partnerships with the Meteorological Institute. So again, bring the climate and health people together to improve the incorporation of the ENACTS data in malaria surveillance that inform action. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eleni. We're very happy to take questions from the on-site and online participants.
I think we have one question online.
Right.
And says, how is the effectiveness of the early warning systems assessed and evaluated?
In this study, there was no is not a representation of evaluation of an early warning system, rather than an exploratory analysis of literature data and meteorological data to connect the ENSO events with malaria epidemics. But that's, I suppose, a new step, as a new early warning system is being developed in Ethiopia now for malaria transmission, to my knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more.
Thank you for a great talk. I think I heard some of the same things in the chance meeting in Botswana. He was there. But I just would like to ask, can you speculate a little bit on the mechanisms behind the increase in malaria in newborns and pregnant women related to rainfalls, higher temperatures, or is there a combination that's the fatal thing, and what's happening biologically?
I'm really sorry I cannot answer this question. I'm sure Dr. Adunya will be responsible to answer this, but I can forward your question to him and he can reply. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, because I know the figures are telling, but I'm kind of trying to understand what's happening actually. Yeah.
That's a very, very good question, I think. Asking these kind of questions are important, I think, to understand why things happen. And but it would be great if he can get back to with an answer.
Yes.
So just communicate with the email address, and that would be nice.
Thank you.
Would it be any other questions from the audience? So.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there more questions? Sorry.
Well, I'm curious on one question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Before we switch to the next one. So, and this looks great, right? And I realize in specifically Ethiopia and also other places, there is a huge altitude variation. And this must be very important, I think, because it's also is very much related to temperatures and rainfall and so on. And has this been some sort of a challenge in this type of surveillance and understanding systems, or can you understand also altitudinal relationships in this?
I'm not sure what are the variables in these models that the agency is using, but I know that they are changing and evolving a lot, as there is a big interest to connect health experts with meteorological experts. It's a very active institute now. It was an agency before. So they should be able to answer this question. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Eleni.
You. Thank you.
Right. So we jump straight to the next speaker in line, which and please come up to stage, Giovanni Moirano from University of Turin and Barcelona Supercomputing Center. He will be speaking about West Nile virus infection in Europe, a case crossover study on the short-term effects of meteorological parameters.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and present this work that I've conducted in the past 6 months, and was aiming at evaluating the short-term effect of a meteorological parameter on the incident cases of the West Nile virus. Briefly, West Nile virus is a mosquito-borne virus that is transmitted by especially mosquitoes of the Culex species, and in nature is maintained through an enzoonotic cycle between birds and mosquitoes. And humans represent only dead hand host, so they can be only occasionally acquire the infection, and they cannot transmit to other subjects because the viremia is too low, so that the mosquito, if bites humans, they cannot take the virus. But sometimes has been described also transmission through blood. In that sense, blood donor could be a source of infection. And as you can see in the graph, we see this pyramid that is quite known in infectious diseases. And 80% of infected subjects do not develop any symptoms, while 20% develop flu-like syndromes, like that is known as West Nile fever, and roughly a little bit less than 1% develop neurological symptoms that are let's say the clinical form is known as West Nile neuroinvasive disease. And then we have this threshold level that we can move up and down, because this depends on the surveillance of each country, that are the diagnosed and not diagnosed. We can say the majority of West Nile fever, let's say almost all West Nile neuroinvasive disease are actually diagnosed because the subjects present neurological symptoms. They are referred to an hospital, and usually they screen for West Nile virus, at least in the area where it's known to be circulating. West Nile fever is roughly, let's say, usually is diagnosed, but not all the cases. And then we have the asymptomatics that are very low, in very few cases diagnosed, especially through the blood donor screening in certain areas. And the first outbreak, major outbreak in Europe, was reported in 1996 in Romania. And since then, we observed an increased number of cases and areas affected by West Nile. And the major outbreak, the highest one, was observed in 2018 with more than 1,500 cases in the European areas, at least cases reported to the ECDC. Even though West Nile has been observed also at northern latitude, especially among birds and mosquitoes, the majority of human cases are still restricted to southern and central eastern European countries, even if a couple of outbreaks have been detected in Germany and in the Netherlands in the last years. And West Nile virus is considered a climate-sensitive disease, and here I report some potential explanation. Actually, also, some of them are quite consistent in the literature, especially for temperature. As you can see, temperature can increase the replication of the virus within the vector, the replication of the vectors that are mosquitoes, and also decrease what is known as extrinsic incubation period, that is the time between a mosquito acquire the virus and can transmit the virus. Concerning precipitation, there is let's say, a more heterogeneous evidence in the literature, because both drought and high rainfall have been associated with both a decrease and an increased number of vector. And this is likely reflects this heterogeneity, because precipitation might have a different effect on the basis of the geographical area. So different geographical areas can respond to precipitation in a different way concerning the replication of the vector. The aim of this study were two. The first one was exploring the role of a meteorological parameter on the incidence of European cases, all European cases reported to the ECDC, and then try to characterize the heterogeneity of response among different countries. The data were retrieved from the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, and between 2013 and 2022, so spending 10 years. Actually, 2013 was removed from analysis due to a high number of missing data. And given this threshold, as you observed before, can change a lot between countries and also between years, we restricted the analysis to symptomatic cases, also because we use the date of symptom onset as a referring date for the case. While asymptomatic, they don't have a date of symptom onset, but just a date of diagnosis. Can be also quite diluted in time. While metaclimatic data were retrieved from the ERA5 land reanalysis, that is a reanalysis product from you can find on Copernicus system, and were daily gridded data with a 9x9 kilometer resolution, and these one were aggregated over space to make this data interoperable with the epidemiological one that were at a province level, NUTS3 level, so it's a sub-regional definition. We use a study design that in epidemiology is known as a case crossover, and is a study design that was developed to understand the short-term effect of exposure on outcome. So imagine you observe a case here. What you do with the same subject, just moving through time, you go measuring if there is an exposure in a period just preceding the events that is known as other period, and then you sample other control periods for the same subject when you know the subject was not a case, and you measure the exposure in these different control periods, and basically analyzing the odds of probability of being exposed in the other period and in the control period, you can estimate a relative risk. Okay, sorry, I skipped that we applied a time-stratified case crossover design to adjust for seasonal and long-term trends, because through time, if there is a trend of the outcome, especially on the outcome, you can find a spurious association confounded by the seasonality and long-term trend. And then we applied these models that are known as a distributed lag nonlinear model that can evaluate 3 dimensions, basically. On the y-axis, we have the risk of the events. And then on the other 2 axes, we have the lag. So we are estimating the effects of temperature measured in the 8 weeks before the case occurred. And then we have the value of the variable of interest. In this case is temperature. So you see from 18 to 26 is the temperature. The lag is the temperature measured the week before, 2 weeks before, up to 8 weeks before the cases. And then you have the response on the Y. And since we were interested in evaluating this lag effect, so which was the delayed effect of the temperature and precipitation of the West Nile, what we did, we compute this surface for each country, you will see later, and then we compared the effect of the temperature of the 19th percentile of the distribution of the temperature of that country, specific country, compared to the 75th percentile. So what we are doing and what we will see later are just slices of this. Okay, I almost finished. Here you see the seasonality of the disease, and that's why we use a time-stratified case crossover. And you also observe that there is a quite variability of cases of year-in-year number of cases. These are the cases observed in the 9 years. On the right, you see the areas by number of years reporting at least 1 case. And on the left, the number of symptomatic cases reported in Europe. We focused on these 5 countries that reported almost 4,400 cases. They represent 94% of the cases. And these are the results. This is the results for being exposed to a temperature of the 90th percentile to the 75th, stratified by the 5 countries that are Greece, Hungary, Italy, Romania, and Serbia. And you see that highest effect is at 2 weeks. So it's associated with temperature recorded 2 weeks before. Here you observe the pool estimates. So when we pool all the different curves together, and so it's the average effect across the countries. It is 2 weeks. And this is the effect for precipitation. Slightly more heterogeneous, slightly more, let's say there is a slightly higher latency because the highest effect was observed with precipitation recorded 3 weeks before. And this one is the pooled curve. So in conclusion, what we observe is that both temperature and precipitation are associated with a short-term effect, so through 2 to 3 weeks with the West Nile cases in Europe. And the precipitation is a slightly lower, let's say, slower effect than temperature. And the effects were quite homogeneous across the different countries, more homogeneous for precipitation. So in conclusion, I would say that including the 94% of symptomatic West Nile virus cases in Europe, we confirmed the previous evidence, and these estimates could be used for early warning system, I would say intra-seasonal, so when you want to update quite quickly, week by week, including meteorological parameter to estimate the risk in the following week. Thank you for the attention.
Questions? Thank you, Mariano.
Thank you. Very interesting. I'm Olivier Barrette. I work for the ECDC. So do you have now plans to develop this into a predictive model and see how well you could predict possibly the increase in risk?
Yeah, let's say cynically, first I'd like to publish this, and then I'd like to extend the project on a probability or forecasting abilities. It's quite difficult, I think. You see here that you have this huge variability between years. So usually you don't know at the beginning of the season in which of these year you are. Maybe Zia the speaker later that is after me, could explain also this. But once you are in and you start seeing how the cases are increasing, actually I think it could be applied. So it's one of our aim.
Yes, there's a question here.
Thanks for a really interesting presentation. I'm curious whether you, sorry, whether you would know anything about who are the people getting the West Nile virus infection and getting the fever, or even more serious. Do you know anything about vulnerabilities? What are their living conditions, etc.?
In my case, I don't have, because there was, let's say, also a privacy issue. So these one are individual cases, information. So to have individual cases, I had to, if I wanted to have the date of symptom onset, I needed to remove other variables that might make the subject identifiable. So I've asked for the date because I was quite interested in the timing, and I skipped the sex and the age class, for instance, because the majority of West Nile virus, especially the neurological one, are observed among the elderly and immunocompromised subjects. So yeah, but still is something you can have on, let's say, you can have estimates of the general population if you want then try to build a predictive tool.
Okay, one last question here.
Hello, Katharina Brugger from Austria. Thank you very much for your talk. I'm wondering a little bit, you have no mosquitoes in your model, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only use temperature and precipitation, but temperature and precipitation, the meteorology parameters only point on the mosquitoes population and not actually on the West Nile transmission.
Yeah, this is true. And well, I think there is discussion about this, no? Especially when I discuss also with some colleagues, and some of them say, well, actually, you don't need mosquitoes, because if your model that is based on climate predicts already, well, you need mosquitoes that are also quite difficult to collect in terms of data. Then if you want to explain the mechanistically or biologically the reasoning, actually you need entomological data. From my previous research, just limited to Italy, because this is where I have the data, we found, especially for temperature, an association at lag 1, 2 on the mosquitoes. So here that you see already a more diluted effect, this is probably because temperature first acts on mosquito, and then you still have a lag of 1 week between the mosquito is increasing or infected on the human. So yeah, but I think it's good to have also entomological data, quite difficult to obtain. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Giovanale, and everyone. So the next speaker on stage is Sia Farok from Umeå University, who interestingly has quite related presentation, I think, at least on West Nile, to the previous presenter. So it's you're going to talk about European predictions of West Nile virus transmission under climate change scenarios.
Yes, thank you, Henrik. And I'm grateful that I have been provided the opportunity to talk about my work on West Nile virus. And I would also like to appreciate Mariano, who helped me in building up this presentation, because he explained so many initial things that I did not have in my presentation. I would start with this small video to show the spatiotemporal spread of West Nile virus across different years in last decade or so. You can see that every year new regions are reporting the West Nile cases in Europe. As he described, 2018 was the largest outbreak, but the last year, even 2022, was also a large outbreak. Here I reported it from this ECDC. So the transmission, the cycle as has been described is between mainly wild birds and mosquitoes of Culex genus particularly. But there are external factors that are thought to be associated with the transmission cycle, like abiotic environmental factors that affect the biotic environmental factors like competition, host availability, human movement and behaviors that could influence the outbreaks of West Nile virus. And of course, temperature. It also affects both the mosquito dynamics because warmer condition hasten the development and increase the biting rate of mosquitoes. And for pathogen transmission, a warmer condition decrease the incubation period that results in increased transmission probability. Now the question is why West Nile virus is endemic in parts of Europe since like last 10 or 12 years we are seeing frequent outbreaks. So this is a map from ECDC again. You can see that the distribution or presence of West Nile, the Culex mosquitoes is throughout the Europe. The birds, migratory birds, and also the host birds, we can see that the pathways, they are cross-cutting the areas that report the West Nile cases. And this is another contributory factor into that. But interestingly, in our previous study, which I was leading, we use this machine learning classifier to find out which regions that those reported the cases, the differences between temperatures. And we can see that here, the two colors that are representing the two types of regions that reported the cases and that did not report the cases. And on x-axis, you are seeing the summer temperatures, and we can clearly find a threshold that the regions that have reported the cases, the summer temperatures were much higher in those regions. Of course, the other constituents needs to be there. So future transmissions, this figure, as you see here, it's part of our Lancet Europe indicator for West Nile that I contribute to. And we can see that temporal trends across the 4 European regions, how they are changing. And presently, we can see that the virus is spread across like many parts of Europe, and it's moving upward towards Germany and Netherlands. But the question is, how might the future look like if the climate change, and we see that temperature is playing a very important role. How could it look like in future? So that was the objective of my study that we did with my co-authors in this European projections of West Nile virus transmission under climate change scenarios. So what we did, we used this climatic models data to project the risk or transmission probability using a few of these climatic models for which we had the data. And in our case, we chose 3 scenarios for which the data was available from ICMIP. And each scenario had multiple models in order to assess the variability of the results. And the period that we assessed from was from 1950 up to 21st century. The predictors that I used are climatic predictors like temperature, precipitation, relative humidity, bioclimatic. And also I included population density or GDP. And we tried to associate the human cases, try to predict the presence of cases or absence of cases using our model. Modeling setup briefly. In each case, in each model, we use this machine learning classifier XGBoost, which is basically a tree-based method that tries to classify if a region is at risk or not using the patterns in the data. And our response was if a region was has reported a case, then it was at risk. And I used here a k-fold cross-validation, which means that we divided the training period into multiple sets in order to avoid the overfit of the data. And the training period was, in this case, from 2010 to 22. And my model's output was the outbreak risk in terms of probability, as you see in the upper map. And then the lower map also shows the reported cases. I mean, one glitch that we found was that how to assess the performance of a model, because these data-driven models, you can rely on the period where you are fitting in, but in projections, it becomes a bit tricky. So we also used another machine learning algorithm which can assess the performance of a model in the absence of ground truth. For example, if you do not have any report on cases, because we don't know in future where will be the cases or where we no cases. And using that classifier, we found that model is performing really well in terms of this AUC curve. It's mainly used measure in classification for machine learning algorithms, which states the robustness of our model. And the results here I show European trends. The upper figure you see is for each RCP scenarios, the risk as estimated by our model. And we can see that the extreme scenarios will lead to larger risk in coming years, and it drastically increases after 2050 in extreme scenarios. And interestingly, we found that the climate, like supreme temperature, that was very highly associated with the outbreak risk with correlation coefficient of 0.8, and relative humidity was negatively correlated in this case, as you see in the panel 3. We further delineated the regional trends, as you can see here in map, to assess which regions will be at higher risk. In previous figure, I showed the overall trends. And we can see that column-wise, I present the scenarios, and row-wise, the northern, western, and southern and eastern Europe. Of course, the first two, the last two are already like endemic, and they have very high risk. But in extreme scenarios, as we can see in like RCP 70 and RCP 85, the risk is drastically increasing for Western Europe and also Northern Europe in extreme scenarios. We quantified the relative increase in the risk based upon the current period, like the first 20 years of the century, and we found that Western Europe will be at least at 5-fold increase in the risk in 2040 to 60. Similarly, Northern Europe will also have a similar increase in the risk, and it will further increase in the later part of this century. So this trend shows the country-wise trends. As we can see that the currently endemic, like Croatia, that I have used arrows, Croatia and Bulgaria, which are reporting cases, they will reach an optimal point, and then because of climatic condition, the risk seems to be declining in later end of the century. As opposite to Sweden, you can see that right from 2050s in extreme scenarios, it's abruptly increases. We then mapped the model output with the reported cases, the first row that you see, and column-wise, I have scenarios. As you can see that as we move towards the later years of this century and extreme scenarios, more and more regions are going to be at risk based upon our current estimates. And we then translated these estimates into the numbers, which you see in this figure on the left. And the upper panel shows percentage of NUTS3 regions that will be at risk or are at risk. And we can see Western Europe, it's like a linear increase that we are expecting. It will be like tripled in like next 20, 30 years. And the population at risk that is shown in the second panel is correspondingly increasing. Depending upon which scenario, which socioeconomic pathways we are going to go, the population at risk will accordingly increase drastically. So concluding remarks, climate change will likely intensify West Nile virus transmission in currently naive European regions in coming decades. So we are moving from sporadic to recurring to more intense outbreaks. And the trend seems to be shifting towards Western and Northern European countries now. I have to emphasize here that the analysis I presented here are macro scales and they represent the larger picture. But a One Health approach would need to include more information or more data or more analysis, like what is the avian host information that is missing, vector species distribution. There are no studies that show that how the species distribution might look like in future, what will be by impact, mobility patterns. But we also emphasize that data-driven models and digital tools can help us to develop these early warning alerts and seasonal and local risk prediction, because as we previously see, and I'm showing here, the West Nile virus outbreaks are occurring in a certain part of the year. So it will be interesting to develop models that can predict sub-seasonal outbreak risk. And currently I'm working on that, extending my work to predict within a year outbreak risk using these climatic models and epidemiological data. I would like to thank everybody.
Thank you very much, Sia. We have time for some questions. Do we have any online questions, Julian?
Oh yeah, I think there is one. So how do you think the model will, if it can perform in predicting sub-seasonal or local scale predictions?
Can you repeat the question, please?
How do you think the model will, if it can, perform in predicting sub-seasonal and local scale predictions?
Yeah, interesting question. I think I'm investigating that. The current last figure that I showed, it was for like quarterly predictions, and it seems to be performing well, but I want to go further on like monthly outbreak risk or weekly for which the cases are reported. So I need to further investigate with that.
We have time for one more question. Yes, please, Juliana.
Sorry.
No, if I understood correctly, at the moment, the presence of West Nile was based only on the presence of human cases.
Yeah.
So have you thinking about also modeling presence on mosquitoes and also in bird, try to see how they behave, the three different outcomes?
Yeah, so birds is very difficult, I would say. It's hard to have that data. I don't know, maybe people are gathering that. But for mosquitoes, I used in my previous study for the regions for which we had the data. And it shows some effect, but still like the effect of climatic conditions are very prevalent. One problem with using the mosquitoes data is that it depends on sampling efforts. So if you don't have sampling efforts in a region, you say, okay, there are no mosquitoes there, then it also kind of makes your analysis biased.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the positivity in mosquitoes. So in that case, if you have the mosquito that is a Culex, it's quite spread all around Europe. You know if it's positive or negative. So it's not just a presence, but it's an absence presence of the West Nile in the mosquito.
Yeah, I think absence is very difficult. So basically in modeling studies, they use this like, background data. So they assume that the regions that did not report any case, they take a sample that is equivalent to that have reported the cases to make the study design. So it's a bit hard to say that for the regions where you have not sampled anything that there are no mosquitoes. There may be, but we did not sample them. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's one question here, a quick one.
Yeah, just a quick one. Why did you choose XGBoost, and did you consider other models, neural nets, these kind of things?
Yeah, good question. Actually, we tested multiple algorithms, and that was the one that was performing the best, because I did not have time to go through all these studies details. I think we don't need neural networks because it's a tabular data, very nice, and XGBoost can easily outperform even neural networks. And another reason was that in the study that I wanted to know what are the factors and which climatic condition at what temperature are contributing in the outbreak risk. So I used explainable AI framework SHAP that is more compatible with XGBoost than neural networks. Yeah.
Okay, we need to switch to the next presenter, and thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you.
So we have the next presenter, Fabienne Pradella. She is a health economist with a background in food and resource economics and management. And today's presentation, Pradella, you're talking about historical malaria in the Nordic countries and its association with weather conditions.
I know, it's
not
my presentation. It's on temperature during conception.
Oh, this is the second one. Sorry, temperature around conception and metabolic health in adulthood.
Exactly.
Right. Okay, please.
Need to find the slides. Here we are. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and I'm really happy to be able to present some of our current work here at the conference. So it's a switch of focus now. It's no longer for now on infectious diseases, but what our group is working on is what happens in early life during pregnancy and what impact does that have on health over the entire life course. And the project about which I'm going to talk today is about temperature around the time of conception. So the background of that whole research is phenotypic plasticity. As some of you might already know, organisms adapt already to prenatal circumstances in a way to optimally prepare for postnatal similar circumstances. So of these genotypes, already during the time in the womb, the fetus receives some environmental cues, and the whole body will adapt to those. And the question that we were asking ourselves is whether temperatures around conception are associated with health, and in that case, metabolic health outcomes along the life course. Why would we think so? So the key idea is that if we follow that logic, the temperature to which a child is the temperature around the time of conception can be thought of being predictive of later life temperatures so that the body systems would adapt to that. So what happens if now global warming continues and these temperatures that fetuses experience while in the womb, what happens if those actually change? Especially since, in addition to white fat, of which we usually think about when we talk about fat, there's also brown adipose tissue, which in contrast to white fat actually dissipates energy into heat and is associated with improved metabolic health outcomes. So this brown adipose tissue is abundant in newborns, but it is also still existent in humans, in adults, sorry. And a main mechanism to actually stimulate and also expand this brown adipose tissue is chronic cold exposure. So we know from animal studies that more active brown adipose tissue is associated with improved metabolic health outcomes, but for humans, so far, there has been no causal evidence. And that's exactly where our project kicks in and what we really try to look at. So how are we doing that? We use data from the UK Biobank, which is a large biobank with around 450,000 participants between the age of 40 and 69 at the time of recruitment. And these individuals were born between 1934 and 1971. Since we know the date of birth and also the place of birth of these participants, we can link the individual participants' data to weather exposures, in this case temperature, for which we use MEDAS Open data, which is a data set on weather stations all across the UK. And we also have several outcomes that we can look at in that data set, which is not only BMI and waist circumference, but also blood measures like HbA1c, triglycerides, and total cholesterol. So just to give you an idea of the context, this is like the kind of the places of birth of the UK Biobank participants. Well, the south of the UK is just more densely populated. And how are we now trying to get to causal evidence. And I think that the key methodological trick that we are using is that we are really trying to isolate the quasi-random temperature variation around conception. So if you're not so familiar with this quasi-random exposures, please don't be scared off. I would just like to explain that in a second with this heat map. So maybe the first idea would be that we can just compare people who were born in colder versus warmer regions in the UK and see whether their health outcomes differ just because they were in the womb in a colder or warmer region. But the issue is that there are also other factors that make people more likely to live in the north, for instance, which at the same time have an impact on the metabolic health outcomes of these people. So that's not really the way to go about to come to causal evidence. So what we do instead is that we really only look at the deviation of temperatures from regional long-term trends. So let me just walk you through a quick example. Let's assume we have an individual participant who was conceived in London on the 15th of January in 1963. So for each of the days, we have a long-term trend. So let's say the average temperature in London on the 15th of January is 6 degrees Celsius, but in that particular year, it was only 2 degrees. So the deviation is -4 degrees, and that is the exposure we use. We don't look at only absolute temperature, we only look at the deviation to isolate this quasi-randomness of the temperature variation during pregnancy. And then we just calculate some multivariate regression models and control for region and month of birth, which is really essential, so that we only compare individuals who were born or conceived in the same month and region, but across different years, and no longer just north versus south, for instance. I think what's also important to consider here is that the UK Biobank participants, they were all born and also conceived before global warming kicked in. So we are not just capturing some time trends here. We can really look at the deviation from the long-term average. We don't look at these later spikes in temperatures. This is not the period that we are looking at. So this is just something that's a question that always comes up. So I at this point, decided to just show it right up front. And for epigenetic imprinting, especially on sperm cells, it's the 2 weeks before conceptions that are actually decisive. So we try to really look at this time period, but the key challenge in this project was, I mean, we only know the date of birth of these people. We don't know the date of conception, and not all pregnancies do have the length of an average human pregnancy. So we did have to make that assumption and came up with different exposure categories to capture as many pregnancy and cold or warm temperature variations as possible. Now, so this is just a restriction in this data set, that we do not have any information on how on the gestational duration of these people actually. So what do we find? So here on the left, you just see these different time periods. DOC is just the day of conception, temperature variation at the day of conception, then the 2 weeks before conception. And then we widen that time window a little bit to kind of capture more of the people who were also born post or preterm. And we have the different health outcomes on top. And we don't have to look at these numbers in detail, but what we can take away from it is that if the temperature while that child was, or just before the child was conceived, was 1 degree Celsius warmer than usual in that particular region, we see that these measures of metabolic health outcomes increase, which points to a worse metabolic health state. And the effect sizes increase when we only look at winter assessments. Why do we also look at winter assessments only? Well, the simple reason is it's colder in winter, so it's also more likely that the brown adipose tissue is active at all. But of course, I mean, you all see these effect sizes are tiny, really small, but at the same time, we find it really fascinating that there are these effects from that subtle exposure, only that time window before conception. And then years later, we look at the metabolic health outcomes of these people and actually do find such effects. So quick conclusion, this project finds that colder temperatures around conception are associated with improved metabolic health indicators in adulthood. And I think a key takeaway message from these research projects is also that these subtle variations in environmental exposures during or before pregnancy actually can have an impact on health along the life course. That's something to consider when we think about the health effects of climate change. And a major contribution of this project is that we use our econometric methods to come to causal evidence for humans here. As I said before, we do not know the exact date of conception, so there's lots of classical measurement error. We just don't know. There's just a lot of noise in the exposure measure, so probably we do underestimate these effects. And as climate change and global warming in this case, and also improved building isolation lead to even higher temperatures around conception over time, we believe that this is an issue that we just should think about when we talk about global warming and the health effects. Yeah. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pradella, for this interesting topic. And now let's hear it from the audience. Any questions? Yes.
Yes, I would have a question. Rémi Slama from INSERM, very nice presentation. I had two questions. A technical one, I don't know why you assume or call it a classical type error, the error you have. If you talk about classical type error in the usual, one definition is that it's totally independent from exposure and outcome, while in that case, the amount of error will depend on the rate of prematurity, and prematurity has long-term consequences. I'm not certain it has strong consequences on metabolic health on the long term, but it clearly has health consequences. So I would, it's differential according to the outcome, and it would be interesting to think about the impact. I'm surprised that the gestational duration is not available in the UK Biobank cohort. Do you have any idea regarding the mechanism? I mean, could it be that if it's called the maternal diet is different at that time, and that this impacts, for example, the development, or is there any animal evidence that could help us think about these possible underlying mechanisms?
So I'll just thanks a lot for these interesting questions. So about the measurement error, I mean, when we think about the independent variable, the exposure variable, that's something else. So yeah, we can think about whether we state that so bluntly, so thanks a lot for the hint. And for the mechanisms, so actually the animal studies point at the paternal pathway being decisive. So in these mice models, they exposed male and female, the mama and daddy mice to different temperatures, and it seems to really run via the paternal pathway. And the key issue that we face here. So what we really try to do here is to look at long-term effects. But of course, it's really difficult to find the data for that. And the UK Biobank does, for instance, record gestational age for the children of these participants, but we look at the participants and there's so few information on their parents and their own medical history. So we can't even use their own birth weight because it's self-reported, or just not available for a large share of the participants. And since we only, I mean, in the end, we only expected very subtle effect sizes, so that we really need that large data set to work with in this field. But it's definitely interesting to think about these underlying mechanisms, but unfortunately, I think it's different studies that will need to look at this, because we can't even look at brown fat itself here, because not all of the UK Biobank participants were scanned for that. Only a very tiny fraction of them. So we can only look at these metabolic health outcomes themselves. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, we have 1, 2, 3.
Thanks for the presentation, Nicholas from South Africa. I just wanted to ask if you looked at any other periods of vulnerability beyond conception. Was there a possibility that, I know there's been some work on heat exposure at birth having effects on long-term cardiovascular outcomes. Did you look at that in your data, and did you find anything interesting?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to talk about this. I didn't have the time to look into this during the presentation. So yes, we also looked at temperature variation around birth, and we did not find any effects actually. But I also want to point out again that this is not an extreme exposure. We explicitly do not look at heat or cold spells here, but we look at this tiny deviation from the long-term mean to really study whether more subtle environmental changes also already have an effect on the long-term health outcomes.
Okay, next question.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Britt Nakstad. I'm neonatologist, physician, Botswana and Norway. And thank you for your presentation, but I'm struggling to understand and believe in it, because it's so many confounders with the newborn babies that you need to add to your database before you can conclude. For example, heat and heat waves impacts on when the baby is born, if it's premature, if it's low weight, all these kind of things. Also the feeding by the mother, the breastfeeding, it impacts on how much weight gain the baby has. The weight gain of the baby, the nutritional status of the newborn baby impacts on later metabolic diseases. So it's so complicated. So I need more data just to believe in this theory. I'm so sorry.
No, thank you for the comment, but actually maybe I was not clear enough about the methodology here, because especially to overcome that risk of confounding, that's why we use that quasi-experimental setup. And what we also tested in placebo tests with the few information that we have on the parents of these already prime-aged individuals in the UK Biobank is that the temperature variation around conception does not depend on whether the mother worked, whether the mother was smoking during pregnancy, and this few information that we have. So the key idea here is that since this variation of temperature around conception can be considered to be quasi-random during that time period, that's why these confounders, we do not even need to take them into account in a causal when thinking about it in a causal way. But I'm totally with you that based on this study, it's very difficult to quantify the effects. So I understand this as a proof of concept work more rather than a work that can lead to exact effect sizes. But we are actually quite convinced that we do provide causal evidence here because of the quasi-random variation, but I'm happy to discuss further later and receive more input from you.
That's okay. Thank you for your response. Yeah, it's a complicated world.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll take one more question and then we'll go to the next presenter.
Yeah, so this may be a bit on the side because it's not what you studied, but you said that you're looking into deviations of temperature. So what about the absolute temperature? I think I've seen some studies, reports indicating that this is your brown fat among people living in hot regions is different, could be linked to diabetes. So do you have any comments to that?
Yeah,
what do we know about these things?
Yes, we do. Like a PhD student of us who is really active in that project, he also looked into that. The problem is also the lack of data. So especially if we only expect these tiny effects, and then we would love to replicate the study in other settings, but we just don't. I mean, so far, if you have any suggestions, I would be so happy. But so far, we just haven't found the data that would give us the opportunity to check how that is different in other settings, because obviously the UK is a quite cold country. And for looking at absolute cutoffs, we did do that. But the problem is that then we also really quickly run into power issues. So that's, again, a methodological challenge that we are facing.
Thank you very much, Pridila, for the exciting presentation. Our next presenter is Dr. McQueen Selve. He's a researcher and statistical modeler at Umea University, and his area of focus is intersection of environment and climate change on vector-borne diseases, including malaria, dengue, tick-borne, and Lyme disease. And today you're talking about Lyme disease in Europe. Please.
Thank you. So as she's mentioned, I'm Makwins Sewe, and I'll be talking about delayed effect of temperature and precipitation on Lyme borreliosis incidents in Europe. Very similar analysis to what Moriano has done. I hope I pronounced your name well. Moriano. Very similar analysis, but a little bit different methodology on the statistical part. So Lyme disease is a bacterial infection caused by ioxide ticks transmitted Borrelia burgdorferi. So the common symptoms are fever, headache, fatigue, skin rash, which occurs among people, almost 60 to 80% of the individuals who are infected. And this happens 3 to 30 days after infection. And sometimes the infection can proceed to more severe condition where you have it spreads to the joints, the heart, and also the nervous system if no treatment is done promptly. So as I mentioned, that's the progression to the nervous system is a very uncommon, but it do happen in some cases. One of the major risk factors is, of course, being exposed to ticks, especially close to places where you have roe deer, because the ticks tends to infest the roe deers. We don't include the roe deer density in this analysis, though. And mainly, the treatment is mainly through antibacterial use, antibacterial drugs. So this is, according to ECDC, this is a very recent map of ioxide tick distribution in Europe. And you can see that in most places, it's red, so it's present. And it can explain some of the recent increases that we see in incidence of Lyme disease. And in the past 2 decades, over 360,000 cases have been reported. And Central Europe suffers the highest burden of Lyme disease. And from studies, the optimal temperature for tick development is between 17 to 22 degrees. Of course, they can develop further also for some degrees above that. But this is like the optimal conditions. So in this sense, it's temperature plays a crucial role in the transmission of Lyme disease through intersection with the ticks. So we only had one objective. So this was to assess how temperature and precipitation influence Lyme disease occurrence in Europe, considering the delayed patterns. The data sources are very similar. We got data from ECDC, and we could only get data for between 2017 and 2020, and not for all countries. I will show the countries that we have data for. And the temperature and precipitation data is very similar source as Moriano. ERA 5, land, and we also extracted data for the same period, monthly data, 2017 to 2020. The ECDC data that we got for Lyme disease was for each patient, each notified case. So we have some additional attributes like gender and date of onset. So this analysis includes all the data we got, because I saw they have different categories. But we in this case, we analyze all the data that we found. Yes, so the data we aggregated to monthly, it was, because we had date of onset, we just aggregated this to monthly to fit with the temperature and precipitation data that we have. Yeah, so in terms of the statistical methods, we fitted a Bayesian, a negative binomial distribution model, adjusting for seasonality through monthly random effects. We also had a country-specific random effects. And then we had a function. So these are smooth functions using DLNM of temperature and precipitation to capture the nonlinear patterns in the data. This is the distribution of the cases that we got from ECDC. So in 2017, we only got data from Hungary. And it's in total, it's 9 countries. The total number of cases is 2,694 for this period, for the data that we got. And you can see that it's from just scanning, the distribution is mostly among the males. So the high proportion of the cases reported is for the males. And Czechia Republic, as in this data set that we have, shows the greatest, they reported the highest number of cases in this period. And even in the northern part in Norway, so they also have so many cases. We cannot say that this is the actual comparison between countries because we did not get data for all the countries. It's only these countries that reported to the ECDC. So this is what we have so far. So we cannot say that these countries have the highest burden because we don't have all the data. And just a spatial mapping of the data that we found, it's just an indication of how much the data is missing for the other parts of Europe. So we only have data for few countries, essentially. And you can, if you look at the tick distribution, we expect to have more data for covering most of the European regions. In terms of the trends, so we overlaid this map of temperature, mean temperature, and Lyme disease or Lyme cases. And just to show that it mirrors a similar pattern. And in the next image, you can actually see there's some delayed, there's always like the peak of temperature before you see high cases of Lyme disease, and it's around the summer period in July, August. So this is the seasonal distribution, and as I said, you see if you observe the peaks, the peak of temperature there's always a small shift before you see the peak in the Lyme cases. And this is what we wanted to study, to try to find out how much delay is it between seeing optimal conditions and the incidence increasing. Yeah, in terms of just the quarterly summary of the environmental covariates, so by country and by quarter, so 1, 2, 3, those are the quarter within the year. And for many countries, of course, in the third quarter is where you expect to have the most optimal conditions for the occurrence. And most cases, it ranges between 14 to 19 degrees, which is almost suitable for ticks. And of course, people going out, recreational activities, and being exposed to the ticks. Yeah, so, yeah. The same for precipitation, but we don't see much variation for this. In terms of the final results, what we wanted to see, this is the lag pattern. So we considered lags between 0, which is the current month, up to 4 months back. And this is what we find. So in the same month, lag 0, we don't see, because most of the confidence interval cross the baseline value, which is 1. But for lag 1, we can see that the temperature above the reference, in this case, the reference value was 10 degrees. So we can see increased risk for temperatures above 10 degrees in lag 1. And then in the second lag, it's different. We don't, of course, the lower temperatures are protective in this case, like representing the earlier quarters in the year. But then you see in the second lag or the first lag, the risk increases up to, for a temperature of around 15, you get a risk of 30%. If you increase again to 20 degrees, it's almost 60% increase in risk compared to the baseline value. And the
methodology, I noticed that Norway was one of the countries with a lot of Lyme disease. And there is research groups in the southern, eastern, or at least southern part, that's got a lot of funding for screening Lyme disease, and I've been doing this for several years. What about the other countries? Is it discovered by screening, or is it by chance when you go to the doctor and then get a diagnosis? Because it's sometimes very difficult to diagnose this disease. You don't even think about it. You think about everything else. At least the general practitioners tell me. If it's not in the district when you have the these things. So I was wondering, is it by screening or is it by accident that you got these numbers from all the countries?
No, not by accident, but I think...
No, I mean by accident, going to the doctor because you're not well. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I will be able to provide more information once I look at in detail, like because the ECDC provides this detail of how this information, maybe you can help me on how the information is gathered.
Yeah, because if you screen for diseases, you find more by blood testing and things. I find more than if you just go to the general practitioners. Yeah.
Okay, just a quick one.
Sorry, yeah, so the data actually, it was only a few years ago that it became mandatory to report this. So what you're seeing here is reported data, and many countries, first of all, do not have this have a national register of these cases. So there's countries that have a lot more Lyme than Norway, but do not report it because it's too much anyway. The doctors would be constantly busy reporting rather than treating. It's also interesting that Norway has slightly different case definition. So basically what you see is that these are all effects, artifacts of reporting systems. So it has very true reality with the actual endemicity of the disease, just to clarify that. So it's, I think, quite amazing that a significant relationship was found.
Right. I think that was hopeful. You can see some more questions, but let's connect with Sewe after this. Let's go to our last presenter. Thank you so much for sharing with us the new knowledge, and to our audience, both virtually and in person. Thank you for your participation. So we have come to the end of the session, but what was clear today is climate change does impact health and does impact disease patterns. So takeaway is, regardless of which models have been projected and the methods we take, let's continue to share within each other because no one field is enough alone. So please connect and join us for the poster session. And also tomorrow, we have a full packed day. We look forward to seeing you. Enrique, anything else?
No, nothing to add apart from that. Have a coffee break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Chair on Ethics, Science and Society. I will come back to that just to present a little bit our organization. I would like really to thank the NBEL conference to have this idea also just to ensure that the ethical, legal and for governance dimension will be included within this huge question on how to connect climate change and health. And I hope that you will be really in line with what we are going to present of today, because we think that, and we are really trusting that the ethical and for governance dimension is really also important, is a matter of trust, is a matter also of success of the policies that you guys are going to implement in the future. So we are organizing that under the umbrella of our research center, Laurence, who is over there, and I. Laurence will manage the chat and the questions. We are in a center which is dealing with epidemiology and research on health, on population health. And our two teams are working together around health inequalities, and mine is more on the bioethics dimension and side. Few words about our UNESCO chair in ethics, science and society, just to let you know that the UNESCO chairs in general are considered to be international networks around one research question or one societal question in our case, which is how to implement science into society and which kind of impact innovation in science in particular can make to society at general. And to try to tackle this huge question, we are developing actions in training, education, and also in research. Our network is an international one, and we are mainly based in the south of France, around Toulouse, for the main partners, the French partners. And we are partnering with people and research centers and also universities that are based either in North America, in Asia, also in Europe, of course, but also in West Africa. And we are trying really to make this connection about, let's say, global ethics, global and universal ethics. This chair is also embedded in the different strategy objectives of UNESCO, and in particular, two of them. The first one, I don't know if we have not spoken so much about the action of UNESCO. We are going to do so through one of the presentation. But there is a huge engagement of UNESCO regarding building sustainable societies and protecting the environment by promoting science, technology, innovation, and natural heritage. And they have several outcomes that are, I think, quite important for the work that you've done in this NBEL project to strengthen the knowledge for climate action, biodiversity, water, and ocean management. We've heard about that here in this session just before. And natural disaster risk reduction. And another one, which is the outcome to advance international cooperation in science, technology, and innovation. So in our UNESCO chair, we have several research topics, working groups, if I may say that like this. And one is fully dedicated to science, environment, and sustainable development. And this is in this axis that we have proposed to organize this workshop. And why do we think that it was important on our side to make this workshop for today on this specific topic, climate change and health? And the first question that we had was, why do we need ethics and law regarding these questions? And clearly what we thought, and I hope that it will be something that we are going to share with you, is that we need to develop the different policies that we've heard about this morning, for example, and the goal that you had in this project. We need also to share some values and to share also some rules on how it works, on how it should work. And ethics could be a good model to inspire the different policies in the future. And this is probably because when we are talking about ethics, we are talking about beneficence. So for whom it would be the question, in which proportion, this is also the question. But I think that if we have that in mind, at least this first value, we can start to build a kind of framework which is clearly embedded in these ethical values. So it's really the main goal that we have for today. And we think that developing this kind of framework will be also a matter of trust. I've talked about that just before. And it will be the only way for better govern and support policy development worldwide. Even though this is an utopia, I think that we need to have this kind of dreams or goals. Another question that we want also to address there is something that we've heard about also this morning, is to break, in a sense, the silos, the science which is done in silos. And this is also true for bioethicists. For example, I can say all of us here, are more trained in medical ethics or biomedical ethics, but we have something to say probably also about what you are facing in the climate change challenges. And this is something that we need also to collaborate with other people, for example, that are doing public health ethics or other type of ethics. And we need really to break these silos and come together to invent, in a way, the better way to address these issues in the future. So this is also a challenge for us. This is a challenge for policymakers. This is a challenge for scientists, but this is also a challenge for bioethicists. So to start, and maybe to just clearly explain how it's going to work as of today. So we have people that have been invited specifically for this workshop through our networks. So we have additional people online, more than those that are only registered to this conference. As of today, we had almost 45 people coming from 14 countries. So I hope that they are all in capacity to join and that there is no technical problem. In this workshop, the main goal will be to present or to discuss or to propose what could be the theoretical framework and the practical implementation of a global bioethics approach to the future challenges posed by the impact of climate change on health. And I'm going just to introduce briefly our speakers for today. And I will briefly also present the topic of their talk. First, we will have Christian Bick, who is an honorary magistrate at the Paris Court of Appeal. He's also member of a research center at Sorbonne Université in Paris. And he is also the French delegate in the UNESCO Intergovernmental Bioethics Committee. And he will talk especially about the global governance and how it has been, the UNESCO has started to address this question through a declaration that maybe all of you know. The UNESCO Declaration of Ethical Principles on Climate Change that has been adopted in 2017. Then we will welcome Claire Lajonie, who is a lawyer. She is a researcher in environmental law at INSERM. And she will present what could be a kind of global framework from more a public health vision, but also from a legal one, to protect environment in favor of our health. And we will talk again, for those who were there just in the previous session, we have ended up with the One Health approach. So that's funny that we will have also another talk about this One Health perspective and how it impacts maybe on the climate change. And then we will end up with Laurent Ravez, who is a philosopher and a bioethicist. He is a professor at the Namur University in Belgium. And he will go in more practical issues. And it will be also this occasion, so how this question on linking climate change and health impact the medical practices, but I think it will also be the occasion to challenge our classical bioethical framework and try to map out what could be the best framework in the future for addressing these questions. So our speakers will have a 20 minutes talk, and then you will have in the room and those that are online, you will have 10 minutes for, let's say, burning questions. And then we will have a kind of separate debate at the end of the 3 talks between you here in the room and those that are online. And we will just share this with Laurence, who is over there again. So let's start.
Okay.
So Christian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation will discuss this declaration 2017 of UNESCO and its relationship, potential relationship with the health issues. And we may begin by a paradox, which is that this declaration makes absolutely no mention of the issue of health, despite the fact that, as the WHO points out, climate change affects the social and environmental determinant of health. However, and it's my view, the declaration clearly puts forward two axes that concretize the link between climate change and inequality in health field. Firstly, this is the application of the principles set out in the declaration to the determinants of health mentioned by WHO. And secondly, the particular attention that the declaration pays to vulnerable individuals and groups. Let we say a very brief word on the inventory, what we know. I will be very brief because this morning you had a good presentation on this aspect. But we might say that from the end of 1980s, researchers sounded the alarm of the health risk associated with climate change. And today we can make a long list of both environmental and social determinants, which are aggravated by climate change. So I want to speak about the worsening of environmental determinants, air, water, food, transmission of vector-borne disease, because you already heard about that this morning. I will say a few words about the aggravation of social determinants. What are they? The WHO defines the social determinant of health as the structural factors and daily living conditions which are at the origin of a large part of the inequalities in health. The term social determinants therefore brings together, and that is important, the social, political, economic, environmental, and cultural factors that have a strong influence on the state of health. But the analysis of this influence remains complex. Some experts point out that the correlation between a determinant of health and the state of health is not enough to demonstrate the existence of a causal link. Thus, WHO Commission on Social Determinant of Health distinguishes three fundamental components: the socio-economic and political context, such as governance, macroeconomic policies, structural determinants linked to the socio-economic position of individuals, and intermediate determinants, such as material circumstances. So, what is the influence of climate change on the social determinants of health? Until now, the fight against climate change has been essentially tackled at the prism of environmental protection, while the question of the effects of climate change on human health is very little addressed. According to the High Council for the Climate, inequalities underlie the vulnerabilities that transform the threat into a disaster and reduce the acceptability and feasibility of the measures while increasing the overall fragility of the system and the individual risk. The conclusion is clear. The climate crisis threatens to undo the progress made over the past 50 years in development, global health, and poverty reduction, and to further widen health inequalities between population and within them. It means that we need to consider health as a global issue, a global priority in the face of climate change. Based on the definition of environmental health, WHO proposed an ecosystem approach to health through the One Health program. The UNESCO declarations seems in appearance to neglect this, because it's the reason why I said it is a paradox. But I consider, on the contrary, that this UNESCO approach fully promotes a cross-cutting consideration of health, which accentuates an ethical approach that creates a dynamic likely to give priority and effectiveness to health. So the first question we may raise in this UNESCO policy is that it is relevant for UNESCO to show that the objectives set, including in the declaration, correspond to the attachment that our societies have for certain fundamental principles. What are they? The declaration cannot refer solely to academic discussions on the meaning of notions of morality and ethics. Rather, it considers it as a matter of the choice of the authors to address all the actors concerned, as well as to rely on the international legality of this principle. It's why the declaration has a broad scope. It calls on individual groups, local and territorial authorities, scientists, and other communities, including indigenous communities. And the scope also extends to future generations. There are a limited number of principles retained by the declaration. Prevention of harm, precautionary principle, equity and justice, sustainable development, solidarity, scientific knowledge, and integrity. And it shows that the choice made by the authors of the declaration highlight two characteristics. The fact that those principles are recognized legally, and the fact that their implementation in national and international public policy should be a priority. And in this regard, ELSE makes it possible to affirm the complementarity here between this declaration and all all policies developed in the area of climate change. Let me give a few examples. First, the precautionary principle can only be beneficial in guaranteeing the right to health. Equity and justice aim to ensure the effectiveness of this right as a human right, because this nature implies that everyone has an equal right to benefit from it. It is in the spirit of that sustainable development takes health into account, in particular that of the most vulnerable. As for solidarity, health can only be sensitive to the reminder of this obligation that the next text imposes on all actors. Finally, the fact that science should observe the highest standards of integrity by being impartial, honest, and transparent should be strengthened in order to foster a global understanding the effects of climate change, as well as the measures that can be taken to mitigate and adapt them. By giving this declaration a perspective based on universal values. It opens the way to a dynamic that will make it possible to extend its limit. The declaration has no binding values, but the way in which the difference between law and ethics is understood today should not lead to overestimating the latter. Most authors indeed adopt a conception of the relationship between law and morality which recognizes the existence of common mechanisms, such as the performative effects of the norm, a system of per violation sanction, or the validity resulting from the application of a rule of recognition. And beyond this common mechanism, it is difficult to deny that the law necessarily embodies a certain number of values of the society that is supposed to regulate. Such a relationship exists even in the field of compensation for climate change. And finally, the effectiveness and even more the efficiency of the law has not always proved to be optimal in the past. But since there are this common mechanism and interface between the law and the values, it must be possible to build on the advantages and successes of one to improve the effectiveness of the other. Until now, bioethics has made it possible to understand what the global nature of the right to health means. The mobilization of disciplinary knowledge, only one capable of giving a reconstructive contextual transversality of what man is. It is precisely this concern that the preamble of the declaration underlines, and I quote, "Climate change is a common concern of humanity, and we are convinced that global and local challenges cannot be addressed without the participation of all at all levels of society." If health is therefore not explicitly cited in the declaration, it is simply because its protection and promotion are now totally linked to climate change and the urgency of the mobilization. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was saying the same thing when he said, "We are running out of time and approaching a point of no return for human health, which depends on planetary health." We may thus conclude by telling that we thus return to the origins of bioethics that promoted by both Fritz Jahr, a German pastor from the Lutheran Church, and Rensselaer van Potter, who recalled that, and I quote, "In global bioethics, I argued that medical ethics and environmental ethics should not be separated one another." It is indeed a global bioethics that UNESCO has very clearly endorsed with the Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights. And we, consequently, those aware of climate change should be concerned with social justice, because climate change affects the poorest and most vulnerable population, and also with health problems, because the combustion of fossil energy sources not only has consequences for the climate, but the emission of microscopic pollutant also seriously affect the human body. And it is this awareness that inspires the UNESCO Declaration. Finally, I would like to finish by funny story. I was walking the street when the strong rain came, and I think the declaration suffered from the water. And I don't know if it's a good example from the effect of climate change on the health, but I hope very much it will not make you losing the confidence in the speech I made, and especially in the UNESCO declaration. Thank you so much.
Any question in the room? No online. Do we have question? I have
No,
one.
just a precision for all of you who are interested. You just have to type on the web UNESCO Universal Declaration on Principle of Ethics and Climate Change, and you will find the documents in English and other languages. And the report, also there were 4 reports by the COMES, which is the World Commission of Ethics on Knowledge, Science and Technology. Thank you.
Well, I have a question, but maybe you can take a seat.
Okay.
Without breaching any confidentiality, secret, or whatever of the debates that you had at the UNESCO, was it easy to get to the consensus? How long does it take? It has taken to go through the final. I think that you have your mic, which is open. Your mic is open. You can answer.
Well, if you regard the question you raise at the level of experts, the COMEST, UNESCO has 2 ethics committee of experts. One, the Bioethics Committee, IBC, and the other one, the COMEST, which work more intensively on climate change. Of course, the work made during nearly 10 years by the COMEST provided to both committees all the staff to make, we'll say, easily this declaration. But, you have also to take into account the political aspect and the Intergovernmental Bioethics Committee, and then the process to adopt the declaration by the General Assembly. It means 193, yes, the United States have just come back. It was surprisingly a bit more difficult for 2 reasons. One is very simple. A lot of states they were afraid that we try this way to extend or change a bit the Declaration of Paris. That's one of the problems. Some third world countries find that probably it was a good way to introduce more precise details on the differentiate participation to the fight against climate change. Also, we have an internal, I must say, because here we're in Europe, we have an internal problem with the European Commission. You know that UNESCO, there is no European coordination. And it creates a few problems with the observers of the European Commission, but we forget that. But it means that till the last hour of the last day of the committee of experts during the General Conference, there was a high risk that the instrument was not adopted.
So thank you for giving us these details. This is just to raise here how difficult also it is to reach this goal of connecting people and to adopt common rules. I think that we are all here probably more or less researchers, people acting for climate change policies. And this is, again, I think, a kind of challenge to put everyone around the table to adopt kind of common rules. So if we expect also to have institutions that are dealing with these questions and that are maybe providing some solutions. I think this is, again, very important to have them on board, but also to be realistic that it's going to be a bit difficult to have common rules by the end. So we need to act toward that as researchers, as persons that are acting on policies, and we are trying also to align with all these rules and all these principles. And again, we think that this is very important, very valuable to have our actions that are clearly sustained or supported by these global principles. And any question online? No. So in the room? No. So we will go for, thank you very much, Christian. We will go for Claire's presentation.
Yeah, so hello everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, the organizers, for the invitation. And here I will try to put my presentation on. The question here is the One Health perspective. We heard about the One Health this morning, the One Health perspective in relation to climate change and protecting the environment in favor of health. What does it mean? So here, and this is on purpose that I put all the organizations together, we have a different movement. So we have the movement of globalization here up that you can see associated to urbanization and the mobility of people, of services, sorry, thank you. I don't know. And the effect of the mobility, the effect of, thank you very much, of all that globalization and urbanization on land conversion, for example, the increasing trade, sorry, I'm not good with that, the infrastructure development. And you have all these organizations so from the United Nations, but also the intergovernmental panels like the IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the one on biodiversity and ecosystem services. You have the aviation, you have the migration, you have ILO, we heard someone from ILO this morning, you have maritime transport. So all those organizations, they all have in their mandate somewhere something in relation to environmental changing and the fact that we should act for the environmental change, or at least against environmental change. And climate change is within the regulation of the environment. So here, this is an example of the, I was speaking about the IPCC, the synthesis report of the IPCC. And as you can see, you have different impacts caused by anthropogenic activities. And the IPCC is saying that they will continue to intensify. And you have different areas. You have health and well-being. But health and well-being here is clearly, and I'm not, okay, I'm not showing with that, is clearly, I did something really wrong. So I will improvise, but yes, this is clearly not, it's only human health here concerned. And here you have food production, and it's speaking about animal and livestock health, sorry, but disconnected from human health. And then you have biodiversity and ecosystems. We don't speak about health, but it's included, in fact, into the concern of IPCC. So what a One Health approach is bringing, or what does it change here? So the One Health approach is, I will not do the history of the One Health approach. It has been coined, at least the term One Health, one word, One Health at the beginning was in 2004. And we saw the concern of the One Health through the concern of three organizations, the FAO, the OIE, which is now the World Organization for Animal Health, which is not depending on the United Nations, and the WHO, who decided to join and to have a global early warning system for animal diseases, including zoonotic diseases. And then they developed a strategic framework to work together. And then they developed a strategy to share responsibilities and to coordinate their activities as the interface of animal, human, and the health of the environment. So that was the first, what can I say, in the arena of health, more or less. But in the arena of the environment, which is another one, and they were not discussing, even though they were pretending to do the interface between the health of human, of animal, and of the environment, the arena of the environment, through here the multilateral environmental agreements, the Convention on Biodiversity, the Convention on Migratory Species, the Convention on Wetland, and on climate change, for example, they were all working together, including the One Health approach, into their way to think about the future of how to protect the environment. So here things have changed or have moved fast, as you know, with in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. And here, this is quite amazing what happened. In 2021, 200 journals, health journals worldwide, decided to publish together an editorial simultaneously calling for emergency action to limit global temperature increase, restore biodiversity, and protect health. And it was news that the health arena was taking into account the question of biodiversity and climate change. So it's worth noticing. So here there is a shift, or we can speak about a shift from the human health lens to the right to a healthy environment. Here, and sorry, I didn't mention it, but it's coming from the WHO, we can consider the climate change through the vulnerability, and first of all, the vulnerability factors, whether they are socioeconomic, demographic, or geographic. We can consider the exposure pathways, whether it is extreme events or air quality or heat stress, or the existence of infrastructure, health system, their capacity of resilience, and the manpower that is available. And you have the climate health risks. Here they are only human risks. And we can see that they are both direct and indirect. But we, again, we speak about zoonotic diseases, but considering human and not considering the animals here. But then something very interesting happened in 2022. And 2022, you will see it's very significant because we celebrated the 50 years, the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Program. And here, the United Nations General Assembly decided to acknowledge the human right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. So what does it mean? It means that to have that right protected, we need to have a full implementation of the multilateral environmental agreement and of all the principles of environmental law first. And we need a coordination of the different stakeholders. They can be the states, but also the private companies, the different communities at all the different levels of decision making, and to share good practices to ensure the right to a healthy environment for all. So here, this is also the question of vulnerability. So for that, something has changed. We can see the concern coming from, it was existing, of course, but I think the pandemic has highlighted the concern for the environment and the relationship between health and the environment. And in 2020, at the Paris Peace Forum, has been decided the creation of an advisory body for the three organizations, FAO, WOHA, WHO, plus UNEP. I will explain why the plus UNEP. And that body is called the One Health High-Level Expert Panel. And this is the first time that an international definition of One Health has been given. So the OLAP definition, which is the official international definition of One Health, is One Health is an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. It is showing the links and interdependence of all those health. And here it insists on the fact that we have to mobilize all the sectors, all the disciplines. So this is a multidisciplinary approach at different level of decision making, and to address the need for to tackle environmental changes. And notably here it says taking action on climate change and contribute to sustainable development. So OLAP is existing, but OLAP adopted a joint plan of action in 2002. So you see 2002, it's a special year. And we will see. What does it bring? Here, the Republic of Vanuatu decided to lead the initiative to ask for the International Court of Justice to take an advisory opinion, to decide, they are requesting, an advisory opinion on the obligation of the state in relation to climate change and the impact of climate change. This is quite new because here what the Vanuatu was not alone, it was a coalition of different states and mainly the small island developing states, because they are really at the front line of climate change because of the rise of the ocean. And here the question was, what are the obligations of states under international law to ensure the protection of the climate system and other parts of the environment? And another thing which is very important for lawyers, what are the legal consequences under these obligations for states? And here there is a reference to small island developing countries because, as I said, they are the front line. So here it has not been ruled, and we speak about present but also future generations, the effects on future generations. Sorry, I forgot. And so this is very important because even though this is not, the decisions are not binding, they will necessarily have an effect into national decisions of the court, because it will inspire, in a way, the reasoning of the judges worldwide. Here, I wanted to show that because in relation to the Pacific Island, the foreign minister of Tuvalu during the COP26 in Glasgow, I mean, he was not in Glasgow, obviously. He was the knee deep into the water to request something, an action from the international community in favor of climate change, because Tuvalu is underwater, and he was doing his presentation in a place that was dry a few years before. So it's something that was really striking at the moment. Very recently, young people from Portugal took 32 countries, the 27th from Europe, to trial because they were thinking to the European Court of Human Rights for failing to do their part to combat climate change. So here, the ruling again. So the two rulings are expected This one, the one for the advisory opinion in end of 2024, justice is long, or 2025, and for the European Court of Human Rights, the beginning of 2024. So we have to be alert on that, because I think it will be interesting. And for France, sorry, I'm a bit of chauvinist, there is a decision of the Conseil d'État where the Council of the State is looking at what the government has done in reference to its commitment to the Paris Agreement. And here the government must take new measures and do a report by the end of the year to express all the measures that have been taken in relation to its commitment on the Paris Agreement. So this is for the legal part. Sorry, it's difficult to digest sometimes. But then we come back to the Declaration of Ethical Principles in relation to climate change of the UNESCO. I will not present what has been presented by the previous speaker, but I want to insist on what has been said regarding the scientific knowledge, because here it says that decisions should be based on and guided by the best available knowledge from the natural and social sciences. And on my point of view, this is the important thing to have in mind. I will present few examples of projects. But first, I want to show you the different levels of decision-making when it comes to environmental law governance, which is law associated to policies, the international level with all the multilateral environmental agreements, the sustainable development goals, and so on. You have the regional level. This is the ASEAN here because I'm working in Southeast Asia, but it could be Europe. You have the commitments of Europe, I mean, of the regions in general, and their legal texts. And then you have what is happening at the national level, depending from the international and regional decisions and policies. And then what is interesting as well is the local level. Here it's a Thai province, but it could be a province of Sweden or of France or any place in the world. What's happening here at the local level? For me, there is something to observe when it comes to research from the local level to go back to the international level. So we need upstream actions. And when I speak about upstream actions, we need research. And speaking about research, I had the opportunity to work with my colleagues from the University of the South Pacific and many different stakeholders, and I can say more if you have any questions. Here, what was interesting is that we had to show the disconnects in different policies, and it was our task, because the tasks, what was interesting with the work with our colleagues from the Pacific is that the tasks were defined by them with the different stakeholders, different indigenous communities. What do you want us to include into research projects? And I think this is the real way to tackle environmental issues, to know from the ground what is happening, what is their concern. And that was what our colleagues from the University of the South Pacific did. And with them, we did a network analysis of the policies they had chosen with the ministries and with the communities. And I can explain more, but it has been directly used for the definition of the first national ocean policy of the Fiji, and by the office of the Pacific Commissioner. And so it means that it has been used in two policies. The work we did was not just a work for researchers. We are happy. They were happy to use it. They asked us to add some policies. So there were a discussion between us to know what they were expecting from us to give as an analysis. And we published a paper regarding national policy, and the work we did was also reflecting, if even though the One Health is not appearing here, it's a kind of work that is, for me, relevant to the environmental approach of the One Health. And then I will go fast. This is a kind of, we spoke about scientific knowledge. This is a kind of work this is Eclipse. Eclipse is an organization, a consortium on biodiversity, working on requests from different organizations in Europe, here on different directorates of the European Commission, of OLEP. And I had the chance to be involved into the expert working group, and we answered to a request on biodiversity and pandemic. And the point here was to define what were the next actions necessary in research for the European program of research. The report, and I'm doing a bit of advertisement here, will be published by mid-November 2023, so soon. And then I want to show the results of a work that has been done for more than 10 years with my colleague Serge Morand, who is now the director of a new research unit, international research unit in Thailand that has just been created in this summer. And this is a unit working on health, disease, ecology, environment, and policy. The point here is to do regional observation, local observation, to share them into a data warehouse, to have collaborative research with many colleagues, many universities, and we are linked with the Ministry of Public Health. Yes, finished anyway, with the Ministry of Public Health, which is asking us to do different things to the different researchers involved. And it is feeding in a think tank a science translation towards the international organization to improve the science policy dialogue. And we will not forget the training for the next generation of researchers, and through academic, summer school, or MOOC. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you can take a seat. Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. And also, I hope that everyone has seen the importance also of the regulations and how maybe our governments will enter within this topic, and how far they are also going to support it in terms also of funding. So this is important to see, and you have really shown that very importantly, that of course there are various initiatives, and probably we can be happy with that, but we need a bit of coordination. We need also a bit of means just to support all these actions and all that we want to develop in the future in terms of policies. This morning we've talked about funding, and we know that it will be very important in the future, of course. And those from states will be mostly important in the actions, in the success of the actions that we are aiming to put at the front in the future. Any question in the room? No? We still need to advocate for more law and more ethics in your, probably in your environment. Laurence, any question in the chat?
No, not online, not so far. Though I have one, if I can.
You can.
About the One Health approach. So as far as I understand, it is an approach, a kind of it's a kind of methodology. Can it be? I mean, is it supported by tools that can be reused in different communities or in different research projects, for instance, or?
So now what I can say is that the tools have been developed by researchers depending on what they were working on. And here, OLEP, I think, will be very interesting. I mean, the joint plan of actions is putting some targets and ways to come to results. So the work of OLEP and the work of the quadripartite, because I didn't explain, UNEP joined in UNEP didn't join at the beginning, but it was plus UNEP. But
can you just explain what is UNEP?
UNEP is a United Nations and program for the environment, and they joined officially the tripartite became the quadripartite, and it's officially the group of the 4 organizations that is that has a theory of change regarding One Health, which is published, and the work of those organizations at least is giving an incentive to work into a direction. So I think that is important, but to answer the method, the way it has been developed was disconnected. The 2 groups I was trying to show were the group regarding human health, even though they were insisting on the fact they look at animal health, but still to protect human health. The environmental arena was completely different from that. Anyways, the One Health approach was born in the conservation arena, I mean, it was the animal conservation and the veterinarian that created that. So it went a long time before it has been officialized by the OLEP, and here OLEP is giving clear direction, I think.
Yeah, I think that probably it will be one of the next paradigm or new theoretical framework that will be used probably for the questions regarding climate change. It will be one of those, probably not the only one, but...
No, I don't think the only one, but at least what the One Health for me is giving is a systemic approach. What we need is something which is systemic to tackle so huge issues that are completely connected and we don't know where to start. So the systemic approach is helping to consider all the compartments and to see how they go. I was showing that about health and the animals that were not considered together, because we could have thought of an IPCC report with associating the One Health. It would be presented in a different way. I don't criticize, it's just a way to present things, and that's it.
Okay, so thank you, Claire. And we will go for our last presentation before our debate. Laurent Ravès.
Thanks for your invitation, Emmanuel and Laurence, and thank you for attending. My interest in environmental issues is fairly recent. To be perfectly honest, I have to admit that I'm far from being a specialist in the field. I'm actually a bioethicist interested in how the environment affects human health and the ethical issues this raises. The following presentation has been prepared in collaboration with my colleague, Grégoire Huyers, an internist and professor at the University of Namur. The presentation will be divided into 2 main parts. The first part deals with the links between the climate and human health. We'll see that while climate change has consequences for health, the reverse is also true. In fact, the way medicine is used today can also have a significant impact on health. In the second part, we will look at what all this had to do with bioethics. Can bioethics help us think about the links between health and climate? So, first of all, the facts about the links between the climate and health. More than half of all known medical conditions may be impacted by climatic change. For example, the rise in global temperatures and alteration in rainfall patterns benefit certain disease vectors, such as mosquitoes, ticks, and mammals, promoting the spread of diseases such as dengue, chikungunya, plague, Lyme disease, and malaria. In addition, extreme climate circumstances have also made it harder for people to fight diseases due to alteration in body conditions. These climate conditions can cause stress, endanger people, harm buildings, and lead to disease exposure, or reduce access to medical care. Climate-related risks are a danger to global south communities, as severe climate conditions and changes to biodiversity may force people to move. These migrations impact both health and the organization of healthcare in society and politics. In addition, it is becoming clear that the implementation of medicine may be adding to alteration in the environment. Far from being restricted to carbon dioxide, healthcare structures release specific pollutants. Xenobiotics, bacteria, viruses, and radioisotopes. Pollution in hospitals is largely due to the consumption of medicines, energy, and transport. Sorry. While some pollution from healthcare is inevitable, it can be managed with appropriate methods. However, part of it results from the improper use of techniques and must be decreased. Inappropriate medical prescribing causes harm to health, the economy, and ecosystems. The excessive use of medical services is estimated to be between 30% and 80% globally. For example, medical professionals may quickly resort to CT scan for screening or PET scan beyond approved indications. Such practices cause overdiagnosis and radiation exposure. Excessive use of drugs when they are not required is a problem. Antibiotics are used 3 times more in Southern Europe than in Northern Europe, without any difference in overall survival. This reveals irrational use, which contributes to the emergence of antibiotic-resistant microbes and their spread in the environment. It is a common bias in medicine in the global north that providing more diagnostic tests, treatment, and procedures is better care. But waste in the provision of care can be a costly burden on the National Health Service and a barrier to vital investment. Reducing excessive use and waste in healthcare offers many benefits, both for health and the environment. Healthcare practices contribute only a small fraction of global pollution. Nonetheless, healthcare providers should lead by example by considering the cross-cutting impact they have on the natural environment. The link between environmental protection and health was first emphasized in 1972 at a United Nations conference on the human environment. The report aimed to achieve a fundamental goal to free humanity from the risk posed by man-made environmental hazards and to envision a future free from such hazards. These risks are identified as those that damage the natural, social, and economic environment. The authors of this report emphasize the danger of an economic approach that relies on excessive use of natural resources to achieve perpetual growth. The field of health economics, in some ways, support the idea of perpetual economic expansion in relation to commercial services. The introduction of medical technology, which offers solutions based on wants rather than needs, has led to a significant increase in medical consumption. Sustainable medical practice goes beyond the emission of CO2 and other prescription-related pollutants. It demands a change in thinking, reconsidering our view of medical progress. Physicians' use of resources is frequently tied to their values and how they assess risk. They must justify their strategy. Should physicians not consider the wider social and environmental impact of their prescription rather than just individual factors? Should they not promote a detailed assessment of the social and environmental impact of the methods used in medical practice? Two important questions amongst others. So I said in the introduction that I'm a bioethicist interested in how climate change relates to health. So what is the place of bioethics in all this? In 1927, a German pastor at the University of Saal, Fritz Jahr, coined the term bioethic in German, from a combination of two Greek words, bios, meaning life, and ethos, meaning morality. In 1970, the American cancer specialist Van Rensselaer Potter of the University of Wisconsin-Madison unwittingly took up Jahr's idea by using the term bioethics in his famous book, Bioethics, Bridge to the Future. Finally, André Ellegers, a Dutch obstetrician and the first director of the Kennedy Institute of Ethics at Georgetown University, also popularized the term bioethics through his own academic writings. These three authors offer an alternative and complementary explanation to the other two. Fritz Jahr believes that we have a duty to all living beings. Van Rensselaer Potter believes that bioethics is about using science to ensure human survival. André Ellegers focuses his pragmatic ethics on medical realities. What they are looking for is an ethical approach that is practical and impartial, and that applies scientific knowledge to human behavior. Surprisingly, André Legers' bioethics is very, very different from Potter's approach. But it has influenced the current model of bioethics as we know it today. That is to say, the principle of biomedical ethics written by Béchamp and Childress. Today, everyone is familiar with the 4 principles of this famous ethical framework: autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. But despite its popularity, this model has one major weakness. It is characterized by individualistic values at the expense of other essential values. Unfortunately, these overlooked values are essential for moral progress in healthcare. We can discover these values by taking inspiration from the Ubuntu philosophy. This is a worldview shared by most sub-Saharan African peoples. It emphasizes the interdependence of human beings and their relationship with the cosmos. Far from promoting a liberal and individualistic approach to the human experience, the Ubuntu philosophy emphasizes that true fulfillment comes from the connections we make with others. Put simply, instead of striving for independence, we should strive for interdependence. This relational philosophy of human existence has practical implication. The individual will always have fundamental rights, such as the right to life and universal human rights. But the interests of the community are more important than those of the individual. Individual autonomy is essential, but it is not at the expense of the community. Prioritizing the common good, meaning the interest of the community, is essential. Beyond this relationship between individuals, the Ubuntu philosophy emphasizes the connection between people and their environment. This link necessitates complete respect. People can only truly flourish when they are in peaceful equilibrium with the natural world they inhabit. So, in conclusion, my very recent investigation into environmental matters has highlighted the complex and profound links between our environment, human health, and the moral issues that arise from these interactions. As a bioethicist, my study with colleague Grégoire Rouillers has revealed the vital connection between climate change and health, as well as the surprising repercussions of medical practices on our environment. As we go through this complicated path, we must recognize the pressing demands for a change in the healthcare sector approach. Ecological medical practice surpass CO2 production and involve a crucial shift in our notion of medical advancement. Healthcare professionals should take into account the wider social and environmental consequences of their choices, highlighting how everything is interdependent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this really impressive presentation, and also to recall that we do have other references, and that maybe we can also rely on them, and not only individual could be important, but also other kind of entities, if I may say that. Any question in the room? Still not? Okay.
Yes,
we have a lot of work to do, really.
There is
Yes,
one.
I'm coming.
And sorry for my poor English.
No, that was perfect. Thank you.
Thank you to the three. I've seen very well put together, coming from the UNESCO Declaration, One Health, and finally bioethics. But I have a general comment and also a question for the last speaker. You know, as much as for us system thinkers, this is a lot of food for thought. And I was wondering, listening to One Health, yes, we do agree on that, but we need to make this practical, right? And food systems are different from health systems are different from nutrition systems and WASH, etc. But there are commonalities among of them. And if we have a system approach, we can attack many of these things. Coming from the health system backgrounds, sometimes it's a bit challenging to be able to tackle food, nutrition, animal, etc. all together. So I think at the end of the day, we also need the researchers to be handling operational research and have some practicalities on how to do that. So this is a general comment, and also regarding bioethics values, and you know, essential issues like universal health coverage are not necessarily a value in every country. So how do we implement different declarations in different countries with different perspectives? And my question was, when you were talking, it seems that there is a lot of pressure on the clinicians or the medical or the practitioner, let's say. But is there room for regulation? And how do we balance? You know, you have one slide said that should the medical prescribe less or think about the environment? It was like very much on the practitioner's shoulders. So I wonder, what is the role of the regulation in a country, and how we can balance that with the bioethics and the individual decision that somebody has to take?
Okay, thank you. Of course, there is a responsibility on the shoulders of the patients. It's not only the affair of physicians. I agree with you, of course. It's a question for my colleague Grégoire Wiers, because he's a medical practitioner and I'm just a poor philosopher. But it's a good question. We have to be practical, and our research is on its way. And thank you for your question. Thank you.
May I comment on that? And thank you so much for your comments, because I fully agree with you where to start. I mean, for sure, we need to have values, principles, and I think that we need to recall them, not to forget them. That is for sure. This is something I'm really trusting in that. But we need also to put methods and where to start. I think the problem is, what are the priorities and where to start? Yeah, another question.
Thank you so much, and also comment. Thank you so much for the presentation. Also, in regard to this last presentation, I really liked in one slide you had wants rather than needs in terms of the medical device. We see this a lot, a technology pushed by industry that sometimes has no value or no use in hospitals. And another point that you also mentioned is the interests of the community rather than the individual. I find it hard to see this applied when we are talking about health and our individual health. So so if you could develop a little bit more what you meant with this sentence, because for me, I think in health, and especially now that we have personalized medicine, it's all about the individual, not about the community. And so I think that a doctor will not, or a physician will not say, I will not ask for this PET or CT scan because of the environmental. But I do agree, we have an excess of requests. We do a lot of exams that are not needed. So I did not introduce myself, but I'm a radiographer by trainee. I'm working now in Germany at the Technology Assessment Institute in Karlsruhe. And I do know that it happens. But what we see is that there is a defensive medicine being practiced. And doctors, in order not to have a lawsuit or just to be safe, they are pushing. So what would then be your suggestion to raise awareness, because they know about this, so they know. So what can be made at the hospital level to increase awareness of the environmental impact?
It's exactly my point, of course, because do you remember COVID-19? I do. And COVID-19 told us that community is very, very important. Without community, because when you have infectious disease, you are a victim of the disease, of course, but also a vector of the disease. And this is, for me, this is the lesson of the COVID crisis. And do you need my advice, my practical advice? It's not my job to give practical advice, because I have to question your practice as a physician, but it is not my job to find solution. But I'm sure you will find some solutions to apply this kind of question, because it's a vital question, really vital question for me in the future.
Any question online? No?
Just a comment. No questions online. Maybe about entry points, where to start and how to change. Obviously, it is very difficult for a physician not to prescribe some medical or exams. That should be a collective practice and thinking. And what I can see in the literature from the planetary health movement is that they are quite active in some countries in trying to increase the awareness in the curricula of the medical medical in the health practice, and especially towards students, who are more than generation a little bit further. But that is a way, in my view, to try to make things change a little bit in the future. But if it's starting to be a mandatory lessons, courses as a cursus, it will make increase the awareness about the student and the medical, the healthcare professional in general, and then they will organize. I'm quite sure. The problem is always how much time does it pull? Is it going to be in a sufficient short time so that it's not too late, or that's more the concern I would have. So that's one way, but not enough for sure.
I do agree. Mm-hmm.
Maybe we will have a short discussion between us and with the room, if you're happy with that. So, go ahead.
Oui, mais pas micro.
Vous en avez un, en fait.
Ah oui, c'est vrai. Okay. Well, I would like to ask a confirmation to Laurent Rabès. I understood his very provocative speech as such. Till now, we have discussed about the potential effects of climate change, that means the question of environment, on health. And now what he puts on the questioning us, is that the effect of health generating on the environment. As I quoted the COVID-19 crisis, at this time, at least in France, people make tests on the used waters to detect the spreading of the COVID through the cities. But they discovered also a lot of drugs in the used water. So it means that our drugs, overconsumption of drugs, is polluting our environment and what is essential, water. Although that we have in big cities and industrial countries a complex system of filtration of water. So it's a complete reversal of the preoccupation and questioning we had today, because we just look the interdependence one way is oblige us to look on the interdependence on the other way. And thank you for that, if I am right.
And if I may just add something to your comment, I think that you're fully right, and this is also true for research activities. I mean, how these research activities are impacting also climate change, how it improve maybe the changes, how maybe we can try to contribute to reduce this impact. This is something that we already questioned last year with Laurent in another place. And I think that the two movements should be also studied and should also be under our scrutiny. And we need really to go into those two movements for sure. But again, it raises a kind of another level of complexity. So as far as we have not identified clearly what could be the tools for really improving the policies to reduce climate changes and the impact on health, do we need also to have other kind of tools for the reverse? Or so I think it's far more complex than. So I don't know what you all think about that.
Well, I don't know exactly, because philosophers ask a question, but it's difficult for a philosopher to answer your question. But maybe in the audience here, you have solutions or propositions.
No, but I think for research, for example, we do have, or as of today, we do have calculation of our impact, for example, when traveling, when doing some kind of experiments and so on. We have tools already that are in place. And for example, this calculation of what is our impact on, not only on climate change, but on the environment in general. This is something which is requested when you are applying for funding. So, I mean, I'm a researcher. This is something that I need to provide to my funders. So, I mean, we are trying to be a bit more interested in what impact our activities will provide into the environment. But this is far more larger than only climate change. This is more, yes, in general impact on environment. But I'm not sure that, for example, for clinicians and what you were talking about, these tools are in place. I mean, we are doing this because we are researchers and we are obliged to, I mean, of course, we need to provide this information to our funders. So, I mean, and this is also very important. I think it also obliged us to have in our daily life as researchers to include these questions of environment in our daily life practice. So I think this is very important, and this is quite nice to sensitize our colleagues to that. I think this is very beneficial. But I think that it would be very probably difficult, or more difficult to make that for every kind of
workers or every kind of, so one question, one comment here, and then you.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult. And I think that perhaps a little bit naive first step would be raise awareness at the hospital level. For instance, if we have directors of departments, of directors of the hospital who are into these issues, who really pay attention to the impact that their service or their departments have on the environment. If they, for instance, request a study on what is the environmental impact of my department, and then compare it with the rest of the hospital, this would definitely be something to, a food for thought, that all the professionals in that department, they are, confronted to what they are doing in their daily routine. Because, for instance, one thing that it was not mentioned, of course, you were not able to cover everything, but the use of masks, the use of gloves, the use of all these small syringes, all these things that nowadays we have as one use only, only one use. So if you are, hopefully not, but if you are in one department of the hospital and you see the amount of garbage that it's raised every hour, it's impressive. And with the COVID, we saw the masks running all over the place, and this was not the hospital practice. This was also us as citizens, as individuals. But coming back to the hospital, maybe if we have some kind of study at this level, then the professionals can really think about what they are doing. And instead of, I take one glove, oh, it's a size S and I'm an M, garbage. Or, something like this kind of practice, maybe, and I'm being naive, and I said this was a naive suggestion because I know how it works on the hospitals. And nobody has time to think about these issues. It's always running. And in all departments, there is no time. At least the countries I know. I don't know about here, but the reality I know in several countries is like this. There is no time to think about the environment when we are working. It comes with time, of course. It has something that has to be implemented slowly and should have been long decades ago. But now if the students have this on the curricula, we have the new generations who is everything green. Hopefully this will change. It takes time, unfortunately, and the planet is being affected by this. Yeah, but maybe do this kind of research at a more, lower level.
Thank you. This actually it continues your comment. I'm from Canada, and I'm from the east coast of Canada, University of Prince Edward Island, and we're introducing a new university medical school. But we're combining our medical school with Memorial University in Newfoundland, because you can't just introduce a new medical school. So as part of our ambitious quest to create a new medical school, we decided we wanted to combine our interests with a new School of Climate Change and Adaptation, which were also introduced in the east coast of Canada. And in that regard, we decided that we would combine them by adding a new objective to the medical school curriculum, which meant that right across Canada, they have to now consider that if it was approved. And it was. And so the objective is on planetary health. So we thought we were really, unique and ahead of the curve. But we were immediately contacted by the students, medical students across Canada that said, we're on it. We've already got this started. We're already considering the interdependence, as you talked about, for medical schools and medical curriculum. And so while we are introducing this new curriculum in planetary health, we're also working with physician groups across the country. And now all schools of medicine in Canada must sign on a declaration that they will introduce planetary health as part of the curriculum, that they will start to change practices like the greening of medical. My partner and research colleague is, she's a large animal surgeon. So in vet college, as you say, you put on a gown, whoops, wrong one, into the garbage. Every task is just perpetuating the landfill, just filling it up. And we don't separate. So we don't wash and we don't use those things. We just basically throw them away. But it brings me to my thought, climate change is a wicked problem and health is a wicked problem. We can't solve wicked problems, but we can resolve pieces of the wicked problems. Here we're trying to actually bring two wicked problems together and find that nexus between the two wicked problems. If we come away from this with good ideas, that's a great accomplishment for this week. We're not going to come up with a solution in 2 days, but I appreciate your efforts. So thank you for introducing that.
I can say that my medical students are very, very interested in this kind of topics. I think that for them, bioethics sucks, but environmental ethics is very important. So for me, we have to reform bioethics, to reform individualistic approach of bioethics, because bioethics is liberal stuff invented by Americans in the 60s. So we are in 2023 and the environment is totally different than United States in the 60s. So we have to invent something new. And the Ubuntu philosophy is just suggestion, just a way we can try, but there are a lot of other ways to try. Thank you for your comments.
I will come within this this short discussion just to say that I think, and this is something that you said, Laurent, that we cannot abandon fully what is also the individual approach, because when you are in a medical patient relationship, you need to have also your values to talk to your patient. So I'm not sure that we should be in a radicalistic vision. I think that we need also to combine the two of them. And I'm really also interested in what you've said, because my question to you would have been, are your students really interested in these questions? And I think that this new generation probably is really interested, and you have confirmed that, for example, in your university, students are interested, because we could think that it's a kind of utopia from our professors or from our government or from our politicians or whatever, because this is a kind of bankable question. But the question is, for example, when in France we are teaching to medical students and we are teaching bioethics, we need really to give examples, show how important in their daily practice this is. They have to implement all these principles. That is not only theoretical. And I'm pretty sure that it would be the same if we are teaching environmental ethics. We need really to make it in the ground and to ensure that. So I'm very happy that your students are interested in that. Yeah, that's impressive, really. Laurence, toi, because there is another comment here.
Well, please go in the room first.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, so I was just, this dilemma, practitioners having to treat their individual patients versus the common benefit or costs. So I'm just wondering if this has something to do with this COP26 health program, which is related to how the health sector is, the carbon footprint of the health sector. So countries signed up to this program, and then it's not for the individual practitioners, it's for the countries. We need regulations here, and it's not towards some international community, but it's on the country level, and we need guidelines. which will then hopefully trickle down to the individual hospitals and the practitioners to help them and guide them. And so it's, for instance, the reuse of equipment. I mean, there are thousands of things that could reduce the carbon footprint. But we could also think of this being, you know, extended to other kinds of pollutants and the types of medicines and, yeah, how it pollutes the environment. So it's not a solution, but this COP26 health program is, I think it's worthwhile looking into.
Yes, thank you. I agree. The only problem is that we need also to have member states or national, yes, at the national level, states that will invest in these questions in various working environments. And this is always the same. I mean, you have the main principle, the main ambition, and then you have to decline it in different sectors. And this is where sometimes we are lacking money. Laurence.
Sorry. So there was a comment, it was some time ago, but I think it's still, it is something interesting in many cases. The idea of the younger versus older generation responsibilities and duties. So that was back to the water governance and water contamination, but actually it can be extended to many other topics. So I don't know if any one of you have something to say about this transgenerational duty.
Any comment from the? We know that there are. You have talked. I think the three of you have talked about responsibility for future generations, and I think that this is something which is usually tackled in international documents. So,
if you
yes, you can.
If
talk.
you allow me, I think the
microphone.
issue of liability is a great issue, but it's a present issue for the existing generation, because in the example I gave, who will be responsible? Those responsible for providing us safe water, those who put the drugs in the used water, or even those who prescribe the drugs, or those who produce the drugs. So we have a complexification of the issue of liability that may be there today in court. The problem of future generation, there should not be too far, because we're not exactly aware that what kind of needs the new generation, if it's in 200 years, 300 years, will have. So we have to understand the need of the future generation, the relationship of what we are doing now and the effects in probably up to 100 years. And the second point is who is responsible for the representing the future generations? The governments of the countries here, an international organization. We have to appoint, should we appoint a proxy or special institution to, so that's we have legal solutions for the environment. Some countries, you have a specific institution that are allowed by a law to protect and to intervene in court, and so on. So, but at the present time, I don't see any former representative of the new generations.
I agree, but this is usually something which is written in the documents that we already have and that are in force, that we need to protect the rights of future generation. But I fully agree that it raises several very technical legal questions that we're not going to go into deeper. Laurence.
Oops. would not more preventive actions be part of the solution rather than the more classical curative medicine?
So the question is about prevention, right? Do we need to maybe enforce prevention and public health?
Yeah, prevention is a way to reduce burden on the health system, of course. We can focus on vaccination, for example, vaccination programs or health education, lifestyle changes. It will probably help to stop the spread of disease, and if you keep people healthy, you can reduce the burden on the health system. So prevention is very important, of course.
And prevention could extend to the environment if we...
I don't know. Okay, correct. Yeah, exactly. That was my point. In fact, upstream actions to protect the environment will go in favor of the health, because it's a way. If we prevent to put all our garbage into water, drugs or anything, then it will be in favor of health, and of health of animals as well as human, as well as the environment. So I guess this is a way to explain to the next generation why we have a duty to protect the environment and to be aware of the action we have today for the future. This is the only way to project what we can do now for the future to avoid a crisis in the future. Anyway, we are in the middle of a crisis, so I think we have something to do now. Thank you.
And climate change mitigation is a way to prevent health as well. I mean, it's...
Yes, I was amazed this morning when I saw something about public health and the effect of cooling in relation to heat waves, because it was about the infrastructures, but I was a bit amazed that nothing was said about the natural environment of the infrastructure, or even trees or things like that, because it's studied already. And I think it should be together to prevent or to help the cooling in situation of heat waves as well. So those elements can help preventing health crisis. Thank you.
Yes, I'm coming.
Succès, maintenant, les questions.
Thank you. My name is Steve from the Norwegian Institute of Public Health. I was just interested more in the biodiversity question. Most of the important biodiversity is actually located in maybe low or middle income countries, not necessarily in Europe, where we have most of the ambitions that we're talking about to protect the biodiversity. Do you think we're doing enough here in Europe to support this? Because the priority of those countries where the biodiversity are mostly endangered are actually priority is mostly survival and not really protecting biodiversity.
Well, at least there is a try to do. Thank you very much for the question. There is a try to do something at the international level, but I think the target here should be the private companies coming into those countries and using biodiversity on their purpose. That's the target of the Nagoya Protocol, for example, to give back something to the communities or to the countries when biodiversity has been used. But I think more effort should be made to protect biodiversity. But it's in relation with infrastructures, because the development of infrastructures. When I think about Southeast Asia, for example, the evolution has been so, I mean, it was so quick, so fast. If we think about all the airports, it's our responsibility as well to choose what do we do from now for the future. Do we travel? Do we change our way to travel? What do we do, and what kind of future we want? This is a question, a common question we have to answer now. Thank you.
No more question on the chat. No more question, I think, here in the room. So I would like to warmly thank our speakers. It was really impressive, and thank you so much for your presentation. And I hope that everyone has enjoyed. I enjoyed a lot, so thank you so much. I think that this is now
who've stayed for this last session here and online. And thanks to all the organizers for inviting me to present about the Lancet, and especially for the Lancet Regional Health Europe, which is a new journal in the Lancet family, which we launched in 2021 in February. So this is how the Lancet family of journal looks today. We are 24 journals in total, and the publishing field in general is growing. All the publishers are increasing the number of journals they are launching. And with this presentation, I want to show why these new journals in the Lancet family are being launched and what is the requirement of these journals. So just to give you a brief overview, this is how the Lancet journals are placed under different categories. So we have the main Lancet, and then there are these traditional clinical journals from oncology, respiratory medicine, neurology, gastroenterology, hepatology. And then there are these thematic journals that are the newer journals. And as we go ahead in times, the landscape of research keeps changing. So 20 years ago, there was probably not much need of journals that were specific for sustainability, for climate change, but now the publishers are launching new and new journals because the research is moving in that direction. And therefore, Lancet has also launched new journals in these areas. We have planetary health, digital health, global and public health were the first two thematic journals to be launched. And then we have two wider broad scope journals, eClinical Medicine and eBiomedicine, that cover early phase research in clinical and biology areas. And then the newer launch in the Lancet has been the Lancet Regional Health Global Initiative. And this initiative is important because the publishing industry, the publishing field, and even research and science is largely dominated by global north. And global south and low and middle income countries are left behind. So the whole idea for this launch was to have 6 journals that were inspired by the WHO 6 regions of the world. And these 6 journals would cater to the 6 regions of the world. So they are Regional Health Europe, Americas, Western Pacific, Southeast Asia, Eastern Mediterranean, and Africa. 4 of these journals have already been launched, and 2, the Africas and Eastern Mediterranean, will be launched in 2025. So I'm heading the Lancet Regional Health Europe. I moved from Nature Research to launch this journal with the Lancet family because of the basis on which these journals were built. It was, the whole idea was to have equitable access to research in all the regions of the world. And this is something that has been done only in the Lancet and Elsevier family.
And the whole idea is that the editors for these journals would be based in those regions. So we want to avoid that editors are from, let's say, of the regional health Southeast Asia, are sitting in London to make a decision for papers in Southeast Asia. So the editors of Southeast Asia are based in India. The editors of Western Pacific are in China, in Singapore, in Australia. And for my journal, I'm based in Munich. My other editors are based in Barcelona, in UK, and we are hiring more editors. So even for Europe, Europe is a relatively rich region compared to rest of the world. But still, there is a lot of disparity in Europe where Western and Northern Europe has more access to research, more access to money, and therefore there is more publication output from these regions. So our goal is that with time, we want to increase the number of papers and the science coming out of the low and middle income countries of Europe. This is one of our mission. And by this, we would like to contribute to bridging the health inequity in the region. And with respect to the scope, the scope of our journal is similar to the scope of the Lancet, but it's dedicated only to the WHO Europe region. So, for example, countries like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Russia are also included in the scope of the Regional Health Europe. And in terms of the topics, we cover everything related to clinical health, so randomized controlled trials, public health, global health, and planetary health. So in terms of the articles, the type of articles we publish is similar across all the Lancet journals. So it's editorials that are written by in-house editors, research articles, systematic reviews, meta-analysis, health policy, reviews, personal view and viewpoints, comment, and correspondences. And apart from these, we also publish series and commissions, which are typical to only the Lancet family of journals. And these are big projects. They normally typically take 1 to 2 years, and they are commissioned by the editors. We work in partnership with academic authors and institutions. And these series and commissions take up big topics, as we heard in the morning about the Lancet Countdown Commission. So here the idea is to explore new thinking with the aim of producing recommendations to change public policy or improve practice. So as I said, Lancet is growing. Most of the editors have been based in UK, but now we are making a conscious effort to spread outside UK to other regions of the world. And all the journals and all the editors work very closely together. So we work, even if, let's say, a manuscript is submitted to the Lancet or Lancet Public Health or Global Health, all the editors from other journals have a very, we work closely to see where that manuscript fits. So we shuffle the manuscripts around a lot within the Lancet family with the idea that the paper gets the best home for a particular journal where that paper can get the maximum visibility. So for Regional Health Europe, I have 2 senior editors. Daniela is based in Barcelona and Hui is based in Munich. And as I said, we are expanding and we are hiring 2 more senior editors. So if any of you are interested, do feel free to get in touch with me. So apart from the editors, we also have advisory board members. We have 32 advisory board members with 50-50 gender balance. And these advisory board members, they do not make decision for the journal. They are there to advise us if we have a tricky decision to make, or if we need advice on special projects, we go to our advisory board members. But they have absolutely no impact on or influence on making a decision for anything for the journal, and they do not get any easy pass for any manuscripts they submit to our journal. We reject manuscripts from our advisory board members also. So we are very impartial in that regard. So I just want to give few examples of the kind of papers we have published recently on health and climate change, so that you get an idea of the kind of papers we are looking into. So here we have an example of a prospective study we've recently published last month, where this was a 20-year-long study that showed that exposure to ambient ozone has a detrimental impact on lung function over a period of 20 years. And this study was done in 16 centers across 7 countries in Europe. And for example, this was first submitted to Lancet Respiratory Medicine, and we thought that this paper is better suited for our journal, so then we gave the chance to the authors to submit it to our journal. So this is an example of how the different journals work closely together. And then we have this next paper on health policy we've recently published in August from Jan and his colleagues. And this is a very nice paper on decision support tools to build climate resilience against emerging infectious diseases in Europe and beyond. And then 2 examples from earlier this year. Both these papers were very well received. The first one is from Sweden. It's an association study on the impact of air pollution on long COVID. It was very well received. And the second paper is on the exposure of air pollution, green space, and noise on risk of stroke. And there is really very high association between cardiovascular outcomes and air pollution and noise pollution. So this was very, very incredible to see how strong the associations are. So apart from the research articles, the editors at the journal, I and the senior editors, we also write editorials. And editorials, we take either some critical public health issues or ignored issues that people are not talking about, and we make a critical, well-balanced argument to raise awareness about those issues. And we often consult experts when we write editorials. And these are the 2 examples of the editorials we wrote this year on noise pollution and light pollution. And light pollution, for example, is somehow ignored, but we made a very compelling argument that though LEDs are widely used now and LEDs have had an impact on increasing the economy of countries, especially in the global south, but it does impact a lot of SDGs negatively. And this is something we should focus on. So now I'll give 2 examples of the series. As I said, series are special projects that journals do. And we did our first series on our first anniversary of the journal, which was in 2022 in October. And this was on rebuilding resilient health systems for Europe. So the whole idea was, what were the lessons learned from the pandemic? What were the changes made? And what changes should be made in the future? And we had 2 papers on climate change and infectious diseases and its impact on health in this series. And just to give you examples of the upcoming series we have in the pipeline for this year, we have one on migration. That the whole idea is to establish migration as an independent determinant of health. And this series will be launched at the European Public Health Conference in November. And then we have 2 clinical series on European variations in cardiovascular diseases and outcomes and sexually transmitted infections. So the whole idea of showing you these series is, if you have any ideas that you would like to pitch to the journal to have a series in the next coming 1 or 2 years, feel free to contact me. And this is my contact details, and I'm happy to take any questions or any critical feedback about Lancet journals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pooja, for that. Very interesting and informative. Any questions from the audience? Over there?
Thank you so much. So I think the Lancet Regional Health journals are a fantastic idea. I'm from Latin America, I'm from Chile particularly, and I think that the Americas is fantastic, and the editor as well. I was just wondering if you have some plans for let's say, publishing in another language rather than English, because mainly in South America or in Latin America we speak Spanish or Portuguese, but we publish everything in English. So that could be a barrier for reading and implementing and having more impact of the publications.
Yeah, so there are two things here. So first, what we have been doing is publishing only the abstract in another language of the author's choice. But now we are starting to have conversations and we are seriously thinking about publishing in other languages. And one example is recently, last month, we have had some good negotiations with the government of a state in India where the papers from the Lancet Regional Health Southeast Asia would be published in Hindi. So for this, we need partnerships. It cannot be done just by ourselves, but we are becoming more conscious that this is a necessity and a requirement, especially for regional health journals, because of whole ethos on which the regional health journals are built. So yeah, this is something we are looking into.
Thanks. Maybe we have another question here. Yeah.
Quick question. Do you also publish qualitative research?
We do publish qualitative research, but I'm sorry to say our bar is high, quite high for qualitative research.
And what kind of bar is that? Like what kind of characteristics?
So we don't have a checklist for anything. For any paper, we never have a checklist, but except for randomized control trials. But for qualitative studies, the novelty has to be high, like really very high, and we see, of course, the sample size is low in qualitative studies. So this is a problem for us because as a clinical and public health journal, we are more quantitative. So the topic has to be really very, very important. It has to be of high importance. If there are many papers in that on that topic, then we may not consider it. So yeah, I'm sorry. Because the thing is that it's not that we are biased, we have so much of submissions, so we need to have a bar somewhere. And normally we see that the uptake of qualitative studies is comparatively less compared to quantitative studies. So that is one of the reasons.
Thank you. Here we have one.
I'm not sure if you have a suggestion box in your lunchroom, but if you did, I might write something for you that says qualitative studies are as equally as quality as quantitative studies. And I'm a biostatistician, so I'm just defending my colleagues. And so I think that it would be great if the papers are on health system change, especially regionally. Those qualitative papers would tell amazing stories and provide really great foundation for some of the next studies that could be published.
Yeah, thanks for this suggestion. And actually, we have discussed this internally because Lancet as journals, we do not publish a lot of qualitative studies. And it can be that this is because of the editors. We have less exposure to qualitative studies. So we as editors need to do more to inform ourselves about how to assess good qualitative studies. So this is something that is our shortcoming as well. Thank you.
We have some more questions. One over there.
Thank you. I have two sort of questions. I am more interested on the size of the Lancet when it comes to economy. What is your value? I think it's just interesting to know your figure, how big you are. In terms of asset, how big is Lancet now? In terms of revenue, do you have this kinds of report? And the regional division, I'm sort of confused. I'm from the Philippines originally, and Southeast Asia is a very established region. You have the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and you have the Western Pacific. So how did you come up with South Southeast Asia in the regional.
So we
and
just
then you decided to use Hindi as the language.
no Hindi. So for Southeast Asia, of course, India is the biggest part in the Southeast Asia, and we have to start somewhere. So it just happened that the negotiations with the government and the local ministers, education ministers, went more smoothly in India for translations in Hindi. So we will be looking into other languages also, but we have to take it one step at a time. And with regard to revenue, I'm sorry, I don't have the figures on top of my head. We don't have individual revenues for individual journals because all Lancet journals work very closely and everything is shared. So I don't know, but yeah, I know that we are profitable. If we were not profitable, I wouldn't be standing here. But again, publishing industry is going through big changes with Plan S and everything. We as editors also, we have a lot of responsibility to maintain profitability as well as the value of the journal and the science. So there is a very fine balance because we need to publish good quality research, and also just because of revenue, we cannot just publish anything. So there is a lot of push and pull from publisher side and the editorial side, but we have a lot of independence, and we are not the profitability and revenue is not something that editors talk about anytime. We just get an update on a quarterly basis, and I don't think editors care about that.
Okay. Very good. So thanks a lot, Pooya. I had just one question, and you were talking about publishing a series. So let's say that when our set of researchers, a group, a consortium, thinking about a series of papers, what would be your recommendation on sort of the number of papers and how to go about that?
Yeah, so first we would need to identify the theme. There are two different kind of series that we do. One is a broad topic, like let's say rebuilding resilient health systems for Europe, that had 11 different papers on completely different topics, but all under the same umbrella. But this we don't do very often. The other series is that we have just focused 2 to 4 papers on a particular topic, and we look into that topic from different angles, and the findings and recommendations have to be new. So for example, the series on variations in cardiovascular disease outcomes in Europe. So we came up with this idea because Europe is heterogeneous, and the cardiovascular disease accounts for 45% death in Europe. So we needed to look at different countries individually to come up with recommendations. So we divided these series into 4 parts, one focused on UK, one on Eastern Europe, one on Nordic countries, and one on Western and Southern Europe, because these groupings are more homogeneous. And then each group did various examinations for each of these regions, and then came up with what were the most pressing challenges for that particular region and what are the recommendations to tackle this disease burden. So these are 2 different approaches. So I would say the second approach, where we look into one problem and go deep dive into that, is a preferred option. And the idea would be to have not more than 4 papers, because it becomes very difficult to manage, because each paper would have a group and it takes 1.5 years to work on it. So, and peer review becomes very difficult if we go beyond 4 papers. So 4 papers would be the maximum.
Mm-hmm. Right. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Pooja.
Thank you.
Big applause. So now, Hans, update me just briefly in the program here.
Can we share the microphone?
We can share the microphone.
Before Jason, you can start with a film and telling a story about that. Some people have got the question how to get to the dinner. And I know you are hungry and of course you want to get there. It's written in several places. If you go to app and press on a conference, you will find the address there. It's Linnégatan 87F. So if you open the PDF file, it's written here, the address, and also in an online program, it's the same. The address is written there. So how to get to the address? Easy way is to walk there, following Google Maps or Apple Maps or whatever you have. Very environmental friendly option is to take a taxi, but that's a safe choice. You will get there for sure. And in the app, it also says that you can take a metro, that you walk to the main station and then you go underground and jump out somewhere in Karlaplan and walk again. Does anybody have a question? Who have a stress that he or she will be hungry and angry and doesn't get there? So Linnégatan 87F. Okay, I just forgot one thing. And if you open the PDF conference, there is also a map. Who is old school like me, we have also printed out map. And if you have a really problem, then I don't know, then find a way. But Jason, go ahead now.
Thank you, dinner guy. No, kidding. All right, guys, it's been a long day, so I've been asked to say a couple words about the film you're about to see. But as a guy who makes films and is allegedly an epidemiologist, I let the film speak for itself. Am I right? So it's 15 minutes. I think it's all there. The cool thing about the film is NBEL made it possible, and we did other films as well about different projects, including Award APR and Heat Shield. And so this is ours from PrEP, and you're also going to learn a lot about PrEP tomorrow from Eric and Christina, and then Felipe's got a lovely poster on organizational management insights, improving work practices in the tropics. But that's enough for me. And then afterwards, if you have any questions about why we did it, how we did it, Ed and I will do a quick Q&A if there's interest. We will not be hurt if there's not interest because it's late in the day. So thank you. There's the film.
Anytime your temperature goes beyond your normal, that's when your body starts to kind of give you triggers to say, no, please slow down, please slow down.
Normally our body starts sweating to get rid of this excess heat. And another very important strategy is it stops working. It slows down its metabolism and the metabolic rate.
Then you reduce your pace of work. That's when your productivity goes down.
In some cases, people are allowed to stop and take breaks or slow down. But in some cases, people are not allowed to do that, which can create some dangerous conditions for them.
When you continue working, your body temperature starts to rise beyond the 38.5, 39.5, 40. It means you're working in a state of fever. That's when your brain stops to send signals. And then that is exactly why the confusion comes, the delirium comes. When it reaches 42, you're heading towards heat stroke.
People who don't have a high level of fitness, also people who have a high body fat, who are overweight, are more likely to be at risk. Maybe if they had flu the days before, an infection, or they had several consecutive days of intense work in the heat, they are a lot more likely to have an event.
What usually happens when a person is chronically exposed to heavy workload, heat stress, you will end up having a low kidney function, which is like the first starting stage for kidney disease. There are so many people now getting kidney disease. For example, India, it's number 4 disease. In US, it's number 3 right now. Indonesia, number 2. Kidney disease are like on the rise. There might be many reasons, but one of the reasons that we see for workers who are working in heat, especially with manual work, the numbers are rising like disproportionately.
Just the last 2 summers have been kind of catastrophic. Hundreds of workers have died in the summer of outright heat stroke. And that's just unacceptable.
En Chichigalpa dependemos mucho del Ingenio San Antonio. Cuando yo tenía 10 años, mi papá ya estaba enfermo. Y eso me obligó a yo tener que trabajar desde una edad muy temprana para poder aportar a la economía de la familia. No había ningún tipo de protección. Cada 2, 3 días escuchábamos que falleció una persona por la enfermedad renal.
Solo 2 estamos vivos. Sí, de 16 estamos solo 2 vivos, el resto murieron, la mayoría. Y hay como 3 compañeros todavía que yo a veces me logro ver con ellos y andan con hemodiálisis.
Ingenio San Antonio and La Isla Network did not get along very well up until 2017. So Ingenio San Antonio came to us at an inflection point.
Creímos que también necesitábamos que abrir un poco las puertas, empezar a trabajar más con expertos para que nos ayudaran a entender que habían oportunidades de mejora.
We entered the scene to both be researchers and advocates, get good data, get unbiased data, understand what's going on, and build protections for people. What it provided was a platform called the Adelante Initiative to protect workers and to do it systematically, to do it scientifically, and to scale what we do here elsewhere.
Actualmente los casos son menores porque en el Ingenio San Antonio ya existe un programa, que es el programa Adelante, que eso ha ayudado tanto al trabajador directamente, pero indirectamente también a las comunidades, porque ha disminuido los casos renales, ha disminuido la tasa de mortalidad, ha garantizado que los trabajadores tengan mejor ingresos. Son uno de los beneficios que tiene el programa Adelante.
Tengo 12 años de trabajar en el ingenio y año con año las prácticas laborales han ido mejorando poco a poco. Trabajar con la isla y el grupo de expertos nos ayudó a entender más el origen de la enfermedad y de implementar una práctica bien hecha, pero al mismo tiempo una práctica que sea evaluada científicamente para nosotros poder entender si la práctica realmente es efectiva o no es efectiva. Eso ha sido grandioso porque saber que un trabajador descansa 20 minutos durante una hora de trabajo y saber que la temperatura puede bajar de 37.8 grados a 36.5 grados, eso es fabuloso para nosotros.
We've set up a program called PREP. It's Prevention, Resilience, Efficiency, and Protection. The prevention aspect is really conceptually simple. It entails shade and mandated breaks under that shade, provision of water and hydration fluid, and then also sanitation, especially when you have female workers and you're telling them to drink more.
The plan started working December 2018, and all the workers have to drink this water. So nobody can bring water from the communities.
The resilience aspect is really looking at how the intervention affects the viability of a company and what the impact is on households, communities, and health systems that are tackling the issue. The efficiency part is really about making it viable for the company and for the worker. So that's kind of like how much they cut per day. Is the company getting a return on investment? The answer is yes.
Empezamos a medir a lo largo de 6-7 años la productividad de los trabajadores y nos dimos cuenta que ellos pasaron de cortar 0.9 toneladas en una hora de trabajo a 1.1 toneladas en una hora de trabajo, a pesar de tener 20 minutos de descanso en una hora. Al mismo tiempo, reducir el número de incidentes en el trabajo, accidentes o problemas de estrés térmico, reduce los gastos hospitalarios, también reduce las ausencias al trabajo, y eso es un retorno importante en la inversión que hacemos en seguridad y salud de los trabajadores.
Cambió totalmente el ingenio San Antonio y el trabajador ha sentido esa protección que actualmente sí le está dando. Un cortador de caña de la actualidad sale de sus casas a las 4:30, pero después de las 12 del mediodía no puede seguir trabajando. Entonces el trabajador se siente protegido.
The last P is really about policy change and policy on the UN level, the governmental level, and trade deals.
Hoy por hoy creemos que el ingenio San Antonio se ha convertido en un modelo a seguir y hemos ayudado a muchos ingenios en Centroamérica y México para poder mostrarles nuestra experiencia y que ellos también puedan implementar buenas prácticas para proteger a sus trabajadores manuales.
Usar los lentes, polaina, los guantes, su gorro y siempre recordándole el descanso cada hora que nos tolde.
Al pasar de los años, la educación y la promoción de la salud hace que hoy en día las personas hayan cambiado mucho sus costumbres y hábitos. Y hoy por hoy no necesitamos estarles diciendo cada hora es hora de descanso o es hora de tomar agua. La isla y el ingenio estábamos en aceras distintas, teníamos diferencias. Al conocernos y empezar a trabajar juntos y darnos cuenta que ambos podíamos hacer algo distinto, creo que también eso ha sido un ejemplo para el mundo entero.
We brought some leaders from around the world to see what we've done here, to have an exchange and understand how do we move forward. How can we export what we've learned here back there? How do we systemize what we've done?
Here in Nicaragua is like seeing the future of Europe. We know that things at the end of the century, maybe even sooner, in Europe will be a lot more like Nicaragua is today. So one of the main reasons why I was here is to see, first of all, the environment and how people cope with it. People with means to protect themselves who can self-pace or they can buy equipment that can help them, but also, and even more importantly, people who don't have the means to do that. How do they cope? Can they cope? And if they can, what are the strategies that they use to do that? Interestingly enough, here in Nicaragua, they're ahead of us in Europe on implementation research and interventions to help workers. We have done a lot of work on assessment, but we haven't done a lot of work on feasibility studies or interventions, seeing what works, what doesn't work. So we have a lot to learn from the work that has been done here. And I'm hoping to take some of it back in Europe. They've created some very smart, simple tools here that we can definitely adopt.
One of the reasons I'm currently in Nicaragua is to see what interventions are being done in the sugar mill and how the workers are benefited because of that. And work with other heat researchers and what they have done in their respective countries. And all of us put our minds together to see what is the best and optimized way that we can implement it in our own countries. And this cross-pollination of ideas between our countries is very important as well.
Why is it that at Ingenio San Antonio, in Nicaragua, we have better work protections for those field workers than any farm in the United States of America that's facing similar heat stress? And that also holds in Europe. So there's this bias we have of thinking, oh, we're Europeans or Americans, we surely have better protections for our workforce, but it's not true at all. So one of my midterm objectives is to import what we've done in Nicaragua back home. The goal now is to scale this to other formalized sectors like gold mines, construction sites, and other places we've seen this all around the world, but also into the informal sector. So things like brick makers and salt pan workers. So we can expand the effort globally and really prepare the next generation with a playbook that they will build on.
What I'm hoping to do is to lobby for legislation. We need to adopt legislation now. We have the data. A few decades ago, maybe you could say that the evidence is not there. But now the evidence is there, and it's time to move to legislation. We need to be prepared. You don't need to have people dying and then create guidelines and then create strategies. You need to have them in place before it happens.
All right, so Ed and I started working together 13 years ago, and back then, well, I got kicked out of Nicaragua in 2015 trying to get this going. And there were death threats, and they shot workers and the rest of it. So it's not like it was all kumbaya. You know, it's in a good spot now. But I think the thing to recognize is this stuff doesn't happen like that, and it was extremely contentious. You know, and then Ed, I don't know if you want to share like why you got involved in this project 13 years ago. I mean, I remember the panic attack we both had when there were 3 funerals in a day.
Yeah, well, it was actually 10 years ago, but
10, we're just getting old though.
Yeah, well, I received a commission to go to Nicaragua to do a series of pictures on a disease I'd never heard of. And, you know, as a photojournalist, so often we have to dig deep to try to find a story or prove that the story really, the issue exists. And, you know, within the first day of arriving in Chichigalpa, literally every single day there was a funeral for a sugarcane worker. No exaggeration. And I was like, what is going on here? And so then after that first trip, I sort of said, this is going to be my next personal project. And 10 years later, you know, we've done a lot of work together, and now I've documented CKDNT in 7 countries. And, you know, the one film we did that I did under Kane in Nicaragua definitely had an impact after National Geographic published it. I think then Ingenio San Antonio couldn't deny that there was a problem anymore. So it was a wonderful example. I wish it happened more often, where, you know, media exposure actually made a difference.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of checkmated them, you know, and there was a big reaction in the bartending community because this sugar mill has a rum brand affiliated with it. And they just started dumping Flor de Cane rum down the drains, which is good and bad, because absolutely these guys were thugs before. I don't mince words about that. They were awful leadership, totally in denial. Like, they had a great occupational health doctor, Dennis, who's still there, who they just ignored and threatened if he spoke up. You know, as like the one inside guy.
Well,
but that like that inflection point was really important to bring the focus. But it is only now that we're like addressing this in other industries and other rum producers and like other affected industries, because it was kind of a double-edged sword. It was like all the focus was on this one sugar mill and this one brand in Nicaragua, and it was a global problem. But it got us going, and it like they gutted their entire upper management, and the German Development Bank was funding them with a loan and said, you either start doing this technical assistance program to get your OSH in shape, or there are going to be consequences. And then with time, the trust built, but it wasn't like immediate. This is 6 years in. So I think that's
well,
kind of
I love this. 10 years ago, they literally tried to arrest us.
Yeah.
Trying to photograph in these fields. This January, we were there and we ate at the villa of the oligarch family that runs it, and we had lunch with them.
Yeah.
I thought, but what a reflection of how things changed, you know?
Yeah. I mean, some of that stuff, I don't know how I feel about it all the time. I want to just kind of like get the work done, but they're pretty proud of it.
Yeah.
And it's a great thing. But I think the important thing for those of us who like want to work in occupational safety and health, it's really easy just to be on the outside and go like, oh, the companies are evil. And sometimes they are. And a lot of the brands are god awful in their behavior and their lack of investment in protecting the workforce. But at a certain point, you have to do these interventions on site. So I think the trick as a researcher is to figure out like, how do I leverage that? How do I work with the media to get there? Because frankly, you have to figure out some sort of checkmate usually. But then once you're there, like, how do you build a system that's publicly funded for the research, but where they have to make the investment to protect their workers? Does that make sense? Like, they have to put the money in to protect their workers. That shouldn't be getting public subsidization. But at the same time, you still want the research on that program to come from the public purse, because you don't want to, you know, you don't want to be in a gilded cage, because then you start like making exceptions for what you report and the rest of it. And I think it's just really important to hold yourself to that fire that you started with, no matter how cozy how much you like the occupational health doctor or the new leadership. You still have to have that firewall of like, my money comes from that funding mechanism.
Any questions?
Thank you. Great movie. So question, and what made that leverage with them? Was it concern about health, or was it the cost benefit? And you showed that productivity increase, right? And just reflecting on our...
No, that's a really good question. Okay, so like to get them to the table to make the change was like mortal fear of their brand and their legacy, for sure.
Bad publicity.
Bad publicity got them to the table. But once they're at the table, we were like ready to go. We were like, get rid of subcontracting. Like, you have to do this, this, and this, or we won't even work with you. And the German Development Bank was like in the wings with like the initial technical assistance. And then we worked with the BMZ and the GIZ, like the whole German development alphabet soup, to get going and build that system. But pretty early on, like I said, they gutted their upper management because they realized how badly they had handled things, and they should have just gotten to work. And the new CEO, I mean, frankly, was great. He was just like, why are we squabbling over this? Let's just get to work. And I think for them, it was about harm reduction, honestly. It was. And maybe it was like legacy. Like, he didn't want to be remembered for like butchering a generation with a preventable kidney disease, because that's how bad it was. I mean, it was like, it's the leading cause of death of men in that community, 18 to 45. And I think for him, it was legacy probably. But because we've got the economic data, because we've got the ROI, because we've raised productivity by 10 to 20%, and you'll be hearing that from Eric tomorrow, because of that, for the more resistant oligarchs, frankly, in the region, and for those of you who are unfamiliar with the power dynamics of Central America, the most powerful families are all sugar. These are tough, old school families that run the show in all of those countries. And for them, you know, who might not have a rum brand or market exposure, but are just simply molasses or ethanol or sugar producers, it's been very useful to have a company that is kind of like now preaching your gospel through their mouth about harm reduction, ROI, and productivity, because that's getting them on board. But the other thing that we did, kind of to your point, economic, we worked with the Department of Labor under the trade deal. So early on, we had to be the hammer and the solution. which is a very uncomfortable position to be in, frankly, because like there are trust issues when you're both the savior and the reason that they have to get their shit together. Sorry, language. But with the Department of Labor project, because it's through the trade agreement through 4 other countries, Mexico and the Northern Triangle, like they have to do it. Like it's implicit. Like if they don't, the Biden administration will impound their product. And granted, other administrations, like maybe the last one, we're not doing that, but this administration is. So whatever shortfalls the Biden administration may or may not have on trade and labor, they've been pretty remarkable. Yeah. I mean, it's a chess game, is a short answer.
Thank you. That was
Yeah.
such an interesting presentation. I just wondered, obviously you've just described nicely there the way that you were able to, or the leverage that meant that you could bring them to the table. I just wondered in communities, for example, are based on subsistence farming, how you can see change happening there.
Yeah, no, that's the Rubicon. We haven't figured that out, if I'm honest. So what we're doing now with the iLab grant, the International Labor Affairs Bureau for the Department of Labor, not going to pretend you all know US acronyms. We're doing like the cooperatives and the smaller producers. And one nice thing that came out of the Arte film that featured our work in France and Germany was the subcontracted farms were still not covered. And when the German Development Bank bankers saw that there was still that hole, they just opened up funds so we can close that gap. So the entire supply chain will be protected. But these are still pretty large operations. So how to protect subsistence farmers is really kind of like going to be the tough one. That's why I'm looking at like we're looking at the brick kilns, we're looking at the salt flats, because they're much more artisanal and much smaller. But like not everybody needs like a health clinic and like Gatorade on site. But like I do think we can build tools that are scalable. But I would say this is the thing to figure out, is that informal sector. Yeah. Because the big mines and the big sugar mills and the big construction companies employ a lot of people, but it's frankly a lot easier. Yeah.
Thank you for this beautiful movie. I was like wondering, how was the dynamics among these workers? Was there resistance, or did they accept the intervention easily?
Pretty easy.
Easy.
I mean, it was like nothing. They were just so glad that somebody cared, frankly. Like, I mean, I think they were so used to just getting eviscerated. Now, there's very little pushback from the workers. Now, in El Salvador, interestingly enough, there's more. But I think that's because the dynamic between the workers in El Salvador and the mill is even worse. So there's just a total deficit of trust. And to them, we look like a bunch of shills who got, pulled in for the company's benefit. We haven't built that trust yet. But in Nicaragua and Guatemala, it's been easier because we're like a recognized commodity. In Nicaragua, like I lived in that community. William still lives in that community. And he grew up as I knew his father. His father died. William went in as a child laborer. Then he became a supervisor. Then he got on the OSH team. Then he got his master's in engineering because his dad saved up before he died and got him into school and university. And he still lives in La Isla. And our name is La Isla because it's La Isla de Viudas, the Isle of Widows. So we have like a real DNA there that allowed us to have trust pretty immediately. And we have team members that are still in of and by that community. But some places there is some resistance, but generally when people see their productivity go up and their harm go down, it's not a hard sell. But really look at Felipe's poster on organizational psych, or talk to Felipe, because like the intervention itself, I mean, come on, it's fresh shade hydration. It's not rocket science, but how you design it and why you design it is pretty complicated. But the big thing, like to close those gaps, is like changing on how people were managed. We changed how supervisors were managed. They're managed on health metrics. We changed how harvest was managed. They weren't just managed on production. And that's when we really saw some of the gaps start to close. Yeah.
Here, yeah. Just a big kudos to you, for your team, for sharing this, for raising awareness. We're here at a conference on health and climate change, and here you have before your eyes the real impact of climate change and the real people that are suffering. Before there was a session on climate justice and inequalities, and I don't think we talked about workers. And
yeah, it's mind-blowing.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is the comment I raised before, that workers are not able to remove themselves from these hazards. They can't jump into a cooling pool. They can't go into an air-conditioned building. They can't have access always to these issues. And you show the realities in the field. You show the informal sector as well, which is a huge risk. And so just kudos for bringing that awareness to this conference so that we know what the realities look like on the ground. A quick question about a workers' organization. Are there any, what is the level of organization? Is there any? Not at all.
So this company has come a long way, but they're pretty union phobic still for the field workers. They have pretty strong unions on the plant workers. You know, for those of you who don't know, sugar mills are like very sophisticated. Like even if you're really mad at the industry as we were, you're kind of like begrudgingly blown away by the logistics that go into a sugar harvest and how much tech goes into producing the things that they do out of one mill. But the mill workers, like the guys in the, you know, the mill itself are unionized, but field workers are not. And like there's one union in Guatemala with like 100 workers and they're getting hounded all the time. But to that end, we're working with CNV International out of Holland, and we're working with them to change that. And the Department of Labor is actually, the US Department of Labor is funding a Dutch union to help organize the Latin American workers. So that's quite cool, actually. I mean, like I said, the Biden administration has its issues, but on labor, they've been pretty remarkable and bold. Yeah, but thank you. I mean, it's been a long haul and certainly shouldn't be the Jason Glazer show. So I think I'll leave it. Should we leave it here? Or is there? Yeah.
We'll have our stand up.
But I think you cannot leave it now because you have to keep on working, filming.
Oh, the one thing I did want to say, and Halshik, this is exactly to your point. Most workers can't leave those situations. And if I look back on like why I cared, because, you know, like very briefly, like I was down there making a film after working on narrative films and TV, where I was in a union, and like the film unions in the US are like the best. You have like the best healthcare. You're making like $1,000 a day back in the 2000s. It's a great gig. It's blue collar work with white collar pay. That's what we all say about film work. And like, you go down there making a documentary and you see these guys your same age, same IQ, same abilities, like native abilities, but they didn't have, you know, where they were born, when they were born, and to whom changed their outcomes. And you just see that as a 28-year-old hipster from Brooklyn, and you're like, what is going on? Because when it got hot for the film industry, we would meet with the shop steward, they would go to production and say, we're not working, and or if we are, we will get these breaks and we will get these penalties, meaning they'll pay us more because we chose to risk ourselves working in the heat. And I think maybe that is like why I stuck to it and started headhunting brilliant researchers like my colleagues here, and then becoming one myself. Or I'm not saying I'm brilliant, but I became a researcher with the brilliant researchers to build this, because I think as a laborer, I was just like, this is obscene and it should not be. Yeah.
Okay, but let's have a short break and then it's a dinner.